Good morning, Realty Texas.
Good morning.
Good
Good
morning.
morning.
It is good to see all your beautiful and smiling faces. We've got a little overcast day, so what a perfect day for us to all come together and do some real estate learning. What do you think?
Looks great.
Does everyone have a copy of your student handbook from the .me?
Yes.
Suzanne says she has. Good morning. Jennifer, Meg, does everyone have their student handbook? It's on your .me calendar. If you go there, you can download a copy of it. We're going to be doing breakout sessions today, and I'm going to need volunteer readers. So if you have the workbook and you follow along, when I call on you, you will know what's going on, and you'll be able to help us with some of the reading. So thank you for following along.
So where is that, Jack?
If you go to realtytexas.me/Terry Snyder and you click on the calendar and open it, you'll see the student workbook there. I'm going to ask Miguel to
Put it in the chat.
put it in the chat. That's exactly right. In fact,
Thank God for Miguel. It's 120 pages. I printed it out though, because that's easier for me.
Good job. Yes, I always have all my binders printed out and ready to go, 100%.
Now, Jack, is this a certification or designation?
I was just
Oh, sorry. Then I'll be quiet.
no. Please ask a question, but I was about to head there. But Miguel is not at this here, so I'm putting it in the chat for you.
There
And
he
it
is.
looks like Miguel already did it. So yes, he is paying attention and he is a step ahead of me.
He's on top of it.
Usually that's the case. Thank you, Miguel. All right. So to answer your question, this is a official certification course, meaning that there are no renewal fees. Once you earn this designation, you can use it forever and ever. So Diane, there you go. Of course, this is an NAR, National Association of Realtors course taught through REBI. And they're always pushing the National Association of Realtors C2EX, that's Commitment to Excellence. If you have gone through Mega, you know a lot about C2EX because it is part of the core Mega teachings. We ask and provide a lot of points in Mega for those students who will earn their C2EX. It is quite a journey to go on your C2EX journey. It costs nothing. If you go to c2ex.realtor, you can log in using your NRDS number from the National Association of Realtors, which is that long number that National Association of Realtors gives you as your ID. Once you log in, you can begin your self-paced C2EX journey, and you can do it in the evenings or the weekends. And it's really cool because it learns what you're good at, and it learns what you're struggling with, and it gives you more of what you're struggling with and less of what you're not. So it's really trying to push education. If you look at 1.55 million real estate agents, realtors across the United States, trying to get all of us on the same baseline is very difficult. And that is what C2X was designed to do, to get all of our members across the country on the same baseline so that we can have just a little easier time addressing or dealing with possible fair housing issues when people bring you a fair housing question, like, I would really love my Indian kids to go to an Indian school. Can you help me with that? And how can you approach questions like that? Because sometimes agents really want to help, they want to answer questions, but by answering those questions, we can be putting ourselves at risk. And that is what the C2X is designed to do. So please, if you have not yet taken your C2X, please do so. There's a broker dashboard, and I can see exactly what module each agent is on, how many of my agents have completed the certification process, and then of course the percentage of Realty Texas agents that have completed it. And there right now is a broker competition across the United States for those brokerages who can have a 100% C2EX brokerage, meaning that all of the agents at the brokerage have completed their C2EX journey. So there's two. There's one that all of them have started it, and then the other one is all of them have completed it. So we're really putting a push to try to help you guys, encourage you guys to begin and finish your C2EX. But it is not a one and done. Every 2 years, you have to recertify your C2EX, so they're always adding new materials. I just recently, in 2023, had to recertify mine. I was one of the first people in the United States to get my C2EX. I did that back in 2018, I believe it was, and I've already had to recertify. So you will eventually receive an email from the National Association of Realtors asking you to go in and complete some new additional modules. Center for Realtor Financial Wellness. There was a report done back way many years ago, back in 2015, looking at the health of real estate agents, specifically realtors, and their financial wellness. And it found that a staggering 44% of real estate agents had back taxes issues, so almost half of the real estate agents. So they created the Center for Financial Wellness to help agents figure out how they can plan for retirement, address situations like IRS taxes, and have a good mind, body, and spirit in real estate, because when you are stressed about financial matters, it's going to stress you out in all areas of real estate. So if you feel like you would like to do your self-assessment, you can go to financialwellness.realtor and you can assess your current financial profile and enter some information, and it will lead you also on a journey of some tips and tricks that specifically people who are in this sector can do to help them thrive in this business. This is a designation course. So of course, as our certification course through Trek, so we're going to be doing breaks every hour. And also we're going to do a lunch at 12 o'clock. We're going to do a half hour so that we can get you out of here at 5:30 today. I know this is the beginning of a holiday weekend, so I know you guys are gonna, around the 5 o'clock hour, start itching to go and do family fun things. But if we do a half hour lunch, I can get you out of here at 5:30 instead of 6. 8-hour day would be 9 to 6 with an hour lunch. So I think we'll go that route. But as we get towards our first break, I'll take a poll and I'll find out how many of you need that hour lunch or half hour, and we will go with the majority there. I'm happy to do either one. Because this is a Trek class, this is both for SAE and CE. So if you're in your first 2 years and you're in the Trek Apprentice program, this will act as an elective so that you not only get part of your 90 hours is taking this 8-hour course, but also you will get the elective checked off for taking this course. This course is also the elective, or can be the elective, for both the ABR, Accredited Buyer Representative class, and the SRS, which is the Seller Representative Specialist class. The Seller SRS class is the companion to the ABR, meaning it's the Seller 2-day course. The ABR is the Buyer 2-day course. They have just revamped the entire SRS and ABR course materials due to the settlement from National Association of Realtors. So know that if you take that course again, you will see a lot of new practice changes in there in how we address conversations regarding compensation. However, both ABR and SRS really pushed for getting your representation agreements signed. I think historically, real estate agents were very good at getting their listing agreement signed, but maybe not so great at getting the buyer rep agreement signed timely. We certainly didn't, on the seller side, get the photos taken and do your open house, and then when an offer comes in, get your listing agreement signed. We certainly didn't follow that practice, did we? But we maybe fell into that practice on the buyer side, where we would meet a client, go show them homes, and then at the offer, slip in our representation agreement at the end. And there's some new practices talking about compensation in the ABR class that really pushes the importance of the commissions are negotiable, and that buyer representation agreements are not only a good idea, but now they're required before showing a property if you're showing a cooperating broker's home. Because this is a Trek class, I need to see you guys. So please keep your cameras on and be following along as much as possible. If you have an emergency or you need to run to the bathroom, that is okay. We're not going to penalize you for that. But if your camera is off and you're gone for an extended period of time, you may not be able to get credit. Remember, this recording has to be sent to Trek. And technically it goes to Texas Realtors, and they monitor the classes, meaning at some point they will go through and someone will review this class. And what they're looking for is a non-AI generated face, that you guys are actually here. We know that because of participation, that your videos are on, because they can go and find someone got credit that shouldn't have gotten credit, and they can pull that credit. And if they pull the credit, then the provider and the instructor both get dinged. And I certainly don't want to be dinged. So if you have to step away, share in the chat that you have to go. And if you were gone for too long and you don't get credit, understand that it is the rules, not us picking you out or being mean. It is the rules of the land now. And Diana, I saw your hand go up.
I took ABR yesterday and the day before,
Mm.
so I got that. But I don't get credit for the CEs, but anyway, it was a good class, good textbook, good instructor. I took
Why
it through.
didn't you get credit for the CE? Was it out of state?
No, well, see, I'm confused about that, but I don't want to take up a lot of time because I'm still in my first 2 years and it wouldn't have gone toward anything, was my understanding. Maybe I'm wrong.
So I'm to understand that both ABR, SRS, and GRI all credit towards your SAE. I'm to understand that it does, and that's what I've always been told. So if you take your ABR, your SRS, but I know that the associations are doing a hard push for GRI or well, either GRI or the commercial equivalent 90-hour course, be the SAE apprenticeship program hours. And I know that they're pushing that really, really hard. So please do the GRI, which we teach in-house, which I think maybe you took one of my GRIs, I think.
No, but I'm signed up for it.
Excellent. Okay. This class is a reminder of the past, and hopefully it is not going to be something that is going to be a precursor to the future. We certainly did see a financial crisis back in the 2008 financial crisis, and that lingered on till about 2012 under the Obama administration, which created the Dodd-Frank Act, which created a little bit more transparency in the federal government. They did things like paused taxing the forgiveness of debt, which was a very big deal back then. If your lender forgives the debt, the IRS looked at that as income and would tax you on it. So if you have a $400,000 loan and the IRS said, or the lender said, don't worry about it, we're going to let you off the hook. IRS said, hey, you just got 400 grand, we're going to tax you on that. And when people were really struggling, the Obama administration, under the Dodd-Frank Act, temporarily suspended the collection of that. That did eventually expire, but that was very helpful at that time period. We're going to talk a lot about what really an SFR is and what your role is as an SFR to help people who are struggling with some type of financial hardship and unable to pay their mortgage. There are people who don't want to pay their mortgage, and there are people who can't pay their mortgage, and that's a very different topic. People who choose not to pay their mortgage because they would rather spend their money in other places, they get behind, and they go into foreclosure, they may not be eligible for a short sale. They may be eligible for a short sale. You have to look at the scenario. But what the bank is going to look for is they're going to look for, and let's call it the loan servicer, is going to be looking for evidence that they are in some type of hardship scenario. And a hardship scenario can fall into many areas. It could be a death in the family. It could be a curtailment of income. It could be a job loss. It could be a health situation that has occurred. But a certified hardship area that has brought this family into a situation that maybe no fault due to their own, that the circumstances has fallen where they're not able to pay their mortgage. Once that occurs and you're in a certified hardship scenario, the lenders are going to bend over backwards, at least the ones that have governmental backed loans, the ones that are being insured by either VA or FHA. They're going to bend over backwards to try to help borrowers in that scenario. Everything from forecasting their loans to offering workout solutions, cash for keys, maybe they will look at a short sale, and there's a whole host of other tools, including loan modifications, which will help modify the loan that they have, maybe recast it and add more years on the end, maybe temporarily suspend or reduce the interest to bring their payments down for a period of time. And so it's not that the only option is short sale. It's that short sale is one of the many options in the toolbox. And we're going to talk about each one of those options and how to approach a borrower who has a certified hardship scenario. And I want to throw this out there. When people are in a hardship scenario, they're typically embarrassed. They're scared, they're afraid, and they hide. And they think, you know what, I'm just going to let this go away on its own. I'm just going to ignore it because maybe they've got bigger issues. Maybe they're struggling to get food on the table and they're trying to figure out a job. And so now you're dealing with mental health issues on top of it, because you can't be in a certified hardship scenario and it not take a toll on your mental health. And so us as real estate agents have to be cognizant of that and understand that they're going to be going through a whole lot in that scenario. So we're going to have to not only approach this in a very careful and tactful and respectful manner, but we also have to be cognizant that in their hardship scenario, we're being paid to help them and they lost their job. And so we have to also be tactful about that and how we approach that. And we do deserve the compensation and the work that we do. No different than an attorney who gets paid to help someone file bankruptcy. Attorney's not going to say, yeah, I see you're in a hardship scenario, I'm not going to charge you for bankruptcy. Just like an attorney who's seeing a family who's going through a divorce scenario, just not going to say, I see you guys are going through a divorce, it's a really hard time, I'm not going to charge you for these services. And so we have to be respectful of ourselves and our profession and know that we have a fee for the services that we provide, but also be very cognizant and delicate that they are going through a hardship. And the way that we can help them is address the house, address this 1,000-pound gorilla that's around their neck, that is causing them all this heartache in the first place, and close this chapter and help them open a new chapter, because they will recover from this and they will become homeowners in the future at some point. So throwing them that lifeline and helping them understand that is also a very positive thing to do, especially with your VA borrowers who are in a hardship scenario, short sell a home, 2 years later, they're already ready to buy again. Because you can buy as soon as 2 years after a short sale. We're going to jump into that as well. So just trying to lay a little bit of groundwork before we really jump into the class and get into the book, because how you approach your consumers on a short sale, you're going to find that when you have a short sale scenario put in your lap, oftentimes it's too late to do anything about it. Sometimes you find out that foreclosure date's already been set. And maybe the first Tuesday of every month is when the properties show up on the docket. They've got notice of foreclosure. As foreclosure date's been set, they're unable to pay what the bank is asking. And they reach out to you and say, can you do anything to help me? And you're thinking, gosh, if you'd only called me 30 days ago. Well, there are things that you can do to help them. And if you know how to stop the clock and get that property pulled off the docket, you can help them in ways that you may not even realize, which is why I'm so glad that you're here. We have had Realty Texas agents have listings foreclose because the listing agent didn't ask the right question, they didn't take this class, and they didn't get their managers involved. Good morning, Lisa Ormsby. We have gone through all of the appropriate disclosures, and so we are good there. Lisa is our monitor. She was dealing with a agent emergency this morning, so thank you for coming and joining us. She'll be your monitor and paying attention to all of your questions.
On, right? We need to make sure your video's on if you want credit for this class, because this is CE credit. See a few people, just text me if you're just into here. Belinda, Lambs, Deborah Benj, and Tamika.
Raise your hand if you heard me say that we need your video on. Okay, good. So my microphone is working. So for those people, people who have your video off, just understand you can come and take this for the information, 100%. We invite all Realty Texas agents to come and take the information, There are no rules. You can come listen, ask questions even, and that is all okay. But if you are here for check credit, that is a different scenario altogether, like Lisa was just saying. So thank you, Lisa. Those people who are in this certified hardship scenario, sometimes they're hiding. They don't really want to address it as fast as they should have. And you find out a foreclosure data set, and you are up against a foreclosure date when they reach out to you to let you know that they're in a hardship scenario. There are things that you can do to help them in that situation. You can contact, the first step would be to go to find out who their loan servicer is, and find out how to get a hold of what they call a letter of third-party account access. Have your client fill that out with the loan number on the top, send that over to the loan servicer, and get a listing agreement signed by your client, and send that listing agreement to the loan servicer, and get a hold of someone who's going to be negotiating from the loan servicer, someone that's going to be in the default management department, or the short sale workout scenario department. They're all the different banks have different terminology for the hardship. If you're at Chase, that's the life events department. So every loan servicer calls those departments something else, but it really is going to be the default department. And you're going to let them know that you are a real estate agent, that you have a listing agreement, and that you are in the process of working with this. And the bank is not going to call them a seller. What is the bank going to call them? Anyone know?
Default.
They're going to call them a borrower. The bank calls them very much like your lenders do. They look at them, well, our borrower, and they're going to be calling them that. So you can use their lingo and say your borrower. I have a listing agreement signed with your borrower, and we are in the process of getting this property on the market. And get that listing agreement. They also want to see a copy of the active MLS to see that's actually on market. So hopefully you've already done that at that point. And they will often even go as far as to call the attorney and pull the property off the docket, giving you 90 days to get the property sold. Had you not contacted the loan servicer and thought, you know what, we're just going to try to outpace the bank, I'll bet you we can get this to the closing table before they foreclose, not knowing that there's an entire built-in set of practices to help the borrower short sell their home instead of foreclose. You may not realize those tools exist, and then they do foreclose on the property. And again, that's happened here at Realty Texas. And someone who was a short sale and foreclosure expert back in the day, in 2007, 8, and 9, I closed hundreds of these. Even Lisa Ormsby used to throw her short sales at me, and I would gobble them up and close them. They took a lot of extra work. Agents all over Austin would give me their short sales, and I got known for doing short sales. It was a huge part of my business. So this is not something that I know a little bit about. This is something I know a lot about. I have saved hundreds of people from foreclosure through the short sale process. I still have contacts at big major banks for people who, like Grant Mullering at Chase, who is still in their default department 15 years later. And I still have a working relationship with him. And I actually had to reach out to him regarding another matter recently. These relationships that you make with these banks and with these loan servicers may span your entire career. So this is a huge area of real estate that you need to get really good at, because people are going to be in these types of situations all the time where you go meet a seller and they have to sell, and you find out the reason they're selling is because they're in a hardship scenario. Now, sometimes they're in a hardship scenario and they don't need to sell. They just need to get into a loan modification. This is a little bit less about loan modifications today and a little bit more about short sales. Loan modifications are a very, very important tool. However, what do you think most homeowners do when they're talking to the bank about, or their loan servicer about, a loan modification? Do you think that they try to paint the very best picture possible of how well they're doing? What do you think they try to do?
I could see them doing both, discussing their hardship or trying to put themselves in the best light with the bank that, yeah, they're going to be able to recover.
Most people call, I've lost my job, I have no money, I've got $14.33 in the bank, and there's no way that I can pay my mortgage, and I really need your help. Look, I can't even get a haircut. I need your help. I can't even put gas in my car. I need your help. These are the types of conversations that most borrowers are having with the bank. And what do you think the bank is thinking when you think that that's helping their scenario or hurting their scenario?
They'll
Hurting.
never get paid.
Yeah, no helping. Yeah.
It's not helping. And see, the borrower, the homeowner, they're thinking, well, if I just really show them what dire straits I'm in the scenario, that they're gonna help me and they're gonna give me time. And the reality is what they've done is they've proven to the bank through these conversations that if they do a loan modification, that they have no ability to pay the loan modification. If their mortgage is $3,000 a month and the lender is willing to do a loan modification for $1,500 a month, and they've told them they have $14 in the bank and they have zero ability to pay, then really what they've done is proven to the bank that they will default if they do a loan modification. And all the bank is looking for is proof that if they do a loan modification, this borrower is not going to end up in default, because they don't want to go through the entire short sell or through the loan modification process, all for them just to end up in default. If the bank believes that they're going to eventually end up in default, no matter what the bank does, they're going to foreclose on the home because it's going to save them money in the long run. The only reason a bank is willing to do a short sell is because it's going to save them money in the long run. A short sell, they will usually allow them to net 88% of fair market value. All done, everything closed. They're willing to accept about a 20% loss, 18%, but usually not more than that, because anything over 18%, they'll be able to recover more than that in the foreclosure process. So there comes a point in which, a short sale is not going to be a drastic savings for a borrower. But I will tell you this. If a property hits the foreclosure market, it's going to be in the foreclosure process for a year, maybe. And maybe during that year, it sat there for 3 or 4 months without utilities, maybe. And the home itself is going to have additional wear on the home because of it. Versus a short sale, usually utilities stayed on through the entire process. Maybe the lawn was continued to be watered, the foundation continued to be watered through keeping the soil moisture wet. The home itself is going to have a better go for it. So in the 2007 to 2012, we would tell our borrowers, look, a short sale is actually going to be better because the home is going to have a little better go of it long term versus a foreclosure who's gone through who knows what. And so when it comes to the short sale market, sometimes buyers would show up on the scene and say, oh, okay, got it. They're in a hardship. Well, great. I read somewhere that be greedy when people are fearful and fearful when people are greedy. And so these people are fearful. So I'm going to be greedy and I'm going to come in and offer $100,000 less and I'm going to, steal a house. The bank's not going to let that happen. And agents have to be very careful when they receive an offer, because the bank is not going to tell you whether or not they're going to accept that offer. You're going to get the offer signed between buyer and seller. You're going to send that offer to the bank. The bank is going to spend a month and a half looking at it, and they're going to come back and say yes or no. And if it's lower than their net, they're not going to approve it. So if an agent comes in with an offer that's $75,000 under market value, it's never going to close. And all it's going to happen is they're going to decline the short sale and send them to foreclosure, and everyone's lost. So this class today, by the time we're done with it, you're going to have the tools necessary to know how to communicate with the loan servicer, how to communicate with your client, and how to communicate with the agents opposite you in the transaction, and how to advise your client on what offers they should accept and what minimum net to ensure that when that offer goes to the loan servicer and it takes them 45 days to approve it, where you really are in getting that short sale approved and closed for your client and not ending in foreclosure. Because if you approach this wrong as a professional, you could add liability and risk to your client, when really our job is to limit their exposure and reduce their liability. Okay, are you guys excited?
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's do it. What we're going to get out of today's class is a distressed property overview of what distressed property inventory looks like, what the listing agent's role is, taking the short sale listing and the conversations that we're going to have with the seller, the buyer agent's role with a short sale and REO transactions, and the short sale process from contract all the way to closing. We talked about the SFR certification. There are 4 requirements must be met to obtain and use this SFR certification. First, you have to take this class. Second, there is an online application that you can fill out going to realtorsfr.org or sfr.realtor. Either one will land you to the same place. You fill out the application, you pay a one-time fee of $175, and then once your credit has been submitted to track and it shows up on track, then poof, your SFR certification, once the application and the $175 has been paid, will show up on your NAR profile, and you'll notice that it shows up on realtor.com and realtor at NAR and other places, as that designation will start to feed in other places.
Okay.
As long as you keep your realtor membership active with NAR.
Sir, I have a question.
Yes. B.
Sorry. If at any point we have this certification and we pay for it and have it on our license, if at any point in the future we no longer are a realtor for a short time, we put our license on hold, or just like, we're doing a different thing in our life for a second, but then we want to get back into it, would we need to recertify for this, or would it hold on to our thing?
Okay, so I think what you're asking is, you are a realtor member in good standing, you take this class, you decide to jump out of real estate and come back later. The answer
Yes.
is yes, as long as you bring your realtor membership active status using the same realtor ID. So there are times when people get back in real estate, and when they get back in real estate, they get a new NERDS number and a new account from the National Association of Realtors, which means that you're really starting all over. If your license goes expired and you get a different license number, there is a very good chance that NAR will not resurrect your original NERDS number. But it's up to you when you're at the realtor organization and you're getting your license and status back active again, that you tell them that you were a realtor in the past and that you would like to resurrect your old realtor membership. And you have to tell them that. Otherwise, oftentimes they don't know and think you're a new member and submit new information to NAR. Again, we talked about the bonus of this class being elective for ABR, C2EX, and for REBAC. So those, I really highly recommend the new ABR class that is being taught right now. We're going to jump in and discuss what the distressed property is and what they mean by distressed property, because sometimes people understand this differently. When they hear distressed property, what do you think often buyers think when they hear the word distressed property?
Foreclosure.
I think educated buyers, but what about your first-time home buyers who just don't know anything about homes?
I think they think that means dilapidated.
Do you think maybe they think something's wrong with the house?
Yeah.
Or these are homes that have material defects? I don't want any of that. I don't want distressed properties. I want a new property or a property in good condition. So exactly right, Lamb. So I want you guys to be cognizant of that, because as real estate professionals, we know distressed property means that the borrower had a distressed loan, that the loan was distressed, not necessarily that there was anything wrong with the property at all. In fact, the home could be pristine. And so we need to be able to communicate that and be cognizant of that for our first-time home buyers. When we're using the word distressed property, maybe we don't even use that word at all. Maybe we talk about a short sell and that the seller had some type of hardship scenario, and they're selling due to that, and not send the message that there's something wrong with the home, because I really think that stigmatizes the property. And I think that probably the last thing that the loan servicers should be putting out there is that a word or a connotation that there's something wrong with the house. And the fact that they all came together and used this word distressed property, why in the world would they want to do that? Why would they want to send the message to the world that there's something wrong with a home that they drastically need to sell before the property forecloses? It seems completely counterintuitive, but there you go. Bankers,
Yeah.
they're all
Yeah,
about
but-
themselves, right? So we'll just think about it from them, because when they think of the property, they're just thinking about distressed.
You have a highly motivated seller.
You've got a highly motivated seller, yes. And we have to be careful with that too, because when we have a highly motivated seller, and thank you, Mr. Pope, I appreciate that, because we have to be very careful to get the right document signed so that we can be advertising these scenarios. Because under a standard listing agreement, we have no such authority to market a short sale or a distressed sale or a highly motivated seller. We have no such ability. So we're going to talk about today, even when it comes to your standard listing agreement, and when you do have a listing agreement signed, what additional documents are you going to need in order to protect yourself and the client? So thank you, Mr. Pope. I appreciate that. We're going to be looking about a year ago. Thankfully, SFR dusted off their SFR book in 2023 and redid it. So this is not 2008 circa classes. If you took this class in 2020, you were looking at a 10-year-old class. And so I was very happy to see them dust this off and give us some new materials. But now it's a year old, and we've seen a considerable difference in the market between 2021 and 2022 and 2024, haven't we? In fact, we have seen the huge highs and the huge lows and the market swings from the turbulence of the interest rate swings. We came out of COVID with a compressed everything. We didn't have enough supplies. We didn't have enough trades. We had everybody in the world trying to figure out what new home is to them, or what living in a home is like, at a situation where they're social distancing, they're working from home, they're teaching from home. And all of a sudden they didn't have, if you've got a 3-bedroom home with 1 living area and you've got 2 kids and a husband and wife, and they're all trying to be on Zoom at the same time, how does that even work? And the reality is it didn't. So people were trying to figure out quality of life. So everybody needed to move to make that work. But because materials couldn't get to the home sites fast enough, homeowners who were out there trying to buy a new home that was bigger, they couldn't sell their home until the new one was done, which means they were occupying their home and tying up the new property, which was double inventory. And that added to an inventory shortage that we already had before COVID even happened. And then everybody decided to move to Austin, Texas, and inventory was across the nation, but we saw people moving to Houston and Austin and Dallas and all of our major metros, because Apple and Samsung said, yeah, you can live wherever you want. You don't need to be in San Jose or Seattle, Washington, or DC anymore. You can go back to Austin if you like. And of course, there's a lot of people who came to Austin and left, or came to Houston and left, because they were being relocated. So a lot of those people came back to our areas, which then even further dealt inventory issues. So we saw a huge appreciation. In fact, we saw massive appreciation, never before the likes have been seen before. And I always like to show my little appreciation guide here, just to prove the point of exactly what I'm talking about when it comes to these types of massive appreciation. So I'm going to show you this one. We're just cruising along at 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016. And if you look between 2013 and 2018, we went from 150 to about 225. We are adding about $25,000 worth of appreciation to our properties or less a year. And so we found about a 1% to a 2% gain in appreciation is what our Texas markets have been doing since going back all the way to the end of the foreclosure crisis, which I would, if I had to pinpoint a time where our market shifted, would be 2011 is where we saw the normal thing come back. 2015, there were no more short sales at all. 2018, our market had changed. So I start at this really at the 2018, but we are moving up at a steady pace until we get to 2020. And what happened between 2020 and 2022? What was the median price in 2020 and what was the median price in 2022? It went from what to what?
250 to 400,000.
That's crazy talk. That's not possible. Did that really happen?
According to your
do that?
graph.
We really did that. We really just went from 250,000 and poof, next thing you know, we are at 400,000. Now, our 400,000 went down to 350. And what did the news say? The market's crashing.
Yeah.
The market's crashing. Everyone, hurry. But if you just kind of erase the little squiggle from 2020 to 2022, which is not real appreciation and shouldn't have happened because it literally is crazy talk, you're sitting here at 2023. In fact, the 2023 numbers were higher still than had it not happened at all, because we would be sitting about 275 if you look at my arrow and you watch that arrow and that normal appreciation. So conversations we're having with our clients is the appreciation over COVID, even in 2024 today, we are still higher than prior to 2022. And if you take that trend line up, we're exactly where we should be right now. And over the last 3 weekends, we have seen the market heating up. We've seen more people showing up at open houses, more of our agents closing transactions. In fact, July and August are shaping up to be 2 of the best months that we've had in 4 years. So I hope you guys have not gotten into the cycle of, well, you know, the May, the March, April, May felt slow, and everyone was like, I'm just gonna back off this. I'm not gonna work and try so hard. Right now is when it's happening. Right now, this weekend, I'm literally telling you, we're gonna see more pendings happen this weekend than we have in the last 8 weekends, and maybe even multiple weekends combined. So the market is changing right beneath your feet. So I hope you guys seize the day, carpe diem, and get out there and do some open houses this weekend. Because as Miguel was saying, Jack, you need to send out an email because I've never seen so many pendings. The agents are closing a lot of transactions, and he's hearing from agents, yeah, the just market's not really that great. All right. So if we look at this trend line and where we are in price, and now the market's heating up, and what are the Feds talking about right now?
Dropping the interest rate.
That is going to be the catalyst that's going to set our market back on fire. We need it. We need that to happen. And they're going to. And in fact, they're shaming the Feds right now for knowing that the job numbers were incorrect and they didn't go ahead and lower the interest rates in their last session. So there is clear evidence that there will be a reduction. And in fact, the stock market has already rallied to an all-time high closing bell of 14,000. I don't know what it means, 24,000. 24,000 higher than it closed ever before, just because they know that the Feds are going to be reducing the interest rates, and that's what our market needs. And so this is a good time to be in real estate right this moment. If this was March, I would say, you know, it's going to be a couple months before we see a really good correction happen. And the good news is, whenever you have a pent-up demand, or whenever you see compression on the market, you always see the rebound effect. And the rebound effect is going to begin happening right now. The 2021 to 2022 market was marked by, like I just showed you, significant gains in home equity like never before seen before, lightning fast sales, throwing people in a whirlwind, people throwing in fact, Gilbert Sauceda, he works with Deandra in our media department. Many of you know Gilbert. He probably took your headshot when you came in. I sold his home. I've known Gilbert for many, many years. He's a personal friend of mine, and I asked him to come work with Lisa and I. I worked with him actually even at our realtor organization. I pulled him in to do some media for us when we were creating Central Texas Regional MLS. When I sold his home, it was during this crazy time. He received 60 offers on his home. And he had a helmet. Actually, he had a jersey on his wall in his studio. And one of the buyers noticed that he had a jersey, and this buyer thought to himself, okay, this guy likes that team. He's a Patriots fan. Got it. I happen to have a Patriots helmet signed by a very famous Patriot player. So this particular buyer took a picture of his prized possession, his worldly prized possession, which was a signed Patriot helmet and a signed worldly Patriot coupon from one of the All-Star games, and offered it along with the purchase of the home. And he still didn't get the house because he still wasn't the home, still wasn't the winner, because even though Gilbert really, really wanted that helmet, he really, really wanted the highest offer, even more than that. And so we saw crazy things happening during this time period, as many of you who were in the market at that time also witnessed some crazy things. Homes selling for hundreds of thousands of dollars over asking price. In some cases, homes selling for millions of dollars. There's multiple examples in the MLS where you can go search now, where the OLP original list price was $1 million lower than the close price, meaning that that multiple offer situation spanned. Now that was a $2.4 million home that sold for 3.6, so it's like $1.15 million that it sold over. No matter price range, no matter what, everything was going because we had no inventory. And so we saw this huge, crazy appreciation happening. Now, what happens when people bought during this time? What were the interest rates at this moment?
Two.
Anybody remember?
In the twos.
Is that where we are now?
No.
Where was the high of the interest rates?
Threes.
And then now in the last year, what was the high?
Sevens.
7.5,
We breached 8 for a very short time.
7.5.
Well, we did breach 8. So we went from 2 to 8. That's a doubling, and then a doubling again. And so in less than a year, our interest rates doubled, and then they doubled again. That also is the fastest interest rate hike we've ever had. And in fact, the hikes that the interest rates that we received, the interest rate hikes happened faster than the reduction of the rates during the foreclosure crisis and from 2008 to 2010. And those were the, we were sitting around 8, in some cases 9 back in 07, 08, when they started reducing the interest rates to spur the economy. Why they want to mess with our profession to fix the economy, I don't know, but I've never been pleased about this. So here we go. They want us to talk about the market. They want us to remind you guys about the 2022, because, you know, some of us are trying to have amnesia and try to forget that that existed. But those people who bought a home during that time period, when it was at the peak, they're going to be in a situation, aren't they?
Yep.
Because they're in it for the long haul, aren't they? Now, a lot of them brought a massive amount of cash to the table. A lot of these things were also appraising, by the way, which is just, I mean, I don't even know what to say about that. But the people who did bring hundreds of thousands of dollars, are they going to see that money? Most likely not. But if they brought hundreds of thousands of dollars to the table, maybe it's not a short sell. Maybe in their mind it's a short sell because they're not going to get what they have in their home back, but they bought the loan payment down. The loan balance was low because the cash portion was high. So $400,000 home, they brought $200,000 to the table. They have a $200,000 loan balance. That home is worth $250,000 today. They can sell that home and walk away. They're not underwater. A short sell is when the value of the home is less than what the repayment is to the bank, meaning that they literally can't close without pulling out their checkbook and writing a check, selling their home and writing a check. Cash has to come to the table. Now, a lot of things can happen in that scenario. If it's off a little bit and you got a buyer that's really interested in the home, maybe the buyer's willing to bring extra money to the table to buy out the seller's loan. But if it's a big margin, $25,000 in this market, are you going to sell a home $25,000 over asking price in the market that we have today?
Yeah.
Probably unlikely. Probably seriously unlikely, because what do buyers have now that they didn't have in 2021 and 2022?
Higher interest rates.
Choices. Right? They had choices. They don't have, the buyers have a ton of choices right now. They can go and pick between 20 houses, and maybe those 20 houses offer them something that is just at the same quality of life. But in 2021, they would go to 15 houses in a row, and every time they tried to buy one, they would lose out on it. So they kept having to get, they would lose the first one. And we knew when we had it working with the client back in 2021, okay, you want to come in at asking price? You're never gonna get the home. Yeah, but maybe. No, not maybe. You're not gonna get the home. Well, but maybe. No, not but maybe. You're not going to get the house. They already have 20 offers. List price is not going to make it. You're probably going to be at 50,000. Well, let's just put in list price and see what happens. So we knew that we were gonna have a journey with this client, that we're gonna have to get burned 4 or 5 or 6 times and lose out 5 or 6 times before they learned that, okay, I do have to go over. And then finally, on the 6th or 7th time, they'd lose their mind and they would be the one that won. So now at that time, the rates were low, as Suzanne Gattner said. Rates were a lot lower. But then we had this inversion thing happen. And then we had the triple whammy. We had high appreciation. And when the home values go up, what also goes up at the same time? Maybe think appraisal district.
Oh, taxes.
Yeah, the property taxes go up. So, and our property tax is a big part of someone's mortgage, PITI. It is huge. In fact, it's more than the interest. So when the value goes up, the property taxes go up. But not only did our values go up and our property taxes went up, but what else went up? We've been talking about almost all morning. The interest rates. So now we have a triple whammy. We have the property values going up, the interest rates going up, the property taxes going up. And has insurance gone down?
No.
No, insurance has gone up. So there's the quadruple whammy that buyers are experiencing in today's market. And we're wondering why things have not been crazy busy for us in Texas in the last year and a half, because we have a true affordability crisis caused by the feds. Now the feds are coming to us and saying, we're going to be working to try to figure out how we're going to address affordable housing. How about leave our interest rates alone? That's a good place to start. But they did manipulate the rates. Now we're seeing that Texas did some amazing things as part of this to try to reduce the property taxes. What did we do in Texas to try to help bring property tax relief?
Homestead exemption.
Okay, what about the homestead exemption specifically, Mike?
It was raised more than double. I think the old one was 25,000.
It was 40.
It was 40. And what is it now, at 100,000?
Yep. So they raised the homestead exemption from 40,000 to 100,000, which means what that really means is that they take $100,000 off the assessed value of the home before they apply the tax rate. So for most homeowners, that was about $1,500 a year difference. That was a big, big deal. So the state of Texas have been trying to figure out how we can lower the property tax bill. Insurance companies are not going to lower the insurance. So that's just we're going to push this one off the table and not have a conversation about it at the moment. But I will say that the prices are coming down again, which means the assessments are coming down, and we also see the rates coming down. And so now we're seeing all of these things come down. So home affordability is there again. However, there are some people sitting with a balloon, bad word in real estate, because there is something called a balloon payment, but they have this huge loan sitting there that is higher than what they can possibly repay. And they're stuck in their home. Now, again, some people wrote a big check, so they're not in a short sale scenario, but some people mortgaged a lot of that in, and trying to sell the home today is problematic because they can't pay off the loan. Now, I've told you this whole story. What is one small nugget of information that can be really helpful with that particular borrower if they have a VA or FHA loan and their loan balance is really, really high? What is something that's very special about their loan at that time that might help you get their home sold even though you have a high loan balance?
Transferable.
Assumable.
Okay. So someone can assume their loan. And if that loan is sitting there at 2%, what does that really mean for the new borrower? Now, maybe you're looking at a loan that is in hardship. We have to be careful about this because what happens if you assume a loan that is a distressed loan? The baggage and the credit along with that loan is affected to the new borrower. So, but there could be scenarios where they've maintained their payments. It's not late. And guess what? They may be able to assume that loan at 2%. And has anyone ever gone to Bankrate and looked at the difference, bankrate.com, which is an amortization schedule, and it shows how much interest you're going to pay over the long haul of really what the difference is between 2% and maybe let's just say today is 6%. Has anyone ever done that? And do you know what that really looks like? Is it significant? Is it $5,000 difference? Is it $10,000 difference?
Big.
What is it really?
Big. Hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Yeah, so let's just look at 400,000 because let's just say that that was a decent price in the 2021-20 market. And let's say their interest rate was 2%. Okay, so we got a, just from these numbers alone, we've got $400,000 loan, 30-year repayment at a 2% interest rate. We see a $1,400 monthly payment. We see 132, I guess I'm not sharing my screen even though I thought I was. I'm sorry. $400,000 loan, 30 years, 2% interest rate, monthly payment, $1,478. Y'all see that? What is the total interest paid over 30 years?
132,000.
Okay, so let's take this and let's just say right now we're looking at 6.5. What is the total interest paid now?
Woo! $400,000 difference.
Okay, so let's do that again. $510,000 over 30 years, interest paid. You're talking about a repayment on a $400,000 loan at 6.5. You're paying $910,000 for that home over the course of 30 years. We take this 2% here, and again, it's gone down by, like Gantner said, $400,000. So if they're able to short sell a home, and that $400,000 home becomes $375,000, what's better? Buying a short sell at $25,000 less than market value, or assuming their loan and saving $400,000 over 30 years?
Assuming.
So when we look in the rear view mirror, if the rates are higher than they are today, assuming a loan is probably not going to happen. But if we look in the rearview mirror and the rates are lower than they are today, then an assumption is something that is going to be very advantageous. Now, not all loans are assumable. It's not realistic to try to assume a conventional loan, but VA, FHA, governmental backed loans, they're guaranteed to be assumable as long as the buyer can qualify. So if they can qualify for a loan at 6%, they're certainly going to be able to qualify for a loan at 2% because the numbers are just much better. So if someone is sitting with a hardship scenario where they did buy this home for $400,000 and now it's worth $350,000 and they've mortgaged $380,000 and they have to write a check for $30,000 to get out of that home, maybe the agent should be looking at the real value and maybe be sitting with $400,000 value that the agent didn't even think about, know about, or know to ask about. So sometimes you're sitting on a gold nugget and didn't even know. In fact, not only are you sitting on a gold nugget, but it looks like you're sitting on a hot potato. It looks like you're sitting with a scenario that says these people have, the bank 400,000, And we can't sell this thing for more than 375. So you take commissions and closing costs and the $25,000 that they owe, and they're going to have to short sell this home because they have to move and they're in a certified hardship scenario. Well, maybe, just
Do you
maybe,
have a
you-
seller's disclosure for your listing at
hey,
2156?
Jennifer, you have a
Sorry.
hot mic.
Sorry.
That's okay. Just maybe you're able to negotiate a deal that is going to keep them out of short sale in the first place because they're sitting with a FHA loan at 2%, and that you can negotiate a little bit higher of a sales price because the payment's going to be significantly different. Look at the monthly payment here, $1,478 at this 2% loan. And at 6.75, all of a sudden it went to $2,500. And so you're looking at $1,100 more. So maybe they're more than happy to write a check for $40,000 to get an $1,100 payment for the next 30 years less. So I want you guys to be able to be looking holistically at the entire scenario when you're dealing with a distressed borrower. What is your rate? What type of loan do you have? And then we're going to look at all scenarios to figure out whether we have to short sell this, because loan assumption is just one of the many tools that are in our toolbox to help them through the distress scenario. Okay,
Yeah.
it is break time. It is 10:01. I'm going to take you on break. We're going to come back at 10:11. And so I'll see you all back after our first break.
Yeah, you wouldn't sell that house on the list price, you'd sell it on the monthly payment.
1,000%. The attractivity of purchasing that home, just the marketability of the home is going to be more in the payment than anything else. I agree.
I love that, Jack.
Good stuff. How are you?
It is good stuff. That's really good stuff.
Go grab some coffee, everyone, soda, and I'll see you back in 10.
Also, whoever has their video titled 12106, I can't see your face and I have no idea who you are. If you want credit, please let me know.
What did you say, Lisa?
I was saying there's somebody that is labeled 12106 without a name, and I don't know who it is. I also put it in the chat, but they still have not.
Oh, yeah, I saw that. And plus you can't see her face.
I can't see her face, so obviously she's not paying attention now, so I'll try again at the beginning of class. Pamela,
Yes,
hey, I didn't know who you were because I can't see your face, but do you know how to change your name? Because you're 12106 right now.
no.
Okay, you go up, when you hover on your screen where you see your face, there's 3 little bubbles.
Yeah, I don't see my face either. What I see is Jack's screen.
Okay, well, Jack's gonna co-host me and I'll change your name. But try to make sure that all I can see is the top of your head. Are you using your cell phone?
No, I'm on my HP. I'm on my big computer.
Okay, well, so your face should be about center screen so we can, there you go, that's probably
That
better.
better?
Yeah, I was like, who
So
is
what if I sit down in my little stool here?
I can see you now, but all I could see before was your little ponytail and I was like, who is that?
Okay, is that better?
Yeah, we gotcha.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Welcome back from break, everyone. I'm trying to turn off my music because I don't know why it seems to always want to now play a second song. We are in page 5 in your book if you want to follow along. We were talking about the first hour, a little bit about what is a distressed property, what is the entire gig of being a real estate agent and helping a seller with a distressed property. That word and how we should address that word and whether that word is productive, distressed, in talking with borrowers or buyers about the property, and what's happened to our market and what are some tools that we can bring out of our toolbox to try to help a seller who may be distressed stop from short selling at all, because maybe they're sitting on a huge valuable loan because the interest rate was lower. So regardless of markets, whether our market is good or whether it's bad, and whether it's good or bad is always depicting on what side of the transaction you are in that moment. Because when a market is bad for buyers, it's good for sellers. When it's good for sellers, it's bad for buyers. So it always favors someone. And over the long haul, real estate always goes up, although there are certain situations in the short term where it may seem really good or really bad. But over the long haul, it always seems to just continually increase. Distressed properties exist in every kind of market because unfortunately, people experience hardships in all seasons of their lives. There are hardship scenarios I'm going to share. This is not for the faint of heart, but over the years, these are some of the types of hardship scenarios that I have dealt with as a short sale agent. Loss of a wife in Iraq. Actually, it was Afghanistan. She was killed in the line of duty. Husband was in a hardship scenario, and although there are survivor benefits, that's not going to address for the mental health aspects of it, and that property did short sell. Today, now, there are some laws enacted to provide more benefits than existed at that time. Other types of scenarios that I have found myself in, I sold a family home and their daughter drowned in the pool. That family also mental health situation. I mean, just unbelievably painful situation. They also ended up short selling that property. Less of the immediate family death scenario, lots of people found themselves without work, or found a situation where someone was working at Dell for many, many years and laid off, or not able to find a job, and found themselves just with a lack of income. And that's usually where these hardship scenarios come from. It's usually less about an event in the family with death, and it's usually more about a job loss or a containment of income. And so people lose jobs all, whether the market's good or bad. We see people being laid off at Dell. Some of the largest layoff of all time at Dell was happening in a good market. And so that means that we need to be asking our sellers at the listing appointment why they're selling. And remember, that's confidential. So you take that to the grave with you unless they sign a document with you stating that you can tell a third party why they're selling. But also, you have to ask the question, are you current with your mortgage? That's also a line item on our seller disclosure. and it's a line item on our seller's disclosure, which came from that line item didn't used to be there, but it would say, are you current with your mortgage? Do you have any impact with a divorce scenario? And all of these things have been added to our seller's disclosure over the years because we have found situations that over and over and over again led a property to foreclosure, or it couldn't sell, and because the agent didn't ask the right questions. And so when we find these things happening often, TREC gets involved, adds into the seller's disclosure, and it helps us. But sometimes people are embarrassed. They don't want to tell anyone that they're in a hardship scenario because they feel like if they check the box that says that they're in a hardship scenario, that they're going to pull out all of the people trying to lowball them on the home and look at that particular borrower as someone who is overly motivated, and it's going to send the wrong signal to the market, and it's going to make them not sell the home for as much as they possibly can. So if they are in a hardship scenario, we have to be in communication, like I said, with their lender. We're going to talk about that a lot today, in the communication that you're going to have with the loan servicer, so that you have authorization to speak with them. Because without the borrower signing a document, giving you authorization to talk with their loan servicer, you have no right to speak to them at all. So at the listing appointment, you can, however, say, let's get your mortgage, let's talk to the loan servicer if you find out that they are late. And at the listing appointment, get your listing agreement signed and say, okay, let's call the loan servicer and get them on the line. They're going to ask them for the phone number. They're going to sit on hold for a while. They're going to answer the phone, and then the borrower can provide you access. And you can either be on speakerphone and both talk to the loan servicer together, or they can just give you authorization, and then you can pick up the phone and have a conversation with them and be asking the questions. What type of loan is this? If it's FHA loan, can you verify VA loan status? Great. Now we know that it's at least assumable. We know what type of short sale it would be, and order a payoff so that they can start a payoff, which takes a couple of days. You can really see what's going on with some of the fees, because some of the fees, if it is in pre-foreclosure, there's going to be some attorney fees that's not going to show up on their bank statement showing what their loan balance is, because so we're going to need to order a payoff so we know what we're really looking at. And then what is your procedure for opening a short sale with your institution? And then they will send a short sale packet or send you to their website where you can start filling out the documents, and let them know that you will be listing the home and has a foreclosure date been set. Write that somewhere in your book, because that is the #1 most important question listing agents need to be asking their sellers if they find out that they are behind in their payments, is, has a foreclosure date been set? If the date has been set, that means it's on the foreclosure docket. And with most counties in Texas having the foreclosures, tax sales and foreclosure sales happening the first Tuesday of the month, then you can go and search the docket to see if that property is actually on the docket. And even then, sometimes they're added at the very last moment. And so you need to ask the servicer, is there a date set, and get and talk with the servicer about what they can do to pull that from the docket. And they're going to tell you, yes, send us over a listing agreement, and find out from them exactly what those criteria are for that particular loan servicer, and follow their instructions to a T. I will tell you that a reason that so many short sales were what they would laughingly call long sales, the reason they would take 6 months to a year to close, is because the listing agent wasn't sending the correct documents in the right order at the right time to the right place. If they are missing a bank statement page 6 from 3 years ago, and they say they're missing it, they will not approve the short sale. And if you don't send it to them in the time, they will close the file and you have to start all over again. And it might take 2 weeks just to get back in touch with a different negotiator, and it very well may be a negotiator. And the negotiators at the banks, at the institutions, they often have a life cycle at the bank of about 3 months before they quit. It's very high intense, stressful job. So they disappear. So the next thing you know, who's going to be the next person? Letter comes in the mail. Usually 3 or 4 weeks after you're already talking to the person, telling you that the last person's gone, because their letters come much later in the process. So then what we found that works is on a twice a week schedule, be calling and checking in with them and trying to find out if whoever answers the phone can look into the system to look to see if there's any notes and what's going on with my file. Because the loan servicers, whoever's assigned to your account, probably is going to call you on a cycle of once every 3 weeks because they're cycling through their files. And if they've got a huge heavy load, if we're in a situation where there are a lot of short sales, or that department at that bank is experiencing a lot of short sales at that time, and it could be that maybe we're in a good market and they only have 2 short sell people even in the entire bank, and they've got 20 files. And so it's a huge heavy load because they just don't have the staff. And so they're going to always be understaffed in those departments because they're going to try to figure out how they can cut costs on all of that in the first place and work their people hard. It is a high stress job, and people don't last long in that profession. So we know that we're always trying to find out, is this the person still assigned to my account? Is there any new notes, and how are things going? And they'll tell you, oh, yeah, well, it looks like we did receive your email or your fax or your Equator, whatever system that they want us to communicate to them using. There was a document missing, and so we need that document. One thing that I have found that works is, and this is going to seem counterintuitive to a digital world, is I want you to either print everything out and get a big magic marker and write page 1 at the top, page 2, and all the way through, because your short sale packet could be 200, 300 pages long, because they're going to want a hardship letter from the borrower. We're going to provide you a list of the documents that the lender is going to ask for, but in the short sale book, but every lender is going to have their own requirements of what they're going to ask for. But historically, they want to see a hardship letter. They want to see bank statements. They want to see check stubs. They want to see the listing agreement. They want to see the offer from the buyer. They want to see special short sale addendums. They want to see special language and special provisions regarding the short sale. They're going to ask that the offer have certain criteria, like the lender's not going to pay for a title policy. That has to be on the buyer side. They're only willing to pay up to $2,000 in buyer closing costs, or whatever that number is. And so if the more you can learn about what they're going to be willing to accept in terms of certain provisions of the contract, sometimes they'll share with you, or you'll get a counter. And if you get a counter, it's a beautiful thing, because if they counter your offer, now you know what they'll accept, and now you can say approve short sale, and now you're on your way to the closing table because you can give them what they want. But before then, it's like modeling close to the lender. Will you take this one? Does this one look good? How about this one? Does it look nice? Which is completely backwards real estate, because they don't tell you what they'll accept. So you don't know how to list it. So you have to magically know how to list this property at the price that's going to get them at the net that they'll accept. So you're accepting an offer between buyer and seller, having no idea if the lender will accept it. And if the lender says no, then the buyer has to be told, sorry, this isn't going to happen. And a seller doesn't have an out to a contract. So we have to include a short sale addendum. And the short sale addendum, which is a promulgated form that TREC has as part of their forms library, that basically says that this is subject to lender approval. And if the lender says no, it's no. So this whole thing can come falling apart. So oftentimes, a buyer agent should the very first question a buyer should ask the listing agent is this an approved short sale? Can I see a copy of your approval letter from the loan servicer? Well, we don't have that yet. Got it. Am I the first offer? Yeah, okay. So I'm the one that you're modeling the close on. Got it. So you very well may have a listing agent that accepts an offer, 50,000, 75,000, 100,000, and they encourage their seller to accept that offer, all with the guise of knowing that they're going to get a counter from the loan servicer, and that counter is going to be the real price that the loan servicer is going to accept. They counter the buyer, and the buyer was expecting 300,000, not 400,000, and told all their family and friends that they're getting a deal of a lifetime, all to get a counter to find out, no, they're countering you for $75,000 more. And the buyer says, oh, no, I'm out. So now the seller now has an approved short sale. At least they know what the lenders have taken in the past. There's a good chance that they're going to take that in the future. So either they have an approved short sale, or at least they have a number recently that they countered at, so they can readjust the price in the MLS and actually get the right numbers together. So a good listing agent who knows short sales, or let's just say an experienced short sell listing agent, probably a better term, is going to understand that the bank is willing to accept about an 18% loss, and that they are not going to recommend that a seller take an offer that comes in drastically lower. Because as soon as buyers find out it's a short sale, they're thinking they can steal a property. But that doesn't mean that it's going to go anywhere, and it very well could land the seller in foreclosure if they have a tight timeline in the first place and the buyer had no interest in buying the property for 14% under market value. They were more looking at 35 or 40 or 50%, and they get a counter and they bail, and you're now trying to get another buyer under contract, and in that meantime, it actually foreclosed. So we're dealing with serious stuff, and we have to know kind of what the banks are doing in the background, what the buyer behavior is going to be, and the buyer agent's going to be what their behavior is going to be. Usually it's just a lack of knowledge and understanding of what the banks will do. They come in very low. The seller's like, I don't care. The bank's going to take a loss on this. So how do I know what they're going to take a loss? I'll just sign anything to get this mortgage off my back. And literally everyone has now crafted a scenario to land them in foreclosure. So glad you're in this class. Wish more people were taking this class, because knowing how to approach this stuff, obviously, as you're learning now, is very, very critical. Distressed properties exist every market type. As long as there's financial hardships, there will be distressed properties. COVID 2019 relief programs suppressed foreclosures. Remember, during 2019, all you had to do was tell your lender that you would like to be added to their forbearance program. And forbearances for all, free forbearances. Anybody who wants one can have one. And those forbearances cost us a little bit of grief, because when a mortgage is in forbearance, if it actually was in forbearance, it actually goes against the borrower's credit. Now, they're trying to sell that home and buy another one. They find out that their mortgage was in forbearance, even though they maintained their payments and they never missed a payment. It was all over the news. It was everywhere during COVID times that said, you might as well just call and tell your lender that you would like a forbearance. That way, if you are in a hardship scenario and you can't make your payment, you won't lose your home. So a lot of people, just as a safeguard, asked the banks to create the forbearance, not realizing that it was going to impact them later. 2021 saw the lowest foreclosure filing rate in more than a decade. After relief programs expired, there was a surge in foreclosures, and people talked about that. People were saying, especially in places like California, where they continued pushing forward and the tenants were in the home and the tenants weren't paying rent because they couldn't evict the tenant. Just like in Texas, we had a prohibition against evicting a tenant for not paying rent during COVID. But the homeowner, the investor, was still supposed to pay their mortgage payment. So you had investors writing mortgage payments and tenants in the home who were not paying. And if you had a hobby investor who had 3 or 4 investment properties, maybe they couldn't weather that storm. Maybe they couldn't make 4 house payments during COVID. And if they themselves found themselves into a true hardship scenario. So we knew that for those tenants who had been in a home for 6 months to a year without paying rent, well, the moment that the landlords could evict them, they would. And the moment the prohibition against foreclosure filings were lifted, that we would see this inventory hit the market. And what was interesting is we waited for it to hit the market. We waited for it to hit the market, and they were sold in packages to Blackstone or BlackRock and other huge asset management companies, where that inventory actually never did hit our market. And is that a good thing? I think that the soundbite was that we didn't see a lot of short sales and foreclosures hitting the market, so people felt like the market was doing better. But there was a lot of secret inventory that got sold off to asset management companies in groups of 100 at a time. They were bundling them and selling distressed assets at 100, and you got whatever you got when you purchased them. So we didn't see that inventory like we needed, but then we would see the lease listings hitting the market and increasing because they were immediately turned into investment properties. Until our inventory after 2021, 2022 slowly started rising. We saw more rentals than we did homes for sale, and we needed borrowers to be buying homes, but we saw more and more rental hitting the market. And In reality, because a lot of people had damaged credit coming out of the COVID scenarios, we did see a lot of lower FICO scores and people not being able to qualify. So the federal government reduced, FHA, VA reduced, well, there is no limit for FICO score on a VA loan, by the way. So if your lender is saying that their FICO score is too low, you're dealing with a lender who has additional overlays on top of VA. VA does not have a minimum FICO score. FHA does. So we saw FHA reducing the FICO score from 620 to 600 to 580, trying to help people be able to purchase a home. So year over year, 2021 to 2022, we saw home equity increase by 30%, negative equity fell by 18%, and we saw the national homeowner equity increase. 27.8% increase, $3.6 trillion. We're talking about this huge bubble, and I'm not going to call it a bubble, but this appreciation level event that happened. Some people took advantage of that and sold during that time period, made out like a bandit. Some people didn't. But during that time, there was a massive amount of equity that was being built up by homeowners. Then we talked about this a little bit. High mortgage interest rates affected the market, lowered demand from the buyers because of affordability issues. When a buyer can make $5,000 to $6,000 a month and afford to buy a home, that's the sweet spot, especially for Austin market. And $4,000 a month is the sweet spot for the Houston market. When all of a sudden now they needed $8,000 a month to buy a home, that meant that the average person was no longer able to afford a home without dual incomes, which significantly lowered buyer demand just because of affordability. So home price growth slowed, the appreciation slowed, and then the longer days on market hit, which of course, when you have more days on market, in order for a seller who needs to sell, they have to reduce their price down to what a buyer can afford. So when the interest rates goes up, a seller has to reduce the cost of their home. And of course, the federal government is manipulating the interest rates on purpose to try to cool down this inflation that was created from what happened during COVID when they had the free money for all. Whether the economists will look back at that time period and say that that was a smart move or not, I think we're not there yet where we can really determine. But I can tell you that the money was needed at the time. A lot of people use that for food. How that dealt with the $35 trillion that we have sitting with the national debt right now, and how we're going to address that in the future is yet untold, because we're going to have to deal with this debt from borrowing money and giving it to the people during a national pandemic. What do you do? Federal government had to make choices in the moment to make sure that people had food on the table. Defining a distressed property. When a homeowner tries to sell their home, the proceeds of the sale are not sufficient to pay off the mortgage, plus the liens. Now, how many of you have ever heard of an 80-10-10 or 80-15-5 or an 80-10-10? How many of you have heard of these? When I say 80-15-5, what am I talking about?
You lower your down payment to the lower percentage on a conventional loan by getting second loan.
Okay, so when I'm talking about an 80-15-5, I'm talking about a borrower who took out two loans. They took out a first with an 80% LTV, that's an 80% loan to value, and a second. They borrowed 15% more. So they borrowed 80% of the loan, and then they borrowed 15% more, and then they paid 5% cash. So they put 5% down, and they borrowed the rest, but they borrowed the rest in two different loans. Why would they borrow the rest in two different loans? What would be advantageous about that?
Not paying MIP.
Okay, so the value would be to have your major loan amount sitting in a 20% loan to value, which means you're not going to pay mortgage insurance, MI or MIP, the mortgage insurance premium. Now, you're also borrowing the 15, and the 15 very well have mortgage insurance. So you're going to have mortgage insurance, but the borrower can't, you're gonna pay the mortgage and premium on the 15%, not the 80%. So it's gonna be a little bit less, although the interest rate on the 15% that they're borrowing is a little bit more. So for those of you kind of scratching your head trying to figure out what I'm talking about, I am going to draw a map for you. So they borrow
And the
80%.
15% is at a shorter period.
So not always. That you can get a 30-year second and a 30-year first, but the 80%, this is a loan. It has no mortgage insurance, no MI. Then they're going to also take a second. So maybe the 80%, maybe that is back then. Maybe that was at 2.5%. Maybe that was the rate. Now, are they going to get a second for 2.5% also? And it just be
No.
no. Probably the second is going to be more like 6%. And this one has no MI. This one is going to have MI, but it's going to be a mortgage insurance on default insurance for this 15%. This 15%, very risky. Very, very risky for a lender. Why is this one risky for a lender? Why is the second risky?
I don't know. We had a second and we only had to pay the interest on it. We didn't have to pay the principal until
Well,
we
yeah,
sold the house.
you can get an ARM second. You can do all kinds of seconds and all kinds of different flavors and colors. You do have to pay it off eventually, but you can have what's called a no amortization loan, which means you can just pay the interest on it forever and never touch the principal. But why is this one more risky?
Less skin in the game for the buyer.
I'm talking about for the lender. Why is it more risky for the lender?
Is it
It's
not
the
secured by the asset?
What? Say that again?
Not secured by the asset, maybe, or is it?
It is secured by the asset.
Okay.
But remember,
It's in second position.
all right. So now let's talk about that. When we talk about the foreclosure, when you foreclose, there is a order in which that the foreclosure happens. So on the deed, you're going to have an order and how they appear on the deed. They're going to ask this to be what's called in first position. So this is first position, meaning that whatever proceeds make it are going to go to pay off this first. And maybe there's no proceeds left to touch the second. And often the second gets truncated completely and the second have no foreclosure proceedings, because if the property forecloses, junior liens are all but cut off. They will receive nothing. And this is considered a junior lien because it has a junior position, not a primary position in the foreclosure process. So part of the process, the entire foreclosure process is all about dealing with any type of lien against the property. And they're cleaning the liens, they're removing the liens, because when you foreclose on a property, they don't have the asset, they have to take the asset away, they're buying the property back, and they're going to cut all the liens off the property. And these are liens. You got a first lien of 80% and a second lien, but you also might have other liens. What are some other liens that might be on the property?
Water,
HOA.
solar.
Okay.
Mechanic.
Is an HOA going to be before or after? So let's say that we know that this is primary. Now this is going to be what's called a junior. And even junior liens have an order. So as an HOA, is it going to be superior to a junior lien, a junior mortgage, or is it going to be below it?
Superior.
This is going to be in the first position. This is going to be in second position. And now we have state laws that say that a home cannot foreclose to HOA. So the HOA is going to be here. What else?
Tax liens are superior.
Okay. And where do tax liens go?
At the very top.
Okay. Tax liens will be paid off, and then they don't even show up on the deed. You may have a tax filing, but the taxes get paid off first. And if there's no money left over after paying the tax, all of this gets truncated and no one gets any money. So it's all very important that we understand the priority in which that these things foreclose and who gets money, because the lenders are making the determination of what the interest rate is going to be based on their exposure and their liability and their risk factor. So junior liens have a very high risk factor, which means they have a much, much higher rate. So in this scenario, you have an 80, 15, 5. They borrowed 80%. The goal here is to pay off the 15 as fast as possible. So then you're sitting with an 80% loan to value and not paying mortgage insurance for the rest of your loan for life. There was a time where mortgage insurance would automatically fall off on a FHA loan, and that's not the case anymore. The mortgage insurance stays on for the life of the FHA loan. Maybe not for conventional anymore. And VA, the beautiful thing about VA is there's never been mortgage insurance and there never will be mortgage insurance on a VA loan. Never say never, but just like we said that VAs would never ever pay for a real estate agent's commission, and they just changed that. So I'm not gonna say forever, but never before in history has it been that way. Diane, I see your hand up.
Okay, so are you saying if it gets sold and it pays off the primary, that the borrower is still liable for the remaining liens?
If a property forecloses, then the foreclosure process is going to strip all of these properties, and they can file liens against the borrower and try to follow the borrower and try to recoup their losses from the borrower. But in a foreclosure process, the property is stripped. It is sold at tax sale or it's sold at a foreclosure sale, and whatever money is left over at the sale, whatever money is brought in from the sale, it's going to get paid down this trickle. First, it's going to be applied to tax liens. Second, it's going to be applied to the 80%. And if any monies are left over, they're going to be applied to the junior and then the HOA and then the water softener. You see? So this is the order in which money is going to happen. Now, in a short sale scenario, these guys, in a short sale scenario, you have to negotiate with both of these at the same time. And now and by the way, you're negotiating with all of these simultaneously. And I've had scenarios that the home actually foreclosed. How many of you are familiar with Shadow Glen? They have a lot of these homes that are 4,022 square feet, huge homes. One of them I was that was in short sale. I was helping my seller try to sell that property, and we had it approved from the bank, but it had a water softener lien, and the water softener lien was $5,000, and they would not negotiate with us. The buyer had brought all the money that they could to the table. We were selling the property at the approved short sale price. We could not work it out, and the property foreclosed because of the water softener. And the water softener was higher than the commission because it was like $185,000. And so even if I gave my entire commission, it would still. Now,
so the buyer is the one who has to pay these off then at closing.
the buyer's funds have to be sufficient enough to pay all of these off. So you're going to the bank and saying, hey, guys, what are you willing to do? Because this is going to go to foreclosure, especially these guys over here, the junior liens. This is going to foreclosure and you're going to get nothing. So how much will you agree to? And they're like, well, how about 5,000? That would be good for us, because 5,000 is better than no 1,000, which is usually what happens in a foreclosure sale where there's junior liens. So maybe they have $80,000 that is owed, and maybe that they're going to agree to 5,000. Now remember, they usually have protections against loss for up to a certain amount. So on a junior lien, maybe they have protections from the federal government that's going to assure them against loss for 20%. And so the primary loans, they have insurance, which is the mortgage insurance. If it's an FHA loan, they are insured. So the banks are insured for these loans. So they are now trying to figure out how they're going to move forward here. 18% is usually the most that they're willing to short sell these properties for here. So they're willing to come down 18%. That's it. So now how much these people are willing to come down. And HOAs typically will not budge at all, not even a cent. And these water softeners, these Tesla batteries, these solar panels where people have mortgaged against the property, those become the biggest problems because it's those liens that they don't want. They're like, no, we're not going to budge. They need to pay us. They owe us this money. And so these become the biggest problems that we have because they are liens against the property and the property can't sell until all the liens are lifted. So you're negotiating with the primary lender, any junior loans against the property. You're negotiating with the HOA for any back HOA dues if there are failed unpaid HOA assessments against the property and any liens against the property. So you as an agent now are negotiating with all of them. And it's really a game of wits. Are they really going to foreclose? Or are they just trying to short sell it, but they're still willing to save themselves from foreclosure by writing a check? So all of these people, they want bank statements. They want to know exactly how much the seller has in their bank account. They want to know their 401ks. They want a letter from the employer stating that there's no retirement accounts that are able to be liquidated, no 401 accounts that are being liquidated. They want a copy of their credit report because they will pull an entire credit report to look to see what's there. And they want to see their tax returns for the last 2 years. They want to see their bank statements for the last probably 6 months. They want to see their check stubs from all borrowers. So if they're filing jointly, you got multiple tax returns that you have to send to the bank. And there's going to be a long list of documents. And those document stack is going to be hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pages. And so on the top of the document stack, I always create a Word document and I put a list of every single document that's in my packet, how many pages are each document, what the document is, and then I write on the top of each page, page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4, all the way through and say bank statements, pages 1 through 12. August bank statement, Wells Fargo Bank, pages 1 through 12. September, Wells Fargo Bank, pages 13 through 33. And I will put it together so it's very easy in one packet so they can find everything very easily because it's very difficult when you have a bank statement and another bank statement and them trying to understand and sort all of these documents because all of you are real estate agents. I built a system that you can throw all of your documents in and label each document of what it is for our system. You're all familiar with the .me and have the labeling system, yes? The banks have that same situation. Part of the reason why I built the system the way I built, because I understood that that's how we did it in Equator, when we had to upload all those documents and we would have to separate the PDFs and assign a document label to each one to make sure that the lender had each document. And we'd have to open each document and look at every single page. Was there a folded edge that covered the page number? If was page 1 through 7, but only 6 pages were there. And the homeowner said, well, that one said this page is intentionally left blank. Why do I need to send you that? I didn't even bother sending it. And the bank says, we're not going to approve your short sale because we don't have all pages of the bank statement because they're going to be very, very specific that their I's are dotted and T's are crossed because they have to protect whoever the loan servicer is there to protect, which is whoever is really actually holding this note. Whoever actually is their investors and whoever this money is belonged to that the bank is trying to protect. They have to be held accountable, whether it's the depositors of the bank, whether it's investors, or whether it's a single investor, whoever that is. All right, so enough about that because I want you guys to have a very good, solid understanding of that before we move on. Does anybody have any questions regarding any of that before we move on? Does everybody feel like you have a pretty good handle on what we spoke about just now?
I have a question.
Okay, go ahead.
The this method of taking out multiple loans, this is just available to anyone.
Yes.
And so the way this works is, please correct me if I just want to make sure I'm following this stream of events. But you take the first loan out for the lion's share of it at a low interest rate, and then the second loan is the 15% that's just the down payment you're trying to get, and that you have to pay off really quickly at the super high interest rate in order to basically sweep through without paying a high interest rate on the rest of it, right?
So I would say 95% true, except for the part of paying it off really quickly, because that's not part of it. You're going to get a loan. Maybe you get an 80% loan for 30 years at a low interest rate, because that one has the less risk to the borrower, to the bank. The bank realizes that not only are they insured, but the person has good credit, and that they're in first position if it forecloses. So if something bad happens, they're going to get their money back. So they're willing to, they're taking less risks. They're willing to loan the money out at less amount. Now, they really want to see 20% down payment. So like, I do like what you said about the second, is that they're really borrowing some of their down payment. So they're borrowing maybe 15% of the down payment, so that will come at a much higher interest rate. But that loan can be 15 years or 30 years. It doesn't have to be a short or repayment period. And most of the time, they are a 15 or a 30-year second. And they usually are at a very high interest rate, because the bank knows that, well, this is really risky. It's really risky. So they're able to, maybe in 30 years, in 5 years, they're likely to have actually had the entire loan payment already repaid in 5 years, because the interest rate is so high. And all of these payments are huge interest payments, right? So the borrower is trying to pay off this thing as fast as they possibly can to save themselves from paying all this extra interest, because they're not paying mortgage interest on the 80%, because that one was 20% loan to value. So they're not paying mortgage interest, which is maybe saving them $300 a month. So if they leave the second there for 30 years, they've really harmed themselves, and they would have been much better just borrowing 95% and putting 5% down, or borrowing 97% and putting 3% down. So I recommend, in fact, I recommend all of you taking a lender out to lunch and having a conversation with them about these types of scenarios. An 80-20 loan, an 80-15-5, mortgaging 3%, mortgaging 97% and borrowing 3%. And talk to them about the scenarios and when is a good time, and what scenarios are they going to offer these different solutions to their clients. Because they're going to package something that they believe is going to ultimately be in the best interest of the borrower. And they're going to look at the long term to figure out what's going to be saving them the most. And oftentimes, it is having a lower interest rate on the entire loan, which is why you see these things not quite as popular as they used to be. They were very common. You go back to prior to about 2008, you saw them almost every single loan. Yeah, we can just take out a second and borrow the rest. Jason.
Yeah, can you clarify for me again, please, at what point in the process do these junior liens need to be negotiated? Is it before submitting an offer or after the offer?
Yeah, so a lot of things are going to be happening simultaneously. The very first thing you're going to do is get your listing agreement signed. And you're going to get that listing agreement signed, so you have all documents together with the listing agreement. And you're going to immediately call all the loans and all of the liens against the property, whether it's an HOA. You're going to open up title at the title company, and they're going to give you a list of liens. But you already know who their mortgage companies are, because they know who they're paying their mortgage companies. But you're going to immediately open title, and title's going to say, oh, look, there's a water softener lien and a Tesla lien against the property for battery. But at the listing agreement, do you have mortgages on the property? Yes, we have a first and a second. Got it. Very first thing you're going to do while you're at the listing appointment probably is contact those mortgage lenders and ask them what the process is to open up a short sale. And then you're going to send them all the documents, and you're trying to get an approved short sale. But you're going to immediately list the property, and you're going to try to figure out what you're going to need to list this for in order to get them to be able to close. And you're not going to have sometimes they will not approve a short sale without an offer. And sometimes they won't even open up a short sale file without an offer. Now, there's different types of short sales based on the type of loan. You have HAMP and HARP, and I could throw out a million different other scenarios, because you have FHA loans, you have VA loans, you have Bond 77, Bond 76, you've got SEF loans, you've got all these loans out there, Texas agricultural loans that fall into the Bond 77 program and Bond 76 program. So we're trying to figure out who is the loan servicer and contact them, because the loan servicer knows all about that particular loan and what the process is to short sell that loan. So we have to contact them, ask them to get in touch with their default management, let them know that the seller's in a hardship, and ask for the first piece of information. Is there a sell date set? No. Excellent. Okay. Now, where is your document that I can sign to give me access to the borrower's loan? Because the borrower has to sign a document giving you access to be able to contact the lender. They're going to sign that. You're going to send it over to the bank 5 to 7 days later. It'll be processed. And next thing you know, now you can call the bank, give them a loan number. They'll ask your name, Jack Stapleton. Who are you? I'm a listing agent, or and they give you access, and now you're talking to the borrower's lender. Okay, here we are. I'm representing them. They're in a hardship scenario. We're going to open up a short sale. What do you need? We'll go to this website, download these documents, fill this out. Here's all the documents we need, and follow that stuff to the T. At the same time, you're listing the property in the MLS, because you know that they're not going to approve a short sale without an offer. So remember the part when I said you're modeling close? You're literally modeling offers. How about this one? It's really pretty. This offer, will you take it? No? Okay. But when you think about what's happened in order to get that offer to the table, the buyer and the seller had to come to the table and negotiate a deal and bring that offer along with a short sale addendum that said that either the buyer or the seller could terminate that offer and walk away for any reason at all at any time. That's what the short sale addendum does to our 1 to 4 family when it's a short sale scenario, or condo, a contractor, farm and ranch, or whatever it is, because you can short sell any of them. The short sale addendum gets put on top of it, letting know the buyer and the seller that either one can terminate this offer. You get it over to the bank, and then the bank is going to start looking at that offer and determine whether they're going to give you an approved short sale or whether they're going to counter it. And then you're going to take that counter and bring it back to the buyer, and the buyer may say, nope, I'm out. Now you're going to change the price in the MLS. And now you know what each lender is willing to do. And sometimes you'll have approval on the first, but you don't have approval on the second for a couple more weeks, because you're going to be contacting each lender separately and having that same conversation that you had with them. Is a foreclosure date set? How do I get access to the account? What documents do I need to sign? Third-party account access. Where can I find that form? Because they're going to want you to use their form to have the borrower, and you sign the form and send it to them. So you can start talking with them. What are the requirements? What do I need? What documents do you need for me to open up this file? And they'll say, send over the listing agreement and the tax returns and the bank statements and the hardship letter and all the documents. Now, all those documents are sitting there. Now they need an offer. So you've got it in the MLS, you're advertising it as a short sell. You're advertising as not an approved short sell because you don't have an approval. Buyer and a buyer agent shows up on the scene, throws an offer at you, $100,000 under asking price. You know it's not going to go anywhere. And if that's the only offer you have, maybe you throw it to the bank. That's the thing, is that you know that offer is never going to get there. But maybe, cross your fingers, they're going to counter you. And now you have an approved short sell. So I have to be fair to all parties. I have to be honest to all parties. I can't trick the buyer or the buyer agent into thinking that I believe that this is going to fly. And I'm going to say, I don't think they're going to accept this. If you want me to submit this to the bank, I will, but I'm expecting a very large counter. Does that answer your question?
Yeah. So what I'm hearing in that is that I'm probably not walking away from a listing appointment with a listing price settled until I've called and tried to negotiate some kind of a payoff with all these different lien holders.
Yeah, so I do. I always, when I find out that they're distressed, I'm going to be marketing it for 18% under market value, because I know that that's all that they're going to take. And so that's how I market my properties. They're going to some less than 20%. If you list it for less than 20% of FMV, fair market value, you're going to get a significant counter. So I knew that they would approve. They look at the closing disclosure and they want to see, the first will say, no, we're not going to pay the lien. We're only going to pay $3,000 to the second lien holder. And the first will say, we're going to offer them $3,000. Then you go to the second lien holder and say, they're offering $3,000. Will you accept that? Well, we have to take it back to our investor because we don't have authorization. The second lien holder is saying, we're the loan servicer for this second loan. We don't have authorization to accept this. We have to take this back to our investor and show it to the investor, and they have to approve it. And sometimes a week later, 2 weeks later, 3 weeks later, sometimes a month, 2 months, you still don't have approval because the investor is on a yacht somewhere in Greece and they only check in twice a year. So those second lien holders can really cause you grief. There was a scenario, Jody and Patricia Market, they were in a clients of mine. They wrote a huge testimonial on Zillow for me so I can disclose this information because they disclosed it to the world. The bank, no one could get a hold of the second, and it was going to the foreclosure table. And I had a buyer and a seller in a transaction, and I found out that the second lien holder had gone out of business. And I found some documents online of who to call. And I called this person and they sent over a document and we were able to close the transaction. The title company was able to use that as sufficient evidence to close it. So there are scenarios like that where you're going to have to be Googling and trying to figure out information because no one's going to do it other than you. The banks aren't going to do it. It's your job to make it all work out. There are some crazy situations I've had to come together in order to get things closed, like telling a buyer work out scenarios on the listing agent commission and the buyer agent commission, asking the buyer to bring $5,000 more, working with the sellers or anybody in your family that can give $1,500. Anyone, because that's where we are right now. We're $1,500 away, and sometimes you're $1,500 away from foreclosure, and you're trying to figure it out. That's what it takes to be a short foreclosure and as a short sale agent. And you're hitting me a huge home run. But what really stings is when you do this and you spend 3 months with them and you spend thousands literally of hours negotiating, and then at the end, they use somebody else to buy their next house because they have a family member that got an agent. Okay, now, if you guys have any more questions, please let me know because I want to keep us on track, but we are already ready for our next break. I know it zoomed by so quickly. Feel like we just went on a break. It's 11:03. We'll come back at 11:15. And actually, right before now, raise your hand if you're okay with a 30-minute lunch. Okay, that is more than 50% of you. It will be 30 minutes, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1. We're going to go to lunch between 1 and 1:30. All right, so now let's go to break. I'll see you back at 11:13.
Welcome back.
Okay, welcome back from your break, everyone. It is 11:16. Let me cancel this music again, sorry. All right. Distressed properties can be defined in multiple ways. Real estate owned, that is an REO. That means that the bank has purchased it from the foreclosure process. The loan servicer, an investor, borrower, purchaser, your GSEs, governmental sponsored entities like your Feddies and Fannies, your actual mortgage itself, mortgage note, which is an instrument filed against the property, filed in the county recorder regarding all of the lien information regarding that particular note. Deed of trust or a trust deed, deed in lieu of foreclosure, which is what we call cash for keys. I'm here to take it. Don't even foreclose. I'm just going to voluntarily surrender it so you don't have to go through the foreclosure process, which will save them money. Loan modification, meaning that they're going to modify the terms of the loan to keep them from going into foreclosure. Notice of default. Let's talk about that one for a moment. The notice of default is automatically filed when a borrower is late on their mortgage, and it's filed and the clock automatically begins into foreclosure. Does anybody know how long or how many days past due before a notice of default is required by the servicer to be that they file it and foreclosure proceedings begins? What do you think?
Is it 90?
No, it's not.
BJ said,
Immediately when they're late.
No.
No?
Mm-mm. We're talking about notice of default, no default, which is a big deal. They claim default just like paragraph 15 in our contract, right? Buyer and seller goes into default. At what point does the note go into default and they file the notice of default?
Maybe
Every-
120
But it
days.
says in the paragraph, it typically gives the homeowner 90 days to pay off the most recent bill.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yes. 45 days.
Huh.
The notice of default is filed. Now we're talking about when they become in default. They go into default at 45 days, a notice of default is filed. Now the bank is going to give them a lot of time before they schedule a sale date. Sending out the notice of default is different than when the bank actually is going to foreclose on the property. Those are two independent scenarios. So the bank immediately at the loan servicer will immediately at 45 days delinquent will file a notice of default. Now it's in the county recorders. Everybody knows that they're now in default. Foreclosure proceedings now begin. The loan now leaves the typical loan servicing department of the institution and is now handed over to their workout scenario department, whether it's their short sale department or life events department, whatever they call it. At that institution, and now you're dealing with pre-foreclosure, and the bank is going to, it can sit there for 3 years. It could sit there for 5 years before they actually foreclose. It's up to the bank, but that department gets it at 45 days. Vivian.
Can you hear me, Jack?
100%.
Okay. Question is, private lender, seller financing, if the buyers get into trouble, do they all behave the same way?
I think that when you're dealing with a short sale scenario, when they know who the lender is, they behave differently than when they don't know who the lender is. I think when they know that the seller is benefiting from their payments every single month, they feel more entitled than they do when it's the bank. And I think they expect more concessions, more help, more workout scenarios from a seller finance scenario than they would from a bank. If they're doing some type of seller financing and the seller forecloses, they're certainly more angry with that seller because they feel like, I knew you, you took advantage of me, you took this property back. But we're talking about psychology here. So everyone is going to have a different mindset that they bring to the table. Sometimes it'll be exactly the opposite. They know who this person is, and they are embarrassed and they're going to try to figure out how they're going to make sure that they get paid. So it's the mentality about the person. And that also can be evidenced also just by their credit sometimes as well, of how seriously they're going to take the promises they make with their finances. A couple of hands first. Jason, you were up first. And then Mike Pope.
Oh, I didn't mean to put my hand up.
Oh, no problem. Mike, you're up.
Does a notice of default give a specific number of days for them to cure?
The notice of default is, yes, there's automatically the right to cure. You can cure it all the way until they foreclose on it. So you can cure it as long as it has not yet sold. You can cure it 3 seconds before the foreclosure sale date. No, you can sell it 3 seconds before it actually sells at the courthouse block. So they have the right to cure. But the lender has the right to foreclose and begin foreclosing in 45 days. Once the lender starts the foreclosure sale date, then they have to note it. They have to provide notice of the sale date, and the sale date's going to happen. We've all watched the shows in the 1920s Farmer where there's a sale date posted on their front door, and they're trying to save their farm and trying to do whatever they can to rush that check in before it actually has that sale date in front of the property, where everyone shows up in front of the house and they start the foreclosure options, and miraculously 15 minutes before they have the check and they hand it to them. Everyone since the beginning of time in this country of deeds had the right to cure it before the sale date happens. But there is a very specific statutory required process to notify all parties, has to be in the paper, has to show up on the courthouse steps. They have to have public notice of when the foreclosure proceedings will occur, and they have that amount of time. Okay. The foreclosure process, judgment liens against a property can also affect a property's ability to sell. What is an example of a judgment lien?
Would that be the solar panels?
Could be. They get a judgment for they have defaulted on the solar panels long before they foreclosed on the property. So maybe they stopped paying on their solar panels last year because they wanted to make their mortgage payment. And the solar panel companies sent them a notice of default, and then they filed for default, took them to court, and the judge found in favor of the plaintiff, allowed for a judgment, and they filed a judgment against the property for the full amount plus attorney fees sitting there as a lien. And now that has to be paid off because that has to be paid off before the property closes. But if it's a judgment lien, well, that judgment lien becomes a junior lien in a foreclosure process. But in a short sale process, it has to be negotiated. But in a foreclosure process, it doesn't have to be negotiated. It gets truncated. So when we're trying to save them from foreclosure, it's all about a negotiation. And again, we have priority of liens, which we talked a little bit about before, and then TRID. TRID is a requirement for Texas to notify all parties regarding the closing disclosure and what appears on the disclosure, and that all fees have to be on the closing disclosure. If they're not on the closing disclosure, then the liability and the service providers have liability in that transaction. We have reinstatement versus redemption. We're going to talk about that. Page 14 in your book. Reinstatement period versus redemption period, which is which? So we're going to read these on page 14. The reinstatement period is a time specified in the NOD. What does NOD stand for?
Notice of
Notice of default.
Default.
There you go. And the lender is gonna call it the NOD. So it's not a nod. They call it an NOD. But just remember, that's the notice of default, and that's the nasty one that began the foreclosure proceedings in the first place, and it was filed 45 days after they became delinquent on the loan. So the reinstatement period is the time specified in the notice of default in which the borrower can make all their outstanding payments along with any late fees or expenses incurred by the servicer, bringing their account current and no longer be in default. The length of the reinstatement period can vary state by state. Now, what they're talking about here, and by the way, this is an exam question, there are situations where we have seen a foreclosure be unwound because they had a reinstatement period that lasted past the foreclosure date. So we're going to talk a little bit more about that. And then, so that's a question number 7, exam question number 8. In contrast, the redemption period is typically the time after the foreclosure sale that allows the owner the ability to redeem the property. So remember, you've got a reinstatement period. So I'm going to restate my loan, and that can happen all the way up until in Texas, till the sale date. But the redemption is a redemption period is typically the time after the foreclosure sale that allows the owner the ability to redeem the property. In many states, redemption requires that the owner pay the sales price, interest, and other costs. The redemption period varies widely from state to state and is defined differently from state to state. Some states allow no redemption period, others allow up to a year or longer. Some only allow the right of redemption if the property is taken by the bank, which is an REO, rather than being sold at foreclosure sale and sold to a borrower, but not if it's purchased by another party. So banks often will buy the property as the REO so that they own it, so that they can rehab it and sell it and try to make more for it because they have the right to buy it. Some states allow the borrower to redeem the property by paying only the missed payments along with any accrued late charges and penalties. However, many states require the borrower to pay the loan balance in full. Okay, now we are going to take a 8-minute breakout session. I'm going to put you guys in groups of 3. You guys are going to go to Google and you're going to Google your fingers until they're bleeding, learning all about the redemption and requirements in Texas. Select a group captain and then share what you've learned from Google about Texas redemption requirements. What specifically are the requirements in Texas for foreclosure redemption? We're not going to get into the reinstatement. Reinstatement's pretty easy. All they got to do is reinstate their loan by paying back whatever the past due balance is to get it out of foreclosure. But the redemption. All right. So you should have your breakout invitations now. I'm creating 4 groups and I'm leaving you in there for 8 minutes. See you back in 8 minutes.
Jack,
Hi, Pamela.
I don't see an invitation.
Okay, Pamela, let's see. Sometimes it's behind your screen.
Oh, there it is. I see it now.
Woo! Awesome.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Thank you. I'm sorry.
No problem. Enjoy. Okay, raise your hand if you are a group captain. Okay, Michelle is. Thank you, Michelle. Michelle Gomez, Jason. Thank you, Jason. Those are only 2 hands I saw. Who else? Anybody? Did all the other groups forget about the group captain? Oh dear. Okay.
Mike was doing more talking than me, so I'm going to say he was group captain ours.
Okay. Well, one was not selected, so you do not have one. So it looks like Michelle or Jason are going to be in the running for a gift certificate for $25 between the 2 of you. All right. So which of you would like to go first by raise of hands? Jason or Michelle? Oh, Jason, you won, or Michelle won. All right, he gave it to Michelle. All right, Michelle. And first of all, I'm going to ask you the question: is there a redemption period in Tejas?
Yes.
There is. Did that news surprise you?
No.
No. Okay. And how many years?
2 years for unpaid taxes.
What else?
180 days for HOA and no right of redemption for mortgage foreclosures.
Okay, Jason, did you guys find out anything different?
We found a 2-year homestead exemption redemption and a 6-month non-homestead redemption exemption or redemption requirement,
Okay.
in which the original purchaser must come up with the original purchase price plus all repairs, taxes, deed recording fees, penalties, interest, plus an additional 25% to be paid to the purchaser at the courthouse steps.
Okay. Now, what about, is there any other scenarios that something else could be filed against their property instead of a homestead? Michelle, Jason? It's homestead or agricultural exemption. So both of those are in that same exact bucket, homestead or agricultural bucket. And it is a 2 years purchase price plus repairs the investor made. And so fair market value becomes part of a court action. But what I'm going to do is recommend that all of you go to Property Code Chapter 51, 51-003, and read it in the property code yourself. All about the deficiency judgment and the redemption and the cure period and how that works, and read the law for yourself. When we come back from lunch, I'm going to bring you guys back again. I'm going to ask you this same question again, because this is something that every Texas real estate agents who are doing short sales and foreclosures need to know. And also, can a foreclosure be unwound when it actually does sell? And I can tell you that Grant Mollering for me has twice unwound a foreclosure sale. Foreclosure sale happened and they unwound it. Now, it was within days of it happening, but that's a whole other scenario altogether. So it is not exactly what you think, but we're going to dig a little bit deeper and talk more about that in a later chapter. Suzanne. I saw your hand up, but you're on mute.
By unwound, what does that mean? Undo the whole process?
Yep, it was unforeclosed.
Unforeclosed. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Sir, can you list where we can find that again, please?
Yeah,
Would you
it's
just read?
Texas Property Code. Here, let me grab this and put this in the chat for you. I always go and read the law myself during class as well, just to have a fresh eye on it. Where is my?
1-003.
It is there for you, and all can be answered. I have always been someone who has the Vernon's annotated codes on my desk. There's actually 3 of these books: the Real Estate License Act, chapter 22 of the Occupations Code, as well as the Property Code. And I get new versions of them the moment they come out. We also have the little updates in the meantime. As the updates come out, they give us these little pamphlets of the annotated codes as they come out. Because I would much rather someone show me where in the law it says it so I can read it for myself than tell me what the law says. And so in a lot of these situations, I'm going to tell you what it says. I'm going to show you where you can find it, ask you to read it, and then ask you to come back and tell me what you read. Because much more productive can happen because laws are going to change. But if you know where to find it, you'll be able to see as that law is changed, and because it will be that paragraph will be amended in the statutes. Okay, good job. Now we have a difference between a judicial and non-judicial foreclosure in our timelines. If you change over, so we're going to go through these slides. How long does it take for the lender to foreclose on a house, non-judicial foreclosure or judicial foreclosure? So the timeline in Texas, we're going to look at the judicial versus the non-judicial. Someone on page 15, would you please read for the class the foreclosure timeline at the top?
Would you like me to?
Anyone? Yes, please.
For defaulted borrowers who are unable to work out an arrangement with their lender to keep their house or who can't sell their house short, we'll discuss all available options for distressed borrowers in the next module. Foreclosure is the inevitable next step. How long does it take to foreclose on a house? The foreclosure timeline varies depending on the instrument the borrower used to secure his or her loan, as well as on state laws and lender/investor protocol. Some foreclosure proceedings can occur quickly, as in Georgia, where the process can take as few as 90 days. In other states like New York, foreclosure proceedings can take more than 400 days.
In Texas, most are 120 or 20 days. That 4-month timeline. We're going to also do the same thing when we get back from lunch. I'm going to have you guys look to see what that timeline is. But again, it depends on the loan type. If it's VA, FHA, if it's a what type of loan it is. And then you have the difference between judicial and non-judicial. And this is an important test question as well. I'm going to read these on page 15. If the instrument, which is the deed of trust, if the instrument is a deed of trust, a non-judicial foreclosure typically is used to execute the foreclosure proceedings. Non-judicial foreclosures generally take less time to complete than judicial foreclosures because the borrower pre-authorizes the sale of the home in the loan documents, which orders foreclosure upon default. Are we judicial or non-judicial?
Non-judicial.
One is court ordered.
What's that, Suzanne?
One is court ordered. A judicial is court ordered. So we're probably a non-judicial.
Because we have a deed of trust, we don't use mortgages. We use deed of trust to transfer.
That's right. We use a deed of trust. So if you look online and you look to see the answer to that question, you're going to find out that we are both a judicial and a non-judicial state. That is the reality. So we're a little bit difficult, but we're primarily non-judicial. The foreclosures, we've got the notice of default. The notice of default is sent out within 45 days. Then they have a notice of sale, and then they have the foreclosure sale. So that is how the non-judicial foreclosures work. That's how we do it here. It's a notice of default. That notice of default is filed. That gives them a cure period and then notice of sale. And that's when the sale date, that's why when you're talking to the lender, we're going to be asking them, has a sale date been filed yet? Because they have to have a notice of default to be filed first. The very second thing that has to happen is there has to be a notice of sale. And that is, I think it's 21 days ahead that they have to be notified. It has to be posted as a notice of sale at least 21 days before the sale, before the foreclosure sale date is to be conducted, and it has to be posted at the courthouse and filed with the county clerk. Everyone knows it's happening. It's no secret. And then all your investors are showing up with literally cashier's checks for $500,000, and they're going to hand over the court $500,000 or more than what's due, and then they'll give them a check back because they have to literally give them a cashier's check. So they always bring a cashier's check more than the proceeds. And then once the notice of sale passes on the 22nd day, then the foreclosure happens, and that's typically the first Tuesday of the month at Texas courthouses, which is in contrast, which is less common in Texas, which the lender filing a lawsuit against the borrower to get a court order to do a foreclosure. And that can happen in some cases when there is a problem with the deed of trust itself, when there's a problem with the document, when something is going cattywankers, or the borrower has filed some type of fair housing violation against the court. Or some type of procedural deficiency with the actual loan servicer, or God forbid, the investor itself has gone bankrupt, or the loan servicer is out of business. Then at that point, someone else takes over the loan, and then now it's unclear what's going on, and now they're going to have to actually sue the borrower and take it to court. So that's why I say we're both. If you have a very clean deed of trust that's filed, then there's a very clean process. 45 days notice of default's filed. Then 21 days before the sale date, they have to do notice of sale, and then they show up at the foreclosure property, and then they have the ability to purchase that property through a cashier's check at the courthouse steps.
Is that the day that the 2-year time period starts, where you can redempt after that 2 years?
From the time that the sale date takes place, they have a 2-year redemption. Yes.
Okay.
That's exactly right. Okay.
And I'm sorry. And I kept asking, I don't know if we ever found the answer, but the right of redemption is the seller, the purchaser at the auction has to sell it back to me. If it was my house, they have to sell it back to me if I can meet all those requirements. Is that true?
So you've got tax foreclosures for home sales and agriculturals, mortgage foreclosures, non-judicial foreclosures. Texas doesn't provide a statutory right of redemption, which is giving it away. Unfortunately, I wanted you to do that as a homework assignment, but for non-judicial foreclosures in Texas, Texas doesn't provide a statutory right, but for homestead and agricultural properties for tax foreclosure sales, they do.
Huh.
Yep.
Good.
So if it is sold to REO or to a third party purchaser, it's done at the foreclosure sale, unless it was sold from a tax sale. Then in those tax sales, I mean, you can get a really good deal on a property, but you're also going to be maybe losing that property through that redemption process. And they have to repay any improvements that were made. They have to pay interest. There's a whole thing, and a court has to get involved. And it's very rare because I think that they have to figure out what fair market value is, plus the repairs, and it just goes on. So someone really wants to have to buy that property back in order really to get it back in a scenario like that.
There's tons of what ifs in that process.
Yeah, that's what we discovered in our group.
Yep, there's a ton of what ifs, and it's really messy, it's really expensive, and that everyone's responsible for their own attorney's fees in that scenario too, and that's going to be a whole nugget alone. Okay, moving on to module 2, which is, I believe, on page 17 in our books. If someone would read on page 17 the learning materials that we're supposed to take out of on page 17 after learning material module 2, you should be able to. What are those 3 bullet points on 17?
I'll do it.
Thank you, Meg.
Discuss the listing agent's role and responsibilities when assisting distressed borrowers, sellers. Analyze options available to distressed borrowers, sellers, including refinancing, lender workout, selling and cash on closing, short sale, deed in lieu of foreclosure, and foreclosure. And understand the implications a short sale or foreclosure may have on the borrower's/seller's credit and their ability to purchase another home.
Thank you. Okay, so yes, and on page 18 in your book, you will see analyze activity, your role as a short sale agent, taking a few minutes to jot down your thoughts around your role in helping clients who might be facing foreclosure and are considering a short sale. So there's 4 bullet points on this page, which are these 4. No, they're not these 4. Do they? Page 19? Nope. Okay, so they don't have them in the book. So I'm just going to read them off the page. What is your job as an agent assisting borrowers who are underwater? What steps should you complete for your client considering a short sale? What kind of advice should you provide them? And what kind of advice should you refrain from providing? So we're going to talk about this as a group, and we're going to be in one huge group session for this because I want all of us to hear the same information on this one. So first, what is our job as an agent assisting a borrower who are underwater? Another word for distressed.
We're guiding. A lot of it is guiding them through the process, and talking to the bank or the mortgage individual would be the first place to start.
Okay. So I think what I heard you say is provide them a list of options that they have ahead of them so that they can choose from a list of options to try to figure out maybe they can save their house from short sale. Yep. Okay. So yeah, so I think first advice and opinion and options is ultimately what we get paid for. We don't get paid to represent someone. We get paid to advise them. We give them options and then they choose some of the different options. We're not a parent, we're not an attorney. We don't get to save them from themselves. We can only provide them options and let them choose the options that make most sense for them. That doesn't mean that you have to continue representing them if you feel like what they're doing isn't going to be in their best interest, and say, under those circumstances, I just really don't think I'm the right person for you. And the reason is because I really think it's going to add a lot of liability for you, and that means me as well. And I'm not willing to accept that level of risk. I can tell you that if you are a listing agent, you can provide them on their options to try to do some workout scenario with their lender. That doesn't mean that you get to jump into the role of negotiating with the lender to try to help them with a loan modification. You don't get to do that.
You don't want to do that.
You don't want to do that, Susan, but more importantly, we don't get to do that. We don't get to represent someone on a financial matter. If they need help with trying to get a loan modification, there are specialists that do that, and that doesn't fall under a real estate license. Maybe a CPA, maybe an attorney would be the right people to help them. But I don't know, real estate agents feel like they can do anything. Oh, you need brain surgery? I can help with that too. Let me just grab my sample and let's get to work. We have to realize that there are some things that don't fall under our real estate license, as hard as that is for us to fathom and believe. And loan modifications are one of those things. We should not be touching that with a 20-foot pole, because when they don't get approved for the loan modification, it goes to foreclosure. You were the person that led them to foreclosure with your pen, ink, conversations, and advice. Shame on us for even trying to do that. Now, we can tell them, look, I have learned over the years that if you're going to attempt to do a loan modification, and I completely support you 1,000,000% if that's what you want to do, the more bleak of a picture you paint the bank, the more apt they are not to approve it. So your job is to paint the best picture possible. You can be someone who's in a certified hardship scenario and actually, I lost my job, but I have $1 million in the bank. Can I have a loan modification? They're likely to say yes. They are more likely to say yes to that scenario than I have $3 in my bank account and I don't have a job and no prospects yet. So they're much happier to give money to people who don't need it than people who desperately need it, because really they're looking at everything with a risk score. The investor, not the investor, the loan servicer, you're not negotiating with them. When you are the prospective homeowner or CPA or attorney and you're truly representing someone through a loan modification, which is not a real estate agent, when you're going through that process, who are you really negotiating with? The loan servicer, Wells Fargo, bank? Chase, Manhattan Bank? No, you're not. You're actually negotiating with the person standing behind them, who is the investor. That's who you're negotiating with. But the bank is just a middle person who is compiling everything into spreadsheets, compiling everything into documentation, putting everything into a perfect file so they can hand to their investor for their investor to say yes. Because the investor is represented by a loan servicer. Think of the loan servicer as the listing agent or the agent representing the investor. You don't get to call the investor personally. Only the bank will, because they hide their phone number. It's not that we don't have the right to, but the reality is that you're going to be working with the loan servicer. So no matter what story and what drama that you share with them on the phone, for them, it's all about a spreadsheet and whether or not they can prove that it's not going to land in foreclosure and go back to the investor, and the investor is the ones that are going to improve it. So remember, the worse picture you pick, the less likely a loan workout scenario is going to be had. And I can tell you that in a distressed scenario, and the reason I'm speaking so much on this particular topic is a lot of your short sale borrowers, they don't want to move. They don't want to lose their house. They don't want to hand over their keys. They don't want a short sale and they don't want a foreclosure, but they can't make their mortgage payment. They don't want to move their kids out of the bedrooms and them try to move into an apartment. They don't want that. They're going to try to do whatever they can often to stay there. And that's why so many people end up in foreclosure. They did have an agent. The agent was trying to help them, and either there was too many liens against the property, or the agent didn't do the short sale properly, or the homeowner delayed the short sale trying to get approved for a loan modification, which ultimately landed them in foreclosure in the first place. So should a borrower be doing a loan modification and a short sale simultaneously? That's up to the borrower. I have had scenarios where certain lenders would allow them to work on both scenarios and some lenders would not allow it. Thing is that it can take up to 3 months to be approved for a loan modification. And by the time they're approved for the loan modification, oftentimes it goes directly into foreclosure and nothing can stop that train from happening. It falls out of that directly into foreclosure and boom, it's done. Literally can happen. Sell date was set the day after they declined the loan modification. 21 days later, it's at the courthouse steps, and you couldn't save it from foreclosure. Now the agent's trying to figure out, can I sell this property in 21 days? And they send the lender over a listing agreement, and the lender says, no, we're not going to approve a short sale. We're not going to even talk to you. The sale date has already been set. We're not going to lift the sale date, because they spent 120 days in the loan modification process and they're done. So you have to have a conversation with them and let them know their options. You've got quite a few options, but if you truly cannot pay your mortgage and you don't have any income, you're not going to be approved for a loan modification. But you talk to your CPA about that. Unless we're dealing with something like COVID or some type of huge, massive governmental intervention when the government said, we're going to do a stay on all foreclosures, then that's a different scenario. Suzanne.
Back in 07 and 08, when a lot of these were going on, especially out in Hutto, if you recall, the builders had done some funny stuff out there.
Yeah.
Wasn't the loan modifications at that time where you would just put the months that you hadn't paid your mortgage to the tail end of your mortgage? Didn't we used to do that?
So sometimes only if they could afford the payments. So sometimes they would say, we're going to put you on a trial plan, and we're going to put you on a trial plan for 6 months. And if during and that was part of the Dodd-Frank Act, if during those 6 months you miss a single payment, you're out of the program and you're going to foreclosure.
Okay.
Yep. So the federal government, based on what's going on in the world, whether it's a foreclosure crisis, a worldwide pandemic, or who knows what, they will have for FHA and VA loans only. That's not going to be applicable to your conventional loans out there. They are going to have programs that are going to have an expiration date on them tied to the event that's going on. So we have seen these types of things but right now, every loan servicer could have their own program, but most of them fall in whatever's going on with your GSEs or Freddie, Fannie, and HUD. Okay, so we talked about the first one. What steps should you complete for your client considering a short sale? What steps should you complete?
The package.
So your client is considering a short sale. We should first go over their options like we talked about, but then after we've gone over their options, and once they have decided that they are going to opt for a short sale, then the steps, in my opinion, are immediately contact the servicer, ask if a sale date has been applied yet or not, get a letter of third-party account access over to the loan servicer so that you as an agent can talk with them, get a listing agreement signed, try to figure out how to get that thing priced correctly based on what you believe the numbers are for a short sale to be approved. And sometimes you're at 14% of fair market value, but remember, fair market changes. It has nothing to do with the loan amount. It's fair market value, not the loan amount. It could be $50,000, $60,000 under the loan amount because we're seeing that right now. And some people in 2021 maybe purchased a property that was listed for 400 and they bought it for 600, and somehow they stuffed an extra $80,000 in their loan because somehow by God's will it appraised. And then now we are down 15% from where we were then, and maybe it's $100,000 that the loan amount is down because it's not the amount you owe, it's fair market value, FMV, fair market value. And so they're really looking at the fair market value amount. So part of your CMA is doing your CMA. They're going to order a BPO. They're going to order a BPO, and they're going to come up with their number. And unfortunately, sometimes their BPO is wrong. And now you're dealing with fighting their BPO and trying to contest the BPO and asking them to order a second BPO, which oftentimes they just won't do. But I have had situations where we've sent over the buyer's appraisal, we've sent over the contracts, they still haven't approved it, they countered for a number much higher, and we're trying to figure that out and determined that the original BPO was wrong. That happened to me on a property in Pflugerville in Villages of Hidden Lakes in one of the little condos on Leah Lane. That one was a really difficult one. That one did foreclose and they unforeclosed and unwound the sale. That one was a very, very difficult short sale. Because sometimes they are, but remember, we have to just get all of our ducks in a row to try to make sure that we're communicating with the loan servicer and looking out to make sure that they don't file the foreclosure sale date, because they'll usually stop from doing that long enough for you to get the property sold, but usually they will do it for 90 days, 120 days, but usually you're good for at least 30 days. And if you've priced it at 12 to 14% under fair market value in this market, probably going to get an offer on it. Page 19. Would someone read, does the following scenario sound familiar? And then we're going to go on our break.
Want me to read it?
Terry had his hand go up 13 seconds ahead of yours.
Now all I gotta do is, okay, now, see, can you hear me okay?
Yep, so page 19, does the following scenario sound familiar?
Jim and Nancy Byer, she represented in 2016 in the purchase of this gorgeous home that you sold them, contact you in a panic. Jim just lost his job 3 months ago, and they've been trying to get on household expenses with Nancy's income, but it's just not enough. who are struggling to make their monthly mortgage payments. They want you to list the home as a short sale in the MLS so that they can unload it quickly and move on. Do you want me to keep going?
Yes, sir.
Okay. As their trusted real estate professional, should you rush to get this property listed or advise them to stop making the mortgage payments or try to broker a deal with their lender to reduce their monthly mortgage payment so that Jim and Nancy can keep the house?
Thank you, Terry. The answer is a resounding no, no, and no for all three. As a real estate professional and realtor who is a short sale and foreclosure resource, SFR, your role is to serve as a resource for your clients, whether they're selling or buying, and recommend tax, legal, and other professionals as needed for all of the rest. So explain to them their options. We are never, ever, ever, ever to advise them to not make their payment. We always advise them at all possible to make their payments. Why are we advising them to make their payments?
Looks better.
It does look better, but there's also some bigger, longer repercussions here, thinking long term.
So they're not in default and it doesn't go to foreclosure.
Okay. Okay. Maybe most of the time when you're on a short sale for situation, oftentimes you find out, especially in a situation like this, where he's been lost a job for 3 months, they may already have 45 days delinquent, probably. So that's less on my mind. What is on my mind is I know these people are going to want to buy a home again. And if they continue making their payments, they're going to now have a 60-day late, which is a whole different category of late. And then a 90-day late, which is a whole different category of late, and a 120-day late, which is a whole other category late. So if they're sitting at 60 days and they make a payment, next month they're going to be 60 days late again, keeping them from having that 90-day late. And that 90-day late is going to affect them much more seriously in their FICO score when they want to buy a home in the future. So it's less about losing their home and it's more about maintaining their credit as much as possible so that in 2 years from now, when the clock runs out, their FICO score is high enough to be able to purchase a home. But if they devastate their home by a foreclosure, or they've got a 230s and a 60 and a 90 and 120-day late on their credit, then their FICO score is going to be devastated and pop out the other side. And it could be many, many, many years before they're going to be able to qualify for a home again based on their FICO score. So the minimum requirements to recover from a short sale and buy a home again is 2 years. But it's 2 years plus your FICO score meeting the minimum. And if your FICO score is devastated, then you're not going to be able to buy. So number one, yes, we want them to make their payment. We want to advocate that they make their payment. We never should tell them that it's okay and that it's going to make matters worse. But what we should do is try as quickly as possible without rushing to bring their property to market after doing as much research and having them have opportunities to explore their options with their home and ultimately decide what they're going to do. A primary responsibility for listing agents working with distressed borrowers and sellers is to inform them of their options. Recommending financial and legal advisement would be appropriate when necessary to assist the property owner in determining the best solutions to their financial distress. Again, it would not be appropriate to advise the property owner to stop making their mortgage payments. To help you determine what options may be available, the listing agent should complete a comparative market analysis CMA to determine where they are and what they should do. Maybe a refinance, reamortize it. Maybe they've owned the home for 10 years and they can reamortize it over 30 years and bring their payments down now. Maybe that's an option if their scores are high enough. Maybe a lender workout is ability. Lender workouts are not transactions where real estate professionals can act on behalf of the client. This is something that the agent must advise them to work with their lender to try to figure out some type of workout scenario. Sometimes they have forbearances. Forbearances for distressed borrowers just sort of hit a pause button on the whole thing. Loan modifications can also help them stay in their home by reducing the cost of the home and tacking it on by recasting the mortgage for a longer period of time. Sell and bring cash to the closing if they are able to do that. You're $10,000 underwater. maybe we can offer this amazing interest rate to the world, and a buyer's willing to bring a higher than fair market value to the table because your loan has value in itself, allowing you to break even on the sale or even make a little bit money. Or if it's not an assumable type of a loan and there's no value there, then trying to figure out what is their break-even list price. At what point do I have to list this property in order for them to have a break even? And I can tell you from 2007 to about 2014, every single CMA I did contained a break even analysis. That's what we did for all of them. Suzanne and everyone can tell you, we always did a break-even analysis because unless it was paid off in cash, which most of them were not, we were trying to figure out at what price they had to sell at in order to break even, and then do a CMA and see what the delta was between those two and figure out, do they have the cash? Is it possible to sell it? And if it's off by a big delta, guess what? You're looking at a short sale, or they're just be in underwater scenario until the market increases, if they can hold on to their home and continue making their payments. And then of course, deed in lieu of foreclosure. Deed in lieu of foreclosure means what I call cash for keys. Cash for keys is not something that an agent can do. You might be an REO agent. You might be representing a bank, and a bank may offer a homeowner $5,000 cash to get out. Broom swept, get all your stuff out, sweep up the house really good, leave it as in a good condition as possible, and the lender will give you a check for $5,000 and you hand over the deed, make it easy for them, and you're done. That is something that a lot of the lenders would do, but not always, because it just depends on what kind of scary stuff was on the actual filed against the property. So they're going to want to see if there's huge liens and seconds and that kind of thing, because that's not a foreclosure. It's a deed in lieu of foreclosure, and the foreclosure is what protects the lender and then be able to take it back and sell it. And then of course, short sale, and then of course, foreclosure. And these are the 8 things that we can bring to the table as options, because we asked the first question, what is our job? And our job is to provide options. And those are the 8 options that we bring to the table. So on pages 21 and 22, that is a good sheet to have on a listing appointment where you can explain the options, and which ones you're able to help them with, as part of the hardship that they're going through. I promised to break. It's 12:15. We're going to take a quick break, come back for 45 minutes, and then we're going to go on lunch. I will see you back in 10 minutes. Let's come back at 12:25. Welcome back, everyone, from break. It is 12:25. We have about a half an hour before we're going to go on our half an hour lunch, so we're going to try to speed through this next half an hour. We are on page 22 in our book. Actually, yeah. Borrower considerations. Remember, part of the considerations of doing a short sale is more sometimes than just actually the property itself, but it could be their property by having the debt forgiven by the lender, the IRS, then having the ability to send a tax bill to the borrower for at their tax rate for the forgiven debt. Now that you've have an idea of the options for distressed homeowners facing foreclosure, it's helpful to understand more about the impact that those decisions could have on their credit, taxes, personal assets, and ability to purchase another home down the road. The following sections contain general overview of these considerations. Each borrower's situation is nuanced and unique and should always refer them to the appropriate tax and legal professionals to discuss all of these matters with their tax professional. In every short sale I did, I always had them contact a CPA and have a conversation with them regarding, even if I knew that there was a program for the government, because it had to come from them. Recourse loans and borrower liability for deficiency. In short sales, as well as foreclosures, whether the loan is recourse or non-recourse has an impact on the borrower seller. In a recourse loan, the borrower seller retains personal liability for any deficiency after a short sale or foreclosure. The lender reserves the right to pursue the personal assets of the borrower by obtaining a court-ordered deficiency judgment. In other words, the lender releases the mortgage, but not the note. In a non-recourse loan, the lenders may be limited to whatever funds are available from the security interest of the property itself and may not be able to force the borrower or seller to repay any deficiency. It is very important that the short sale professional and the borrower read the approval letter very carefully, because the approval letter of the short sale will make it very clear on whether there's going to be any liability moving forward, which they call a full release of liability for the buyer in selling the home. That is the whole purpose of the short sale in the first place, is to release the liability, and that language being on the short sale. You see that type of language on a VA and FHA short sale approval, especially through the HAMP and HARP programs and programs that are available through the federal government on those governmental backed loans. And HAMP and HARP, they have the spirit of those are alive and well under different names. But I think most people have heard of HAMP and HARP programs through the 2010 huge Dodd-Frank Act that came out, helping to create more transparency and holding lenders accountable for communicating with borrowers in a timely manner, forcing lenders to have arm's length relationships with appraisers, et cetera, et cetera. So in Texas, the borrower walks away with a release. However, that release is not always a release on a conventional loan if they have taxes due, or not taxes due, but possible IRS taxes due later. And so forgiven debt has tax implications, and you flip the page to page 24. There are tax implications for borrowers that sell their primary residence as a short sale or lose it to foreclosure. In general, if debt is canceled, forgiven, or discharged for less than the amount owed, the amount of the canceled debt is taxable, and it must be reported as taxable income for the year the cancellation occurs. There are exceptions and at times legislation provides temporary relief. Most recently, the Consolidated Appropriations Act, CAA, extended the provisions in the Mortgage Debt Relief Act of 2007, which is part of the Dodd-Frank Act, to exclude canceled qualified mortgage debt limited to $750,000. However, we see a lot of properties in the $2 and $3 million price point that are short selling, which don't have such protections. So we can't say that there's blanket protections, especially in markets of high dollar homes. From taxable income through 2025. Now, I'll tell you that expired in 2018 and it was extended. And then every legislative session, we've seen it expire and they've continued kicking the can forward. It expired in 24 and extended to 2025. So we have to advise our clients to talk to their tax professional because maybe this is maybe they have a second home. Maybe they have two primary homes. Maybe they have a home that they can't file a homestead here because they also have a home in another state and that state has a homestead and they can only have one homestead. And so there's no homestead against this. So they are going to get taxed on this property from the IRS for the amount that was forgiven, or it's over the amount limited. So we can't just throw out a blanket statement that says, yeah, they extended the Hamp and Hart program and the the Affordable Reduction Act as part of the Dodd-Frank Act and pushed it forward. And you will not have any liability of taxes owed for the debt that was forgiven. You can't say that. You need to say that under certain circumstances, that debt can be forgiven by the IRS. You need to contact your IRS to figure out what tax bracket you're in, how much, what the limits are going to be for you, and whether or not you have a homestead filed against this, and they're going to look at this as your primary residence. Credit implications, which we spoke about a little bit before as well, also on page 24. Distressed borrowers may want to know how a short seller foreclosure will affect their credit score. Both will have a negative impact on credit for as long as it remains on the credit report, which could be as far as 7 years. But just because a short sale is on their credit report doesn't mean that they can't buy a home. It just means that that short sale is going to affect their score. And as long as the score has increased to be at least the minimum requirement to obtain whatever loan they're seeking, they can purchase a home. And if it's FHA, it's 2 years. If it is VA, it's also 2 years. It's impossible to specify the exact number of points by which either option will lower their credit score. I don't know how much a short sale acting as a trade line on your credit report is going to decrease it. We can tell you that we have seen about a 10-point decrease having a short sale filed as many as 20, but it depends on how many trade lines you have and how many years and how old your oldest credit is. Because if you only have a couple of credit card accounts and your oldest credit goes back 5 years and you're short selling, it's going to impact that person more because they have less credit and that percentage is going to react higher. If they've got 20 years of good credit and they don't have any trade lines, it might be as low as 10 to 8 points a short sale being filed. And it'll affect them more on month 1 than it will on month 12, right? Because as time goes on, it's going to impact them less and less. Credit algorithms are complicated and take into consideration a number of factors like payment history, amount of debt compared to credit limits, length of credit history, number of credit inquiries, number of credit accounts, and type of credit accounts. In addition, when calculating an individual's credit score, agencies compare the above information to the loan repayment history of consumers with similar profiles. Generally, missed mortgage payments have more of an impact on a borrower's credit than the actual short sale itself, which is something that we always told them. The short sale, the actual event of the short sale is going to have minimal impact, reality, especially long term. It will eventually disappear altogether. But the short sale event will have minimal impact. In 24 months, you can recover from this and buy a home again, FHA or VA, if you're eligible for those. However, the long-term effects of a 30, 60, 90, 120 day delinquency on the credit report will impact them far, far more than the actual short sale. Why? Why do you think that's true?
Because they weren't taking action on those.
1000% yes. Because in order for a short sale to have taken place, a lot of responsible action had to have taken place. They had to have hired a real estate agent and worked with their lender and done everything they can to help the lender minimize loss. Other lenders look at that as a good thing. Look, they did everything possible to try to minimize the losses for the lender. A foreclosure, it is like a nuclear bomb to your credit score, right? Because they didn't try to minimize the losses for the investor. But a short sale, they actually did everything they possibly could. They were in a certified hardship scenario. They did the appropriate processes to try to minimize losses. Investors are going to look more positively on that than anything else. But a missed payment, that's a whole separate category altogether. You can foreclose on a property and have never been late. I'm sorry, you can short sell a property and have never been late. That's perfectly possible. And so people think, oh yeah, you can't be in a short sell scenario because you haven't missed any payments. And that's actually not the case. You can be in a certified hardship scenario and keep those payments going forward. Generally, missed mortgage payments have more of an impact on a borrower's credit than accompanying a short sale. Foreclosure is typically more damaging to credit score, second only to bankruptcy. So bankruptcy, number one. Number two is going to be a foreclosure. So bankruptcy, then foreclosure, and then late pays, and then you're going to see the short sale having the minimal impact of those ones mentioned. However, if the lender reports a deficiency balance on the short sale, they drop the borrower's credit scores could be similar to the drop caused by a foreclosure. So deficiency judgment, meaning, hey, here you have a scenario where we approve the short sale, but they didn't have a full waiver, so they filed a deficiency, and that deficiency is like a judgment. And so a judgment hits your account just like an IRS tax lien or anything else, and that's going to be pretty devastating. So in that regard, it would probably be foreclosure, or a bankruptcy, a foreclosure, and then a judgment, and then down from there. So these are things that are certainly very damaging to someone's credit. The waiting period to refinance the purchase of another home on page 25. If you are the listing agent and your borrower seller client is considering a short sale, your client may want to know how long they need to wait before they can finance the purchase of another home. The answer depends on the number of factors such as the type of loan: conventional, Fannie, Freddie, FHA, VA, and USDA, which is where our bond programs are. And then, of course, we have local municipal ones like USDA in Texas, as well as tax vet loans and the bond programs and SEF loans. The method of previous debt discharge, foreclosure, short sale, deed in lieu, Chapter 7 bankruptcy, Chapter 13 bankruptcy, and other extenuating circumstances. The following list on page 25 shows the current waiting times for different types of mortgages. Mandatory waiting periods for loan programs are routinely adjusted, so it's always best to check with an experienced loan officer for the most up-to-date waiting periods for the government-sponsored entities and individual lenders and investors. So go to your lender. Hey, my guy wants to buy. They short sold. Has it been more than 2 years? Yes. So let's look at Fannie and Freddie. Foreclosure, 7 years from the completion date, 3 years if they have extenuating circumstances. Short sale, deed in lieu, 4 years, 2 years with extenuating circumstances. Chapter 7 bankruptcy, 4 years. Chapter 13, 2 years. Freddie Mac, 7 years, 3 years. They match these exactly the same. FHA, 3 years from completion date, 1 year for extenuating circumstances. Short sale, deed in lieu, 3 years. VA, none. And USDA Rural, 3. So you'll see Chapter 7 and Chapter 13 is 2 years. They're constantly changing these things year over year. So you need to go to your lender and find out from the lender what the requirements are today and how they change these so that we can get the right answers to our clients. Page 26, you're going to see 11 questions. Short sale approved by the investor is not guaranteed, even though the borrower, seller, and buyer agree to the terms of the purchase contract. Is that true or is that
Yes.
false? Okay, it's true. Short sales require buyers, the borrower, and the seller to complete and submit minimal paperwork.
False.
I would agree with that. It's extensive paperwork in order to get one of these things approved. Number 3, borrower sellers do not have to have valid financial hardship in order to approve a short sale. They can apply for strategic default.
False.
That is false. They need to be in a certified hardship scenario, and they have a list of what those certified hardship things can be: curtailment of income, death, etc. Number 4, short sales may take longer time to close compared to non-short sale transactions.
True.
Yes. Number 5, a foreclosure will be postponed while attempting to complete a short sale.
False.
Okay, so that is false, although you can negotiate and have the foreclosure state and be working with them to make sure that that doesn't happen, but the timelines are still running. So there is no guarantee that foreclosure will be postponed, but that is what you're trying to aim for as a prudent listing agent. Number 6, if there are junior lien holders, for example, a second mortgage or a home equity line of credit, and they do not agree to the short sale, the short sale will fail even if the first lien holder approves it.
True.
True. If the borrower seller has assets such as cash, savings, money market funds, or marketable stocks and bonds, excluding retirement accounts, the servicer may ask the borrower to make a cash contribution towards the short sale.
True.
100% yes. If the short sale closes and the borrower seller loan was a recourse loan, the borrower seller may be responsible for repaying the deficiency later.
True.
Yes. If the debt is forgiven, the borrower does not have to pay taxes on the forgiven debt.
False.
False.
That is great. We need to learn what programs and what situations are available for them in their circumstance, because it could be true or false, but it's false if we say that it is forgiven. 10, if the short sale closes, the borrower seller's credit score will be impacted.
True.
Yes, the amount of impact is going to vary, but it will be impacted. If the short sale closes, the borrower seller can get financing immediately to purchase a new home.
False.
That is false. There's going to be a timeline. 2 years if they've got some type of extenuating circumstances like a death, curtailment of income, and all of those things, versus 3 years just under normal circumstances. All right, good job. You all did excellent. Now we're going to go to page 29, and we're going to jump into module 3, taking the short sale listing. Diane, I see your hand up. But you are on mute, unfortunately.
Sorry, so what is required in order to be in a certified hardship status? Does every lender have their own list of circumstances?
No, every lender doesn't, but every loan type has kind of its own thing. VA
Okay.
has its own guidelines, FHA has its own line, and then conventional, it's just going to fall on whatever the federal government rules are.
Got it. Thank you.
Yep. So taking a short sale listing, we don't necessarily are going to take and try to help every single person. Give me an example of maybe a short sale that you wouldn't touch with a 10-foot pole.
Someone who's clearly not interested in being financially secure. It's like it's clear that they're not making payments on the mortgage that they were at, and then they're just trying to look for a way out to try and get out from under something, and they plan on not paying it.
Okay. What are some other things?
They may not be listening to what you're trying to tell them. In other words, they're not receptive to suggestions.
I mentioned a specific keyword a moment ago, a certain type of default. You remember hear that or catch on to that word?
No, we missed that, Jack. You have to repeat it.
Did anybody hear me say strategic default?
No, I missed that.
Okay, so I
explain a strategic default.
I read that as part of the paragraph here earlier. Strategic default is when the borrower is not in a hardship scenario. And we're talking about borrowers that are just trying to use a strategy to short sell a home, to short sell it to their friend, or short sell it to their wife, or just short sell it just so that they can not bring money to the table. They're upside down. The market is upside down. They don't want to bring money to the table. And so they're going to find some reason why they can complain to the bank because they feel gypped and they feel like something, the world owes them something. They're not in a hardship. They just don't want to bring money to the table, you see. And they want you to go after and chase down all the hard work of a short sell. So, okay. So, I can certainly help you with a short sell. The lender is going to ask you for a hardship, letter of hardship. And so we're going to have to work on that letter together. You have to write that in your own pen. And now you're going to find out what the hardship certification situation is. And you are more than okay to ask them what it is. You are not okay to tell anybody else that. Oh, why are they short selling? Oh, they lost their job, husband, spouse passed away. These are confidential items that you can have Chuck get involved for breaching confidentiality for disclosing these types of things that we have no right to disclose. But we can ask, then they're going to put it on the hardship letter, and nobody gets to see the hardship letter except for you, maybe your assistant, and the bank, the asset manager, whoever is the loan servicer. You're not going to send the letter of hardship and the tax returns to the buyer agent or anyone else because it's none of their business. But what we do have to show the buyer is any notices that we get back as to the approval and the status of the short sell, which is discussed heavily in the short sell addendum. Okay, good. So strategic default or strategic short sell, we're certainly not going to touch that. After learning the material module 3, we should be able to analyze all the debts and liens attached to the property and determine if there's any equity or not. Verify if the borrower seller has a valid financial hardship. So we're going to look at that in depth when we get back from our lunch. Evaluate if there's any adequate time to complete a short sell, or if really the time they got 3 days left and it's just not possible. Determine ownership of the loan, who is currently your loan servicer and who owns it. Ascertain the type of short sale process for what documentation will be required, and understand how to handle commissions and other closing costs in a short sale. This has not been updated since we've had our settlement agreement, so we're going to talk about this in a little different way than what the book is going to teach as required by me now from NAR. So some of this I'm going to tell you has changed, but I will walk you through that carefully. We're going to learn as agents that things change over time, and lenders are continually changing their guidelines. Events happen and the government will create temporary forbearances, temporary stays to certain things, and adjustments to the laws to help benefit people who are going through hardships, to help weather the storm of what's going on. So the lender can't lie to us, but they can be wrong. My recommendation is when you contact the lender, you read everything that's on their website about that kind of loan, and you talk with the loan servicer about everything that's going on with that loan, and be a part of a group like Short Sale Foreclosure Resource and be reading their periodicals that are coming out, and also talking with your lenders about what the guidelines are today. So let's talk about the steps in taking the short sale. Let's start with that. When a financial hardship arises and borrowers start missing mortgage payments, the foreclosure process is triggered. It's at this point that some homeowners reach out to a real estate agent to see what their options are and if they can avoid a foreclosure situation by selling or even pursuing a short sale. Now, just because someone is in a hardship scenario doesn't mean they're going to short sell their home. They can be in a very bad situation and sell their home, and there'll be lots and lots of proceeds because the sales price far exceeds what the loan balance is and all of the costs associated with a loan. It's only the scenario When they have to sell, they can't make their payment. They've fallen into some sort of category for hardship scenario, curtailment of income, job loss, whatever their particular circumstance is that led them to the hardship. Now, the ability to sell the property and what they'll net at closing is less than the break-even list price. That's when you have to start figuring out what you're going to do, because they have no way to sell the home. What it would sell for is less than what they would net. So they can't sell it because they don't have the money in the bank to make up the difference. So they're stuck in their home. Their only option is foreclosure or working with the lender to try to let them sell it for less than what was due. Because when you're in a situation where the house is underwater and they don't have any money in the bank and they don't have income, their option is going to run out the clock and foreclose. That will happen. That's an almost guarantee. Short sell is that intermediary stop between where the lender will say, we see that you're headed to foreclosure and we're going to work with you to try to make this go away. That is the short sell process. If there is enough equity and home prices in the local area are strong, they might be able to avoid foreclosure by selling at a price that will cover mortgage debt and accumulated fees. However, there are situations where people can't make their mortgage payment. They don't reach out to an agent, and there's equity in the property, and it foreclose. I have seen situations where there was hundreds of thousands of dollars of equity in the property and it foreclosed. Does anybody know what happens to the equity in a property when it forecloses, if there is equity?
I think it goes to the bank.
It disappears.
It goes, yeah, so the law says that it goes back to them. It goes back to the homeowner, but the lender can take all of their losses. And there are less, there are more today requirements on the lenders of what a reasonable fee is for a foreclosure than there used to be. Foreclosure fee, $25,000, $500 an hour for these attorneys to be sending letters, $900 to send a letter to the client. They're going to, just like a landlord is going to try to stack a bunch of fees on a tenant's deposit and take as much of that tenant's deposit as they possibly can. And now we've seen more and more laws in place requiring there to be a process that notify the tenant and notify them in writing. And there's a process in which there are lots of processes now in place as well as what those fees are. But there comes a point in which the overage is supposed to go back to them, but they can't eat a lot of that up. Had they sold it before it foreclosed, obviously they would have saved themselves a lot of fees. But even if they get into a 60-day late, more than a 45 days late scenario, and the notice of default is filed on the property, then sometimes there's an immediate $15,000 fee that gets added directly to the loan balance because it's moved over to the workout department, and now they're signing a workout scenario, so that now when it does settle, their loan balance is just increased because the lender has fees associated with it going into pre-foreclosure. So that's not something that we can negotiate. We don't get to negotiate the lender's fees, although we can try to get the borrower and try to negotiate those fees down. When it gets to the settling table, the lender is going to reach out. The title company is going to reach out to the lender and ask them for the payoff. Those are going to show up on the payoff, and that's going to be ultimately what is going to be the payoff at closing, which might be different than what that shows on their app on their phone. Their payoff on their app on their phone might say $250, but then you get the payoff back and it's $275 because there's legal fees from that department that's not as part of their mortgage payoff, but actually fees from the foreclosure process from the pre-foreclosure. So the very first step that we have when we take the listing is to reach out to the title company and ask them to order a payoff so that you can get that payoff as soon as possible, so you know what you're looking at. Because if they've got a couple of months behind, making those payments sometimes will go a long way in reducing the fees from the department, from the workout department. Missed mortgage payments, additional late fees, penalties, and other charges from a lien holder and loan servicer can pile up and erode the borrower's equity in a very short amount of time. So they could be eating away at their equity, even though they have equity and they could have sold it. Sometimes they had equity and they could have brought it to the table and not short sold it. But because they are in a hardship scenario, because all these fees hit, it actually took you away from the situation of where you could have broken even. And now the bank fees is what's bringing you into a short sale scenario. And that is a short sale because they're not going to remove their fees in order for you to sell it. You still have to go through the entire short sale for them to agree to remove those fees in order for you to sell it. So if the fees have taken the break even above market value, it's a short sale. The lender's not going to remove those fees. You're going to have to go through the short sale process for them to reduce their payoff, even 1 cent, if they are the primary lien holder. If the homeowner is experiencing a valid financial hardship and the total amount they owe, including all the fees and commissions associated with the sale transaction, will equal more than the fair market value of the property, the listing will be classified as a short sale. But to determine if a short sale is a possibility, they need to analyze all the debts and liens, determine if there's any equity, verify the borrower's financial hardship, determine if there's enough time for a short sale, and identify the owner of the loan. Okay, so we're going to verify the payoff amount. On page 33, you will notice that there is a seller counseling pre-listing worksheet. This is not a bad worksheet to use. In fact, I think I used this worksheet and a lot of the one sheets that came out of my SFR class when I was doing short sales back in the day. I was using the ones right out of the SFR book. So verifying the payoff amount and the equity, the very first thing you're going to do is ask the title company to do a payoff so you can figure out what that is. But before you do that, you're already talking with the lender, you're asking them for a verbal payoff. They're going to order one, but you're going to get that verbal payoff from them off the cuff. Then you're going to be doing a CMA, trying to figure out what it's going to be able to sell for. And you already got a pretty good idea in your head just from the conversation with the loan servicer and your CMA of where you are. Page 35 is a seller equity calculation worksheet. I don't recommend you do a seller equity calculation worksheet. I recommend you ask the title company for a filled out completed closing disclosure based on what you believe market value is and what you've been told by the lender is their payoff, the commissions, and have the title company backfill as much information as they can, and then add all the customary closing costs to that closing disclosure so that you know now what their break-even price is going to be. Now you're trying to figure out what your options are. How can you reduce some of these fees? How can you get the title company and the agents to maybe work with you if you can avoid it from being a short sale altogether, which is going to save everybody months of headache. Sometimes when you look at the scenario, you know that certain things are a given. One of those things, of course, being the payoff, but maybe there's some other things on there that's not such a given that you can negotiate out. So I like to look at the closing statement or closing disclosure ahead of time, asking a title company to fill that out for me. One of the things that you're going to be looking at as part of your short sale, and whether or not you want to take this, is how willing is the borrower to submit all of the financial documents to you. And you're going to need to give them a list of all of the things that you're going to need to get from them in order. Are you willing to give me your bank statements and your tax returns for the last 2 years? And these are I can't give you my tax returns. In order to be approved for a short sale, the lender is going to request these documents, and I'm going to need to get a copy of these documents. And if they say, yeah, that's no problem. Or if they say, I haven't filed any of my taxes yet, which often was a scenario that we were running through in 2027-8. I haven't filed taxes in 4 or 5 years. Got it. Okay, so then we're going to get with their CPA. We're going to cost a short tell. So we're going to get with the bank, let them know that they haven't, and they're going to be looking and contacting the IRS to see what's going on and talking with their CPA to find out if they're willing to move forward with a short sale in a scenario where they don't have any taxes done. Now, whether they have a tax amount due is a completely different scenario of whether or not they file their taxes. However, it does take money to file taxes, especially if they haven't filed taxes for a few years. CPA may charge a couple $1,000s per tax year. And if they're in a financial hardship, they physically may not have the cash to be able to write that check. So now they're looking for someone who can help them get their taxes filed in a very quick amount of time, 30 days or less kind of thing, because the lender is going to require them. So sometimes you're trying to help them on a lot of different fronts. But if they are showing evidence that they're not going to want to give you documentation, that may not be a short sale that you want to take because it's going to lead yourself in failure. Short sale fraud is a big thing. A lot of there were, I know of at least 2 agents in the 2006 to 2012. I know 2 agents that lost their license due to fraud. They were advertising guaranteed short sales, and they were telling people, yeah, no, I can get it approved. We can just put together a hardship. And the agent themselves had a hardship letter that they had created and they were using for the same client over and over again, just trying to equity skim. And that is fraud. Obviously, it's against the law. It's mortgage fraud. It's 15 years in jail kind of fraud. According to a member of Freddie Mac's fraud investigative unit, short sale fraud is any misrepresentation or a deliberate omission of fact that would induce a lender, an investor, or insurer to agree to the terms of a short sale that it would not approve had all the facts been known. If the agent knowingly submits false or misleading information to the lender regarding a short sale, that agent has just as much liability in that transaction as the borrower themselves. So if they do have money in the bank, or if they have the ability to repay, and they tell that agent that they have the ability to pay, but they just don't want to, and they share that with the agent has a fiduciary duty to tell the lender everything they've learned. So having not that we want to tell a client to lie to us, but the client has to know that there is no attorney-client privilege here, that when it comes to the lender, we have a fiduciary duty as a material fact to tell the lender everything that we know about the property. And if we don't, it's literally jail time for us. So we can't share with members of the general public things about their circumstance. But when it comes to a short sale, we have to tell the lender everything that we know. Now, there's not a disclosure out there, but if we are peddling bad information and we know the information that we're submitting to them is false, then we are knowingly providing false and misleading information to the lender, adding liability to the agents. So we would have to tell them, we can't submit this because we can't submit this as written because I know this to be false. Here's some examples of potential short sale fraud. Valuation manipulation. The agent is trying to do a BPO and submit that BPO to make it look as bleak as possible to try to get it approved when they know that the BPO is false. Less than arm's length transaction. You know that the buyer is the second cousin, or somehow they're trying to short sell the property to keep it in the family so they can equity skim and have a lower mortgage payment. Pocket listings. Pocket listing would be a property that wasn't exposed to the market. So the agent tried to short sell the property. They brought in the buyer themselves so that they could double end it. They double ended it without exposing it to the entire market so that the agent could make both sides of the commission. But they did that because they knew if they brought it to the open market, some other agent would bring an offer. And in that process, it could have gone into multiple offers and gone under contract for more. So a lender would look at that as fraud. Abuse of pending status in the MLS. This would be marking the property pending when it actually wasn't yet pending. For instance, you have a short sale and the short sale fell out, but you have 4 offers and 4 other people that you know want to submit an offer on the property. But you have those 4 offers from the first time it went under contract, and you just kind of paper clipped those and you had handshake agreements with the agents. Yeah, if it comes back on market, we'll look at you as a backup. Now, if there's a backup, a certified backup, it will stay pending, but that's not what would happen. There wasn't actual backups. They just had a bunch of offers in a paperclip behind their file, and one would fall out and they would just pick another offer, leave it pending in the MLS, and then tell the next buyer, okay, you're up, you're number 2 on my list. That's not allowed. This has to go back active in the MLS in order for that property to be exposed to the market and all the buyers be able to participate and have an opportunity to bid, both a fair housing violation and would be considered mortgage fraud. Then we talked about strategic default already. or the borrower seller purposely trying to damage the property on their way out to lower its value in order for the bank to approve their short sale. All of these things would be a short sale fraud. Okay, we are literally eating into your lunch, so I am going to dismiss you to lunch. We're going to come back at 1:35, giving you 30 minutes. I will see you all back at 1:35. And I know you'll probably have a lot of questions here, so when we come back, we'll answer questions as soon as we get back from our lunch. I'll see you all back at 1:35. Thank you, everyone. Welcome back from break, everyone. It is 1:34. We were discussing short sale fraud, strategic default, valuation manipulation, less than arm's length transactions, abuse of pending status in the MLS, and borrower doing harm to the property out the door in an attempt to ensure that the valuation will come in less so that they can walk away from having to bring money to the table. Does anybody have any questions regarding anything that we have covered up to this point? I know when we said we'd come back from break, I would let you ask questions, and I want to make that happen. Gantner, I see your hand up first.
Thank you. I had a quick question about the equity in the house. Would that not be one of the first options that you would talk to them about? Because could you use the equity, like a home loan equity, to pay in arrears, like to pay those mortgage payments that you hadn't paid to get you current?
Can you apply equity? Maybe if their credit was good enough to get a home equity line of credit, but the reality is it's probably not something they're probably not going to be able to get a loan or a line of credit. The repayment term says you have to pay X amount every single month. And if you don't do that, then we have to look at other methods. So if you're going to use equity, if you have made additional principal payments to the loan, the lender will let you get those back. They'll recast interest rates and things like that. But if you've made additional principal, and I didn't mean interest, but if you've made additional principal payments, like every month you paid an extra $500 or $1,000, and then you zoom forward and you are behind, they will allow you to get a refund, and then you can then take that money and credit it toward the bid. But putting it on the end, no.
Okay.
Without recasting the loan, which is not really equity, it's just allowing the loan to go on for a couple of more years. Yeah. Vivian, I see your hand up.
Yes. So there was a foreclosure listings a few months ago, and I took two of my buyers to view the home. The listing agent put a note and say that they don't have the service for water, electricity on the property. And if your offer, they admit your offer, it goes under contract, you have to pay to get those services on to do your inspection. Is that a legit thing?
So if it's an REO, they're going to have their own contract. And if they have their own contract, then if they have their own purchase contract, their purchase contract is kind of they're dictating the terms, which is very, very common that an REO bank or a foreclosing bank asks to use their own purchase contract. Our paragraph 7 in our contract under property condition requires that the utilities be turned on and remain on throughout the entire transaction. If they're using our contract, then the parties would have to get an attorney to modify the promulgated TREC contract in order for that not to be an immediate default, because it talks about that the contract would go in default if the utilities are turned off. So the buyer and the seller would have to agree to language from an attorney to fix that up front, unless they're using their own contract. Okay. Anybody have any questions regarding short sale matters, any kind of thing? Nada. Okay, good. On page 37 in the book, whether we're going to take the short sale, that's 36. Here we go. We talked about the fraud stuff. All right, page 37, page 38. Seller short sale document checklist. Very helpful. We're obviously not looking at a complete thing here, but it says this is the information that is typically requested by most lenders when approving a short sale. Your lender's requirements may vary. However, this information needs to be ready when we get a contract. Lenders will want the most recent documents. As we move through the marketing and closing process, please provide us with updated documentation. Okay. If it is a FHA or certain governmental backed loan, sometimes they will pre-approve a short sale, depending on what program the lender has and what hardship scenario the borrower has. Sometimes they won't. Sometimes if it's just your everyday conventional short sale, then they're going to want to see the entire packet put together along with an offer. That's different though, opening up the short sale. Sending the lender a copy of the listing agreement, sending the lender the one-page third-party letter of account access. One walkaway that I don't want students to have in this class is that they should not communicate to the lender until such time as they have an offer, because that's true. That's bad information. No, don't do that. Communicate with the lender, the loan officer, or communicate with the loan servicer the moment that you get your listing agreement signed. That gives you authorization to speak with them, and then get them on the phone with your client, get something in writing from your client on the lender's form that allows you to talk with them, getting them the listing agreement and all the documents they need to stop the foreclosure process, allowing you to advertise the property and get the offer in. And then with the offer, you're going to then supply a whole lot of documentation along with that offer to the loan servicer. So it's not going to just be the offer. It's going to be the offer plus a short sale addendum plus whatever language they ask for in the special provisions of the offer. And there will be some, along with the seller's disclosure and all addenda that's related to paragraph 21 notices. Then you're going to make sure that you have your federal notices, your mud, your lead-based paint, if that's required, your mold, environmental hazards, all of these types of disclosures are required, along with your listing agreement and all addenda that you have as part of your listing agreement. Then this current mortgage statement, recent tax bill, HOA statement, seller's financial information, seller's hardship letter, supporting financial information, pay stubs, or P&L if they are self-employed, tax returns for at least the last 2 years, IRS form 4506T, which is a authorization to request tax transcripts, bank statements, usually they want at least 2 months, sometimes more, credit card statements, usually they want at least 2 months, sometimes more, and then HOA liens, medical bills, disability statements, unemployment benefits, divorce decree, termination letter, and if they are getting any kind of benefits from their employer from the termination, you have to include that as well. And then they will also ask for a worksheet of income and expenses, things like haircuts and toiletries and food and gas and that kind of stuff, so that they can get an idea if what their income is, what their expenses are, and then what the delta is. They're going to be looking at all of these things. So we're looking for all of those documents from the borrower at the time we have our listing agreement signed. So keep page 37 dog-eared, because that's going to be important to you on your first short sale. Then you want to open title the moment you get your listing appointment, or the moment you get your listing agreement signed. After you've spoken with the lender and you're driving away from the listing, your next call should be to the title company to open up title and have them pull a title report to find out what kind of liens are against the property, because you're going to want to see that. That's going to help us find out if there are second notes, silent seconds. Sometimes we don't even know about HELOCs that might be against the property, Homeowner association liens, which we'll often see in situations where people are having hardships. They stopped paying the HOA long ago, and there's sometimes thousands and thousands of dollars of HOA fines. Many HOAs will not negotiate those fines because there comes a point in which the HOA has sold that debt to an attorney, and the attorney is collecting that debt, and they are looking to recoup whatever they purchased that for. And so oftentimes you're dealing with someone who bought the debt and they're not going to negotiate. Local property tax liens, if there is any municipality liens against a property, and the mechanics liens. Mechanic liens is going to be anything from a UCC filing. It could be a third-party trade did work and didn't get paid, or it could even be a UCC filing for a water softener, solar panels, Tesla battery, or all kinds of other such liens against a property for things that they purchased that is affixed to the property in terms of what would be considered permanent. I've also seen borrowers short selling a property, and they had purchased a second lot along with the property. And so that additional lot that they purchased along with the property is going to come along for the ride. And the lender is going to be looking for copies of surveys and that kind of thing. So they really want to know, what is this asset that they have on the ground? Because oftentimes they don't have a lot of information, especially if the loan's been sold. So they're going to, first thing the lender is going to do is order a BPO, and an agent is going to get paid $30, something like that, to go out to the property and do a BPO and give that BPO to the lender. We do a lot of BPOs here. At least we used to do a lot of BPOs. I used to do a lot of BPOs. I don't do them anymore at all these days, but Specialized Asset Management, Old Republic Asset Management, I still have these accounts and they're still asking me if I want to do them. There's just no way that I have time to do them anymore. I gave a lot of them to Zach. Zach did them for a while until he didn't do them anymore. So if any of you would like to get your feet wet in doing BPOs, it is a really good way to gain some geographic competency in the market, and as well as doing CMAs and BPOs. It's a really good way to help you learn how to do a lot of really good CMAs. Note that ordering a preliminary title is a requirement for a VA compromise sale. Remember, VA has their own terminology for everything. Certificate of reasonable value is what they call their appraisal, and VA compromise sale is what they call a short sale. VA doesn't call it short sale, and VA doesn't call it an appraisal. So remember, there's a whole set of nomenclature that they've created. So in the world of VA, it's the VA compromise sale. So make sure that you're following these very, very important steps, because if you misstep one of these, you could, if you didn't open title, miss out on a lien that was going to cause you a lot of grief later. If you don't collect all the appropriate documentation from your client and they choose not to give it to you later, you're kind of stuck. And of course, you want to make sure that you've reached out to the lender the moment you got your listing agreement signed, to make sure that you know if there is or is not a sale date, and then get them the listing agreement as soon as possible so that they can choose to give you more time to get the property under contract, because they would much rather you short sell the property than go to foreclosure, because it's going to save them money. Page 39. Determine whether or not there is a valid hardship. Now, I've already gotten several questions from you regarding what a hardship is and what a hardship is not. So we're going to learn here from the book on how short sales can proceed with or without a hardship and what it looks like. Before you determine the borrower seller has a valid financial hardship, you must determine whether there is equity in the home. You would rely on the seller's net sheet and the title search to calculate equity. Normal listings could be a potential short sale if the price reductions over time of the listing turn to seller's net proceeds into negative numbers, meaning it may look like that you can sell this property, but then you find out from doing the payoff from the lender that there was attorney fees you didn't know about, and all of a sudden you don't have the funds to be able to, you don't have the proceeds to close a traditional sale, and you find out there's $10,000 worth of attorney fees on the payoff that you didn't know about, and now all of a sudden you're in a short sale scenario. So you really need that payoff from the lender to find out how you're going to list this property, and you need that as fast as possible. And you know that's going to take 5 or 7 days. So you're probably not going to be putting this thing in the MLS until you get the payoff back, because that's really important information. Whether the borrower seller has missed payments or not, having a valid financial hardship is a requirement for a lien holder to accept less than what is owed on the property. Many real estate professionals have made the mistake of taking a listing and marketing as a short sale, only find out later that the investor will not approve the transaction due to the borrower seller not having a valid hardship. It's not that they're underwater, poor guy, let's let the lender get him out of this horrible situation. It's, do you have a certified hardship that is part of the promulgated language of your loan? Because the loan is going to tell them when they sign the loan documents what those hardship scenarios could or could not be. Specific language may be needed also in the MLS and should not violate your agency relationship with your client regarding as to why it's a short sale, but we need to disclose in the MLS that it is a short sale. And we're going to talk about what forms that you should use as a Texas Realtor to make sure that you have on paper that you can advertise distress sale, distressed property, or distress sale and short sale, and those types of things. Additionally, the lender should be contacted for the short sale package. Every lender has a short sale package, and it has a worksheet of income and expense. It has a hardship letter. It has all kinds of information about the borrower's loan. It's very, very helpful. That short sale packet is often can be downloaded directly from the loan servicer's website. So we're going to take a little exercise, and we're going to go to Wells Fargo Bank, and we're going to look for the short sale package, and we're going to download it, and we're going to see what it contains. Note that retirement assets are exempt from consideration in short sales. So if they have a retirement account and that is in a some type of retirement account, that's not part of the income and expense graph. They exclude that information. And that was provisions also. You can thank to the Obama administration and the Dodd-Frank Act for making that provision in there, which has saved people and their retirement that they've spent a lifetime earning. Sellers do not have to disclose retirement assets, as they will not be used to later calculate potential cash contributions. So whether or not they should or should not include these types of things, especially when it comes to assets from an employer, a 401k, IRAs, all those types of things, that really should be a tax professional that advises them on that. But if you follow the lender's short sale package, it will have a checklist of each thing that you need to send them, and only send them what they're asking for, so that you make sure that you are checking off the boxes. Without a valid financial hardship, the borrower seller options are very limited, meaning if they don't have a hardship and it's just underwater, they're likely going to have to just keep the home and keep paying until the market increases up to where the property can break even and sell. What is and what is not a financial hardship? On page 39, and on the screen that we have here on the left-hand side, unemployment is, loss of hours is 50+ mile job relocation, business failure, illness and medical costs, health insurance increases, divorce or death of spouse, increase in mortgage payment, and natural disasters. Now, you could be in a scenario where the market changes and the property taxes balloon out of nowhere, and the mortgage has stayed the same, but the property taxes went up from $6,000 a year to $11,000 a year over the course of 3 years. And they're making the same amount of money and they can no longer afford their home. That would be considered a curtailment of income because their expenses increase faster than their income. And what is not a hardship? Loss of equity, right? Wanting to resize, we just need a bigger house and we're stuck in this one, so let's short sell it so that we can buy another house. Increase family size, we had 2 more kids and we're stuck in this house and we have to grow and we need another home. That's not going to be a valid hardship scenario. Or excessive discretionary spending. Well, we went to Vegas, or, we had to throw our kids a wedding, whatever money they spent, they're going to be looking at the bank statements to see what happened. And they're going to be looking at the tax return to see what happens. And they're going to be looking for a scenario that is outside of the borrower's control. Flipping the page to page 40, we have hardship has a hardships and homeowner options. Has a hardship. Refinance, lender workout, sell, bring cash to the closing if they need to, short sell, deed in lieu of foreclosure or foreclosure, and no hardship, sell, bring cash to the closing, rent the property, strategic defaults, go to foreclosure or refi. Okay. Isn't strategic default an option? And we're going to learn about that, but I know we have a couple questions to start with Jennifer.
On the job relocation, does it matter if it was voluntary? They changed jobs because it was just a better thing for them in their life?
Well, job change is not a relocation. So job relocation would be you're being transferred as part of your employment, you're being transferred.
Involuntary, yeah, okay.
Exactly. So it would be in a sorry, or if you're going to keep your job, you now work in Denver, Colorado, you got to sell your house and you're stuck, and now you've got this situation. And so, yeah, good question. Anybody have any others before we get into strategic default? Would someone read on page 40 strategic default and what the strategic default thing means? B.
Isn't strategic default an option? That's where we want to start the reading?
Yes. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Some borrowers believe that walking away from the financial mortgage obligations without a valid financial hardship is in their best financial interest long term. Strategic default is a term used to describe the situation when borrowers choose not to make their mortgage payments, even though they are financially able to do so. If borrowers/sellers indicate that they are considering a strategic default, real estate professionals should not become involved in the transaction. As stated in the previous module, real estate professionals should not counsel borrowers to stop making payments on their mortgage. Walking away from one's mortgage and debt obligation and allowing the home to go into foreclosure may have serious consequences for the defaulted borrower's credit and the potential for deficiency judgment, depending on the state where the borrower resides, as well as the real estate values of neighboring homes.
Okay, so we're talking about in a situation where if they're trying to do a strategic fault, you should not become involved in the transaction. And there's a sentence in there, and it is the third to last sentence in the first paragraph, should not become involved in the transaction. Do you remember when I said there is one scenario in a short sale that I will not touch it with a 10-foot pole? This is that scenario. It's not if they have really close to a short foreclosure sales date's been set and they've got 10 days left to try to get this thing worked out. I mean, that's when I'm going to work the hardest. And I know a couple of you said, well, if it's really close to the sale date, maybe you don't want it. And that's when I kick in double gear, calling the loan servicer, letting them know that I'm a short sale expert. I just got brought into this. And I know that I can get this to the closing table if they would just pull the short sale and give me 30 days to get this to the closing table. And I'm going to do whatever I can to try to help. So it's really when I know that the borrower is trying to cheat out the bank, I'm not going to have it because I will never put my license at risk. Your reputation is the most valuable asset you have, second to your license. Diane.
So what would a buyer say that would be a red flag for me to know that that's what they're doing? Because I can't imagine a buyer saying, oh, I want to do a strategic default. They may not even know that term, but they have ideas and they think, well, what about this idea? And they describe what we call a strategic default. How would that sound?
So it's going to be, I would like to sell, you got brought into a listing appointment because they want to sell their home. So now you're sitting at the kitchen table and you do a CMA and you let them know that based on the market today, it looks like you're going to need to be bringing about $25,000 to the table in order to sell your home. and share with them the comps and maybe share them other short sales that also took place in the neighborhood, and they see the situation. Now it's going to be a matter of how they're going to respond to that. Yes, I know I lost my job or lost a spouse or one of those certified hardship scenarios. Or it's, yeah, I know we're upside down, but we really need to get our home sold because we're having a baby. And so I've heard that there's short sales. What are my options there? So then our response is, short sales are available to those people who have a certified hardship scenario. And here are some of the situations that a bank is going to approve as a hardship scenario. The forced job change, for job loss, death of spouse, decreased income. Have you had any of these situations occur? Oh, yes, we lost our job. We've gone through our reserves, and you're starting to hear a pattern, and you're getting a lot of information that tells a story. And then eventually they're going to give you all the documentation that also tells you that story. So if they lied to you all the way through and you don't know it, and they've given you some of the bank statements, but not all of them, and the lender pulls their credit report and finds out that there's other bank accounts and you never knew, you have absolutely no liability in that. But if they just want to sell and they don't want to bring money to the table, and they're trying to figure out what options they have to not bring to the table, it's, well, these are the options. We can lease out the property. And if there's equity in the property and you're really concerned with that, I can give you some comps to figure out what the property would lease for. And if there's money in the property that you need, we can look at doing a refinance or a bridge out refi or a HELOC or something to get the cash out as a down payment on another property, and wait for the market to increase to get you back to break even so you could sell the property at a later time. Or bring $25,000 to the table and or stay in place and do nothing until the market changes. So we're going to give them all the options, right? So just like on any other listing appointment. So you're going to find out from the conversations that you have with them, unless they've lied to you. And if they've lied to you, then it's probably not going to get approved, and you're going to find out, and they're going to owe you a commission because they will have defaulted on their listing agreement by lying to you. Determine who owns the loan. Determining which investor owns the loan, or investors, if there's a plural, then, or if there's more than one loan, which is often, it's important because the investor establishes how the servicer will process the short sale. Depicting on the investor, the short sale process may be very orderly. Freddie Mac, Fannie Mae. With some investors, however, their short sale process may be incredibly undefined and tricky. The investor might be literally a small one branch credit union in town. Very easy. Now the actual investor is the depositors of that bank. But for listing agents and borrowers, sellers navigate, for example, on some short sales, the short sale approval process doesn't begin until the seller has a contract on the property. You can research the owner of the loan by visiting the website mers.servicerid.org. It's page 41, that link, and you can learn a little bit more about the servicer. But the servicer is going to tell you what their requirements are, because they often have different investors, and they're going to be saying things like, this particular investor requires, because this one is VA backed, or some other situation unconventional. So there's also PMI companies involved, primary mortgage insurance, that also needs to be involved in this. But just because the investor services may have a process and you've worked with the same loan servicer and investor in the past, it doesn't mean you're going to have the same situation in the future, because it could be a different loan type. It could have been a loan that was taken prior to 1995 or after 2008, and the deed and literally what was filed is different because the loan terms were different. So the servicer, the person who is representing that investor, is there to help guide you and is the most important person for you in the short sale. And these people are always disappearing. And so I'm always asking for a supervisor. Can I talk to a supervisor, please? And then you get a supervisor on the phone and say, look, I want to make sure that I've got all my I's dotted and my T's crossed. Exactly what do you need? And I'm trying to find out as much information as I can so that I can put the appropriate packet together as a surefire way to make sure that I represent my client by getting them to the closing table prior to foreclosure. It's important to determine if there's a PMI on the loan at the time of taking the listing to factor in the time it will take to obtain the PMI company's authority from the PMI companies to proceed with the short sale. Just as each servicer has its own process and time frame for the short sales, so do PMI companies. Therefore, the listing agent must determine with the servicer what their arrangements are with the PMI, primary mortgage insurance. The original loan documents will show if there was PMI at the time of purchase, if it was lender paid MI, or if it's borrower paid MI, and how long it will stay on the loan. And if it's FHA, you know it's there for the life of the loan. If there was not, and the original down payment was less than 20%, the listing agent should ask the servicer if there is MI, since the investor lender could have taken out the lender themselves, because sometimes the investor will pull out MI because just because they've got 20% equity doesn't mean anything. You got to ask the right questions. So that's just another element that the person who is helping you process the file at the loan servicer level will have all of that information as part of their file too. Now, we talked about HAMP and HARP. Making Home Affordable was part of those programs, which you will see on page 42. The Making, which is here, the Making Home Affordable program, which is your Fannie Mae, Fannie and Freddie backed mortgages, is a useful government website for determining if a borrower's loan was purchased by Fannie or Freddie Mac. MakingHomeAffordable.gov. Before inputting data at MakingHomeAffordable.gov, obtain a copy of the borrower's last mortgage statement to verify the exact names of the borrowers as they appear on their mortgage, the exact address of the property as it appears on the mortgage statement, the last 4 digits of the borrower's social security numbers. Next, go to MakingHomeAffordable.gov and select Get Answers. And then how do I then choose Find Out Who Owns My Mortgage. From there, follow the links and find out more information regarding the mortgage. These are all things that you're doing the moment you got your listing agreement. You are calling the loan servicer, and the loan servicer can answer these questions for you. You can go around them and try to fact check them if you want, but they're going to tell you if there's MI. They're going to tell you what the requirements are. They're going to send you a checklist, because the loan servicer is going to want to put you in the best circumstances to be able to get your short sale approved if there's a certified hardship. So they're also going to be reaching out to you on a 3-week or 1-month rotation. So you should have their number stored in your phone and ask them what number you're going to be calling them from, and put 911 in front of it so that when it rings, you see it and it makes you stop what you're doing and answering. Because if you miss that call, you're going to be waiting another month to hear from them again. And sometimes it's impossible to get from them. So this is a scenario that you're with the client and this calls and says, I've been waiting for this call for a month. I must take this call. I am so sorry, and answer the call. That's what you set yourself up for if you're going to be working short sales. They're going to own your schedule, and you're going to have to stop what you're doing when they call, because you're now at their beck and call, not the other way around. And so if you want this thing to close, the reason why a lot of short sales went to foreclosure is because the agent was never available, and those two were like two ships passing in the night, and they never seemed to be able to communicate with each other, and it went to the foreclosure table. They don't operate on text messages. They don't operate on emails. You need to be able to talk to them, and their voicemail is not, oh, hey, I need the following 5 items. It's, hi, this is Jean from the short sale department of Wells Fargo. I missed you. Please give me a call back. Thank you. Because all of the information is confidential. They can't leave you a detailed message of what's missing, because that's disclosure. They have to hear your voice. They have to authenticate that it's you. And when they call you, they're going to ask you a lot of stupid questions. Like, is this Lisa Ormsby? Will you please tell me the last 4 digits of your social security number? Can I have the loan number? Like, you're calling me. Why are you asking me for your loan number? We have to authenticate you. So you need to have on the contact record, so you can click edit and answer the property address, the loan number, the last 4 digits of the phone, and authenticate, because they're not going to have a conversation with you until you authenticate yourself as a borrower. And so if that information is inside the contact record, that's going to greatly help you be more productive, being able to get through that portion of the call quickly so you can get to the meat of what they're calling about. And always ask them at every conversation, is a foreclosure date been set? Because sometimes they'll set a date and don't tell you. So it's on you to ask. So every conversation, I make sure I ask that question, because I know they have to have 21 days ahead of time to post the sale date. So for the foreclosure notice to go out. So I'm always asking that over and over again. Have the borrower sign an authorization to release information form. I've probably talked about this one 3 or 4 times now. This is the document that you should, I always have my own already, but these days, they're not accepting them like they used to, and they really want their own form. So I will tell my client at the listing table, look, we can call together and we can talk with the loan servicer. You can provide access for me to be able to talk with them, and then they will ask, do you want to give this person access? And the seller, borrower can say yes, and they will give you access anywhere from 7 to 14 days, and that's it. It will eventually fall off. So you can then call them a couple more times if you're trying to get clarifying and having a more in-depth conversation with them later. But that doesn't replace the need for this document. And this document is the authorization to release information form. As part of the initial paperwork that needs to be completed, be sure to ask the borrower seller to sign an authorization to release information form, which is usually found on the servicer's website. The servicer cannot discuss the borrower's loan with you without this release signed. If a release form is not available at the servicer's website, there is a sample form in the resource section at the end of the manual that can work. But if it is a Chase, if it's a Chase, Wells Fargo, or Bank of America short sale, they're going to have their own form. If it is a credit union, you're going to need to call their credit union and ask them, do you guys have your own form? And they'll say, no, just give us anything that's, got the correct information on it, giving us access. There was a time where they didn't have their own form. So the form that they have in this book, I actually used for a really long time. And I would just get this signed at my listing appointment, but I don't do that anymore when I find out it's FHA, Wells Fargo, because it's a waste of time. You can't use it. And so they want wet ink. When they say wet ink, they're talking about blue pen. They don't like black pens. They don't like DocuSign. They're going to wet ink. So you're going to need to have all of these people sign. And once it's signed, then you can send it over to them however they like it to be sent. But these types of documents, still to this day, they're not loving e-signed documents. Mike.
Do any of these servicers want these docs to be notarized?
No. None of the documents are going to need to be notarized. But they are going to need to be signed and dated. So anytime there's a signature, you need to put a date. They don't want to see DocuSign. They don't even like to see the contracts DocuSign. So if you send them a contract that's DocuSigned, they probably will use that and allow it in order for opening the short sale, but you're going to receive a counter and they're going to ask you to then go and have the parties reaffirm an initial over the top of each one with wet ink signatures. There was a lawsuit about 2012 regarding use of digital signatures, and banks lost. And so because they lost that lawsuit, they are not fond of digital signatures. Now, that's not to say that all of them, this is very much a scenario where some of them will accept it and some of them absolutely will not. Wells Fargo will not. But some of them will. So it's another question that you should ask. But I've just gotten in the habit to just get everything wet ink signature anyway, because I don't want to be sitting with digital signatures and then them come back and cause me to have to go back and do it all over again. Mike, did you have a question? Okay, good. Determine whether or not there is adequate time to complete the short sale. Prior to taking the listing, you should determine whether or not you have enough time to get the short sale done, verifying with the borrower seller whether a notice of default has been issued or a foreclosure sale date has been set. Will help you with the parameters you need to effectively meet the needs of the borrower. They should know, do you have any letters, any documents? Show me the letters you're getting from your servicer and let's open them up. Usually they're all unopened, sitting in a pile somewhere. And now we're going to start going through them and opening them and see what's there. And you're going to learn a lot from that. But again, nothing beats calling the servicer and putting them on speakerphone and then letting them add you to the account once your listing agreement is signed. And then asking all these questions. Have you guys filed a notice of default? Let me check. Yes, sir. It has been found. Great. When was that filed? Okay, great. And have you guys set a foreclosure date? Nope, doesn't look like one was set. Excellent. Okay. What is the phone number for your workout department? Is there a negotiator assigned to the file? We're going to talk more about some more of the specific questions that you're going to ask, but here we go. This page is starting to get into some of the meat of what we're doing, which is the first one, having them sign the release, the authorization to release information to you as an agent, and then contacting the servicer and start asking them some of these important questions. Contact the servicer investor and request or download all the forms. Can you send me or tell me where I can download your entire short sale packet? Because they will have a short sale packet and you're going to need to go through that short sale packet and read everything thoroughly so that you have access to it. Then verify the borrower seller financial hardship. Again, we're in a situation where we're trying to figure out, make sure that we have a hardship situation. This is critical. This is one of the most important steps to make sure that we don't find ourselves in trouble. Fannie and Freddie, I think this is just a Freddie version. Verifying the borrower seller financial hardship is a critical step in listing a short sale property. Page 44. Freddie Mac's Form 710 is an excellent tool for communicating financial hardship to your borrower seller. Even if the servicer does not use Form 710, the information the homeowner will have to submit is virtually the same for every single one of these short sales. And here is 710. The hardship causing mortgage payment challenges began on approximately this date and is believed to be short-term, up to 6 months, long-term, or permanent, greater than 6 months, or resolved as of a certain date. Hardship type, unemployment, reduction of income, increase in housing-related expenses, disaster, long-term or permanent disability, divorce or legal separation, separation of borrowers unrelated by marriage, civil union, or by domestic partnership, death of borrower or death either by primary or secondary wage earner, distant employment transfer relocation, and then other hardship that's not covered above. And then they give more information about it and let them fill it out. And voila, now you have and be able to determine whether or not they are in some type of hardship. And if they have some crazy scenario, you can contact the servicer and you can have a conversation with the servicer about it and say, this is our scenario. Do you guys think? And they're going to say, well, I really can't answer that. Great. Can you get me with your manager? And then speak to the manager and have a conversation with their manager. And it's amazing. All of a sudden, the manager seems to be able to answer everything. So I always like talking with the loan servicer's manager because they usually have survived the 6-month time frame, where now they're a little bit longer. They've got a little bit more tenure. They've closed a lot of these. They also have a little bit more understanding of what that particular loans investor approves and doesn't approve, and their style, whether it's backed by Fannie or Freddie or a credit union or who knows where, and they'll be able to give you a lot of very, very important information. In all the short sales I'd done, I relied more on the negotiator assigned for the loan servicer giving me the information I need and following their instructions than anything else. Even Fannie Mae and Freddie website, you can go all over those websites and get all kinds of information. But if the lender says no, whether or not they're right or wrong, it's not going to close. And so following their instructions at the T is what's going to get them to close. Now, your client's ability to sue the servicer afterwards is entirely another topic, but getting to the closing table is going to be an exercise of following the instruction of the servicer. And if you guys are in a situation where you're doing a short sale, well, you know who to go to. If you have short sale questions, you bring them to Cindy and she comes directly to me and puts it on my desk and says, what do I do with this? And then I advise her. And so pretty much all of the short sale questions at Realty Texas find their way to me. Not to say that Cindy's not very well versed in short sales, because she is. I just like to have a hand in what's going on with the short sales and the foreclosures, because they're a pet project of mine. And I appreciate you guys taking these on, helping our Realty Texas customers from foreclosure I think it's one of those things that really not only shows our value, but shows the level of service that we bring to the table by helping people, not just on the easy ones, but on the really, really hard ones. That really shows a lot about our character. Okay. Fannie and Freddie theoretically have streamlined timelines. That is assuming that everything fits in the box that they like it to fit in. Fannie and Freddie will allow a streamlined short sale if the borrower is more than 90 days delinquent. Their mortgage is not secured by an investment property, and either one, their FICO score is 620 or less, or their debt has been discharged due to Chapter 7 bankruptcy. With the streamlined process, the borrower seller will not have to provide additional documents to prove a financial hardship because they're able to, just based on the circumstances, they're going to look and see to make sure that they did file bankruptcy, and that's going to be enough. And the borrower seller does not meet the streamline criteria, the short sale will proceed with additional paperwork requirement from Form 710. So 710 is sort of the entry gate. You fill out 710, we have a conversation with the loan servicer, and they're going to say, okay, well, based on this, we can do streamlined. Not based on this, we can't. And so the streamline process is a pre-approval where you get an approved short sale letter, and you can upload the short sale letter into the MLS. What's going to be very interesting and what we haven't spoken about, and I did ask Lisa Jackson with the National Association of Realtors about this, is never guess what's on the approval letter from the bank. How much they'll pay in commissions. And we're required to put that in the MLS by Fannie and Freddie Mac. So anyway, we'll have to deal with that. We just may have to take a marking pen and just cross that part out, and just so we don't get ourselves in a fine with the MLS. These are how the crazy roads align in real estate, where these things impact each other and they don't even realize it. But like I said in the very beginning, we are nothing if we're not resourceful, and we will figure out a way to get our clients to the closing table without getting ourselves in trouble. Page 45, examples of imminent danger of default could be other payments are being missed, but mortgage payments are current. What could some other payments be missed, but their mortgage payment be current that would put them at an imminent danger of default?
Utilities?
They're not going to get a default from utilities, no. And how is it that you are on mute and I can hear you? You must be talking through someone else's speaker. What else?
Leases, like solar panel and all that stuff, water softener? No?
You're not going to be imminent danger of default because they're just going to file a lien against the property, which means you don't lose the property, you just have a higher bill to pay when you sell it. What is going to put you in a higher imminent danger of default?
Taxes.
Okay, I like that one. And what else? The thing everybody hates. Nasty little three-letter letters.
HOA.
I saw lots of you saying that one out loud. Now, thankfully, Texas Realtors, our state association, has been champions of trying to rein in the power of the HOAs. And so there has been some work done on this, and it's becoming more and more difficult for HOAs to be able to foreclose on a property. They have to have some, they have to jump through hoops to foreclose. So it's not as easy as it was before. They were requiring before that they had primary lien access. So some HOAs were requiring that they be above junior liens and sometimes even above taxes. But Texas legislature put these HOAs in their place, and they are really far down the list where they should be in the order of lien order. So it's becoming harder and harder for them because the only way they could foreclose is if they had a lien priority that was greater than the actual mortgage itself, and they no longer have that ability.
The HOA trying to do that seems really sketchy to whoever owns the property.
Well, some people get into an HOA, get into a fight with the HOA, they don't cut their lawn, they don't maintain their property, the HOA sends them a bill and another bill and another bill. 3 years later, they haven't paid a single bill. And at some point, there's liens against the property and they're still there and they're still not paying. And so at some point, they sue and they kick them out. And so that has always been a process, but you have to be at that level in a non-hardship scenario before you're going to get foreclosed on by an HOA. Now with the laws where they are. So, but some HOAs had too much power and you were $1,000 in debt and they were filing foreclosure in order for you to go ahead and pay them. And that's not allowed anymore, thankfully. But yeah, some of them are sketchy, but there are scenarios where it becomes merit. Non-GSE traditional short sale. Okay. Non-government sponsored entity. That's your Freddies and Fannies. So your non-government sponsored loans. These are going to be your 80% conventional loans that are not underwritten, not owner occupied, and they're just true conventionals. The required paperwork to verify financial hardship will vary depending on the servicer. If you cannot download the paperwork required from the servicer's website or they don't have such paperwork, you can begin the discussion of financial hardship using the Form 710. I always use the Form 710. The Form 710 has been around for a really, really long time. And so most banks have used Form 710 as part of their own streamlined processes. So like it said in the books before, 710 is the way to go 100% of the time. Even if it's FHA or GSE or non-GSE, we always use that Form 710 because they're all going to be looking at what is the hardship. And I think that if we as agents use a standardized form, I think that helps limit our liability because we're having the same conversations anyway and we don't forget something. And we're going to talk about other ways to talk about the financial hardship as well as we get in more into the book. Standard pre-foreclosure sales. Only owner-occupied properties are eligible for the standard pre-foreclosure sale. No walkaways or investment properties. So throw the keys down, walk away, short sell the property. They really want to see that it's owner-occupied with a homestead on the property too. That's how you can truly prove that it's a owner-occupied property instead of tenant-occupied. Exceptions is when you have a verifiable need to vacate the property was related to whatever situation got them into the hardship in the first place, like the job loss. It's not just, we're having kids and we needed a bigger house, so we left the old one behind and bought the new one, and now we can't pay the old one anymore, so now we need to short sell it. Haha, not going to work. They have to deal with this up front and then figure out what they're going to do with their purchase once they sell the property. But it's got to has something to do with the job loss, transfer to the death, or something has to tie into the story all making sense to the servicer. The subject property was not purchased as a rental investment or used as a rental for more than 18 months. So you're going to sign that document with the title company. Have you lived in the property the last 2 out of the last 4 years? Same thing here. They're going to look at the tax returns to see if there was any income that was disclosed to the IRS on your tax returns. So one of the reasons why they want to see the returns. The servicer must verify the borrower's seller's monthly net income and monthly expenses in order to calculate what they call the DIT, which is the deficit income. How much are they underwater on their monthly expenses? That there is a form. We're going to go through and look at that form in a couple of pages and see what that looks like. It's very helpful, but most lenders have their own form and they're going to have things like hair cuts, food, toiletries, insurance, car payments, car insurance, all these types of gas, these types of things. And they're going to actually have a budget. And a lot of them often don't have a budget and they're looking at this and it paints a better picture in their own mind of what really is going on too, as part of this exercise. From owner occupants facing imminent default. Page 45. Owner occupant borrower sellers may be considered for an FHA if they're part of a GSE standard pre-foreclosure sale if they are current or less than 30 days past due on the mortgage obligation and can clearly demonstrate that they are at risk of imminent default due to one or more hardships. When approving a borrower seller for an FHA standard pre-foreclosure sale based on the borrower seller's imminent default, the servicer servicing file must include evidence of the borrower seller imminent default, hardship, and evidence that the deficit results in a negative value, meaning truly they are in an upside down scenario based on their income. And how do they prove that? Tax returns, bank statements, credit card statements, and the income statements and or check stubs from their payroll. Principal residence, second homes, and investment properties are potentially eligible for FHA streamlined pre-foreclosure sale, which does not require verification of financial hardship, provided that the borrower sellers meet all the program requirements. For non-owner occupants, borrower sellers who do not occupy their home. Now, if it's an FHA loan, that means they got an owner-occupied loan. If they have an owner-occupied loan, you can buy a second home and it not be an investment property. So you have a lake house and you've got your primary home, you have a lake house, some huge devastating event happens, you can no longer pay for the lake house, you no longer pay for your primary residence, you cannot make the mortgage payments, and all of them are headed to foreclosure. Now you are working with the banks and the servicers to try to figure out what you're going to do with these huge assets that are headed to foreclosure. And so don't think, oh, they have a lake house, they're trying to cheat the bank. That's not always the case. Huge events can occur in people's lives and they never imagined that they would find themselves in the situation that they're in. And speaking of that language, we're going to be talking about that specific language in the hardship letter itself. We never imagined we'd find ourselves in this scenario is some of the language that the lenders wants to see in the short sale letter from the borrower, which we're going to go over in a couple of minutes as well. The borrower seller has a credit score of 620 or below. For owner occupants, borrower sellers who occupy the home. So we've got a different streamlined process for who do not occupy versus who do occupy, except for military members, which has usually, if there's a military member, whether or not they have a VA loan or not, they're still going to be exempt to certain things, especially as it pertains to a PCS, permanent change of station. Except for military service members with permanent change of station PCSing orders who meet the requirements for an FHA streamlined short sale, because sometimes they buy a home and then all of a sudden the market changes, they're upside down, they can't sell, they can short sell that property, or they can also rent it out. They don't have to short sell it, but there is a streamlined way for them to have to address this as well. You're going to see on page 46, the first time they're actually talking about a HAMP, which is except for military service members with permanent change of station PCF orders who meet the requirements for an FHA streamlined permanent pre-foreclosure sale, owner occupant borrower sellers must have been reviewed for loss mitigation home retention options. You got to go through a 1 hour basically home ownership class that they offer, and it's usually a webinar. Servicers may offer an FHA streamlined pre-foreclosure sale or deed in lieu of foreclosure to owner occupants, borrower sellers, when one or more of the following conditions have also been met. And on these 4 bullet points. Would someone read those 4 bullet points for me on the bottom of page 46? Those last 4 bullet points.
I'll do it.
Thank you.
The borrower seller has defaulted on trial payment plan within the last 6 months. The borrower seller has defaulted on an FHA, HAMP, or standard rate and term modification within the last 2 years. The borrower seller has been deemed ineligible for a permanent home retention option. The borrower seller received a special forbearance but did not otherwise qualify for a permanent home retention option by the end of the forbearance period.
Thank you. So at these points, in order for you to be approved for a forbearance, for a homeowner retention program, or they've been granted a forbearance or trial payment plan, a lot of paperwork had to have gone into getting approved for that, and it could take 6 or 7 months. All of the paperwork necessary to get approved for these programs are the same paperwork that's necessary to be approved for a short sale. So if they've been approved for one of these, and this is part of the Obama administration's HAMP and HARP program, Making a Home Affordable program, was the ridiculous nature that a borrower would have to send all of that paperwork to get approved for some type of loan workout scenario to stay in place, not be able to make that payment, and then turn around and have to send all of that paperwork all over again to open a short sale file. So the federal government said, nope, that's ridiculous. We agree, because lawsuits happened because our property foreclosed as they were trying to get all the documents related, because as soon as they fall out of these programs, immediately a sell date is set. So what they're saying is you come out of one of these programs and you have a sell date because you're now in pre-foreclosure, they're going to have a streamlined short sale process approved in order to help you get the property sold because they've already jumped through all the hoops to try to save their home in the first place. And then literally, thank you, Jennifer, flipping the script completely and talking about the VA compromise sale. That's completely different nomenclature. It's not a short sale, VA compromise sale. VA will consider a compromise sale when one of the following financial hardship exists. Completely separate from the 710. We're not even going to go there. Veteran seller experiences employer or financial situations that requires him or her to relocate, decrease in income, major medical expense, death or principal, wage earner, spouse, or family member. The seller borrower must first obtain a sales contract in order to be considered for the program. Again, for the purposes of verifying the borrower seller's financial hardship, listing agents can start with Freddie Mac Form 710, but VA has their own form. It's better than the Form 710 for VA borrowers because they have access. Just because someone's VA, don't assume that they're former military. They could be active military. And if you use the Form 710 for active military, you're not going to have the right checkboxes on that form. So it's better to use the military form, which is dealing with active and former military, and talks about what their VA loan program offers them, which often includes a couple $1,000 relocation expense. So once the short sale is approved, they're going to get cut a check, which will help them use that as a deposit somewhere if their FICO score is low, which is very cool. Very, very cool. Okay, 47. I'd like someone, Jennifer, or someone else to read, ask the borrower seller to write a hardship letter. This one is an interesting scenario because you as an agent are going to have to approach this, and I can tell you how I've approached it and how I've talked to my clients about it. And I'm going to tell them, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, I am sorry that I have to ask you this because I know that you guys are dealing with a hardship and what you guys are going through is real. And I'm going to tell you that when you write this letter, the lender is looking for an apology. And I know that's going to be hard to muster, but this is how it needs to be written. Number one in the book, it says, I'm sorry. When you have a kid who's died in the pool or a family member who's died and they have to apologize to the bank, that is a hard pill to swallow. So I'm going to tell you, you need to apologize to them for asking them to apologize in the first place. I've done it every single time, and it's the empathy that you bring to the table that's going to really help you maintain the relationship with your client all the way through this. The bank does want to see an I'm sorry letter, and it usually is, I am sorry that I found myself in this situation. I'm sorry that this is impacting you. I never imagined that I would find myself in this situation in the first place. So let's read it. Regardless of whether the servicer uses the Form 710 or not, they will always require a hardship letter to be submitted. I've never had a short sale where they didn't require the hardship letter. The hardship letter will act as a document that they will talk about in court if this goes to court later, especially in a judgment. So they have to be truthful in whatever's in this letter. The goal of the hardship letter is to have the borrower seller explain their situation. Now, this is the thing. When they know who this letter is going to, it actually helps them feel better about this. Is this letter going to the bank? It's not going to the bank. It's going to the investor. Somebody out there loaned their money to the bank. Maybe it's their retirement plan. Maybe it's their nest egg. And maybe they were told by a financial planner, hey, you have $500,000 sitting in this account. This is great money. You should buy mortgage-backed securities, or you should invest in mortgages. All of a sudden, now the pool that they've invested in have short sale and foreclosure and short sale and foreclosure, and they have to sign off on these. And they're losing their money. And some of it is insured and some of it is not. And so because their eyes are on it and they're losing their money, these letters are being exchanged between hardship scenario, the buyer or the borrower seller, homeowner, and the actual investor. Those are the eyes that are actually looking at this. You as an agent, you're an intermediary, you're a middleman. The loan servicer, they're a middleman. The loan servicer doesn't say yay or nay. They're just taking the documents, compiling it into a package, they're sending it over to our good friends lender, the investor who invested their money. That investor could be a president of a bank, like a credit union, who owes their fiduciary duty to their depositors, and they have a board of directors that they have to be held accountable to. But it's those people who are reading these short sells, and it actually does. Every single short sell that makes its way to a financial institution such as a credit union, you know who approves it? The actual board of directors reads these letters at their regular board of directors meetings, and they have to approve them. And so knowing that, and they have their monthly meeting, that your short sale is not going to be approved until it gets into their monthly meeting and the board of directors of the organization. So having a little better understanding of what's happening in the background also helps you understand it's not you against the loan servicer. You and the loan servicer are both the middlemen. It's the people on either side of us, my client that I'm representing and the investor that they're representing. The goal of the hardship letter is to have the borrower seller explain their situation. Note that borrower sellers should not say that they wish we could keep the house. This could trigger the servicer to try to do a loan modification and delay the short sale process. Because if they put that in there, they very well could be required by law to do a workout scenario, not approve the short sale, open up a loan modification program or workout scenario, them to be declined for it and forced to go through that, because there was a scenario for a short amount of time where the lenders were required to do a workout scenario, or at least try to approve them for it and go through that before short sale. And so that language should not appear in the short sale hardship letter, rather. Number one, I'm sorry. Number two, here are my circumstances, such as a job loss, medical issue, divorce, health issue, damage to the property not covered by the insurance. I have exhausted all of my options, and the only next step is letting the property go to foreclosure. I have exhausted every single option, and the property is going to foreclose if you don't say yes. There is no other option. I have no money. It's not going to sell for more. And there is no other option afforded me, otherwise I would have taken it. So that is what the hardship letter is saying. So again, this is a scenario where you've got a true hardship scenario. There is no options for them. This is the only option, and they need to hear that. This is the only option that they have in front of them. Figure 3.4 for a sample hardship letter, which should be kept to 1 page. Clear, concise, easy to read, and verifiable. Page 48. Would someone read the Dear John letter?
I will.
Thank you.
To whom it may concern, this is a very difficult thing to write. I have always been able to pay my debts in the past, and I am truly sorry that I cannot do so now. I lost my job as a manager for a large home improvement company. I have been unemployed for 6 months. I have been receiving unemployment benefits. However, my unemployment check replaces about 1/4 of my previous income. My wife is a stay-at-home mom responsible for our 4 children. We have both been looking for employment. We have exhausted our savings. Our credit cards are maxed out, and we are in the process of filing for divorce. We can no longer afford to make the $1,800 monthly mortgage payment on our home. We are currently 5 months behind and see no way to make up the $9,000 in back payments. Our real estate taxes are also due, and we have no way to pay those either. We have agreed to sell our property for $375,000. It has been on the market for over 60 days, and this is the only offer we have received. We want to avoid a foreclosure sale that will further damage our credit. We respectfully request that you consider this offer and work with our agent to negotiate a short sale transaction. We have exhausted all of our options, and the only step next is letting go of the property, or letting the property go to foreclosure. Sincerely, Daniel and Sandy Smith.
Thank you, Jennifer. We are often using this as an example of what a short sale document what a sample borrower's hardship letter would look like on page 48. So that is a good, solid document to have in your short sale packet as part of your listing appointment, and explaining to them why you need it and why it's required. Thank you. Okay, we're going to take our first break at after lunch at 3 o'clock and be back on the hour again. So we've got 15 minutes before our next break, just FYI there. Okay, page 49. Complete the initial listing paperwork. This is borrower sellers should sign a listing agreement, a short sale disclosure form, a listing agreement addendum if one is available from either of your association or your broker, and an authorization to release information form as outlined that allows you to speak directly with the servicer as the listing agent. That's number one. Borrower sellers are required to complete the federal lead-based paint disclosure on residential properties built prior to 78, as well as any mold or other required PID, PUD, mud, and suds. Do not rely on the mortgage servicer to tell you if there's enough time before the foreclosure. The servicer will not give you reliable information. You need to know your own local state foreclosure timelines, but you do know that fair market value in the state of Texas, when you market something 10% under fair market value, even since I've been in the market in 2006, those have been 30-day sales or less. We don't have 20% under market value that stay on the market 6 months. That's not a thing. If it's not sold in 30 days, guess what? You didn't list it for fair market value, because either the condition brought it down to less than fair market value or your comps were wrong. So it should sell, unless it is a property that you're unable to properly expose to the market for one reason or another. You may need to contact a law firm who is retained by the servicer, which I often do. And you can learn who the law firm is and call them directly. And I called the law firms all the time because they are the ones who will or will not. They are the ones who add it to the courthouse steps. They are the entity that puts it on the courthouse steps, and they take your call. And so the servicer is in direct communication with them. The transaction that I was able to get unwound by Grant Mullering with Chase regarding my Leah Lane property in Pflugerville was exactly this. The loan servicer, we had a bad BPO. It was way off. And we were able to get another agent to do a BPO, and out of the blue, the attorney added it to the courthouse steps and it foreclosed. And all the way up, I was assured by them, this is not foreclosing, this is not foreclosing, we're going to give you time, and it foreclosed. And then I called them and they were able to undo the foreclosure. And by the way, I didn't know they had that power. I was blown away. I really thought that all was lost. But when they undid that foreclosure, I mean, that was the day that I was just blown away and felt like I had bat wings and a Superman cape, that I was able to get my client's transaction unforeclosed. That was quite a day. I'm going to show you an email from them before the end of class. That was kind of an exciting email to get. The steps involved in taking the listing and the information required by the servicer at the time of the listing will depend on the type of short sale you are doing. Some servicers require paperwork prior to the listing. Some require that you put the property on the market and adjust the price if needed, and others will not initiate a short sale until there's a contract on the property. So I always call the servicer, I'm always call the lender and ask for the short sale department while I've got my listing, once I got my listing agreement signed at the kitchen table, and have a conversation with them. Can we talk to your default management department? I've just received a listing today. I'm working on getting you the documents. What's the process? And ask them what they need. And then I walk away from that with my client and me hearing exactly what the process is going to be, which helps my client understand what we need as well. So then we both heard the same information from the same person. We jot down the list, go to their website, drop down the list of documents that they need from their short sale packet, start working on the hardship letter, start working on the third-party account access letter, and having them start compiling all their financials so that they can get that back to me. And then I'm calling the title company, opening title. I'm asking the title company to order a payoff and give me a preliminary closing disclosure based on my CMA to figure out where their break-even list is. And then now, while all of that is working, I am staying in touch with the servicer of a couple of days to make sure that it's not going into pre-foreclosure by having a sell date set. So, page 49, short sale listing addendum. Authorization to disclose. Seller authorizes broker to market the property as a short sale or possible pre-foreclosure property in the MLS and other advertising media to contract representatives, employees of the lien holders to discuss the terms and value of the seller's loan. We have this, we have a form, notice of information from other sources and information to advertise property. And I'm going to bring up that form so you can see it in our form system. You can use this form and you need to put short sale and distressed. I'm going to share my form. Miguel's already, it looks like he's already got it. And let me share my screen. Seller's authorization to disclose and advertise certain information. So this form, by the way, is a form that you all should be using in your regular day-to-day, not just when there is a hardship scenario, not if it's a short sale or a foreclosure, but empty nester or move up, move down, anything that is personal. You put on this form and then it grants you the authorization in writing from the client to be able to put that kind of language in the MLS. So we use this form often. It's TXR 1412. And here we would put things like bring all offers, negotiable, seller is contributing closing costs towards buyer expenses. Now, we now have that language from the listing agreement in our listing agreement. Paragraph F, which was added in the listing agreement, which is now part of paragraph 5 in the most recent rendition. As you know, that we've just received another rendition of the Texas Realtors listing appointment. And now that we have a final version, we're going to be scheduling our contracts class. But this is the form that you're going to use for that. Now, let me also, while we're here, bring up the short sale addendum. And this form is what is going to be attached to a purchase contract. And this is a very important document because it says this contract involves a short sale of the property as used in the addendum. A short sale means that the seller's net proceeds will be insufficient to settle the transaction. And what's great about this is that paragraph D of the short sale addendum acts as a, once you receive the approval letter from the loan servicer, then you have a time frame to provide that document to the buyer agent. Once all agents have it, then you amend, it automatically amends the effective date of the contract to the date of the approval letter, and their option period starts over without the short sale addendum. Because now you have approval from the lender. So this is a very, very important document because prior to approval from the short sale, all parties had the ability to back out for any reason. And so if the approval letter comes in and it is not what the offer says and it requires a counter of the offer, then it's not going to work. But if the contract works, they amend the contract to meet the terms, the effective date of the contract is revised to the date of the approval letter, and now you're moving forward with a contract without the short sale addendum, and you get to the closing table. Does anybody have questions regarding this? Okay, so here are your two TREC promulgated forms that, well, the short sale addendum is a TREC promulgated form. The TXR 1412 obviously is a Texas Realtors promulgated form. But these two forms you're going to use on every single short sale. This short sale addendum required TXR 1918 or TREC 45-2. That is required to be used in a short sale. And then, of course, the seller's authorization to disclose related information is required as a broker policy to limit your risk and exposure. Were you able to see those?
Jack?
Yes.
Jack, I have a question. On the authorization to release, if we're only putting remarks in agent remarks, do we still need that or is it for public remarks?
So disclosure to anyone. You have an absolute rule from TREC for confidentiality of anything about their person. You have a requirement by law for anything that you know about the property to disclose to agents and customers. But if there is something confidential, like they have kids, they don't have kids, they're downsizing, they're upsizing, they're short selling, they're empty nesting, any of those things are confidential and you can't disclose it to anyone except the people who are part of that listing agreement, which is your manager, your broker, and you. Anyone that's surrounding that listing agreement is part of that disclosure bucket. Another agent would be a disclosure event. So if you call the other agent and tell them if it's in the MLS special provisions, you're disclosing it to an agent, and that is just as much an invalid disclosure as it would be to put it to consumers. You can't disclose it to anybody unless it's here. So I wanted to answer your question in another way, but the answer would be you can't put it anywhere in the MLS or tell anyone at all unless you have somehow in writing, whether it's on paragraph 11 of your listing agreement or you've used this form. But this would be the proper form to do that with. Good question.
Thanks.
Okay, let's get back to my slides. We're a couple minutes away from break, so we're almost there. Going to page 50 in our book. Seller acknowledges that the broker has advised seller that alternative to short sale may be available. And involvement in a short sale may not preclude foreclosure proceedings. Just because we're attempting to do the short sale does not mean that the bank is going to approve it, and it does not mean that we're going to be able to save you from foreclosure. But we are going to make best efforts, and I'm going to do everything in my power to save you from foreclosure. But I can't promise that. All we can do is work with the servicer and make sure that we make ourselves available when the servicer needs us to answer questions to get you to the closing table. And then, so this page, this form on page 49, the seller's short sale listing addendum. This is ABR's idea of what an addendum to the listing agreement might look like. Authorization to disclose, the disclaimer, and then also information for cooperation. Seller agrees to provide broker and lien holder any information necessary to approve the short sale. And seller agrees to provide all that information so that you have in your listing agreement a promise from the seller that they're actually going to furnish all this information so that you're not in the middle of a short sale and the seller said, I'm not giving you my tax returns. Under no circumstances will I do it. And then now you're kind of stuck. And what's great about the short sale process is the seller typically doesn't care what it sells for. So when it comes time to properly listing the property, typically the lender would want to see you list it for fair market value, not for 18% under fair market value, but they really do want to see what it should sell for. And they're going to watch you. They're going to want to see your original listing agreement. They're going to want to see any amendments to the listing agreement. And they're going to want to see the active MLS agreement. So when you open up your short sale, you're sharing them with all these documents, and 30 days later, you don't have an offer, you're reducing it. And sometimes they want to be in charge of the reductions, because if they have a streamlined version where they were already going for some type of recast of a loan or mortgage workout, and they don't get approved for the loan modification, then sometimes the streamlined version will say, here's your approval letter. This is approved for streamline, list it for this amount. And if it doesn't sell, reduce the price to this amount in this many days, which is kind of the 1% of the short sales. 99% of the short sales, the very first person in the homeowner calls is the agent. And usually it's after missing 3 or 4 payments and they're dodging the lender at all costs. 99% of the time, that's what you end up with. Page 51. Follow the servicer protocol in completing additional documentation. Yes, do that. Follow the servicer's guidelines because that's going to help lead you to the table more than anything. Fannie Mae standardized short sales. You're going to find that maybe you do 50 short sales in your career, and maybe all 50 are completely different. Because some were Freddie Mac, some were Fannie Mae, some were conventional, some were VA. And you find out that every single one of them is a little bit different. And you never know, you just know that the borrower has some type of hardship scenario and you're meeting with them at the table. And the first thing you do is you contact the lender and start following the lender's instructions. And the short sale packet that they give you is going to have all the information that you need. And that's always been the case, by the way. At the time of taking the listing agents should submit a completed borrower response package to the servicer. The borrower response package consists of completed mortgage assistance application, that Form 710 we keep talking about. Income documentation is outlined in Form 710. Here's my income check stubs. Hardship documentation is outlined in Form 710, the hardship letter. So we give them an example copy of what a hardship letter looks like and apologize that you have to ask them to apologize because that's one of the best ways of getting the short sale approved in the first place, and it not be mentioning anything about trying to do a loan modification because that could throw a wrench into things. And then short form request for individual tax returns, which is your 4506. They want authorization to pull the tax transcripts, although they're going to ask you for the actual returns themselves. They're going to actually get the transcripts of that to make sure that the documents that they received were filed and were legitimate, the ones that you sent them. With the Fannie Mae standardized short sale, the servicer will be involved in setting the price for the short sale, kind of like what I talked about before. These are the standardized short sales, these are the short ones where they've already fallen out of some program and they're going to approve it. They're going to get with you and they're still going to talk with the borrower most of the time. They're going to tell the borrower, you need to go find an agent. Now, let us know when you have one. Great. Now, who's the agent? Cool. Hopefully they are versed in this, but it's a lot more streamlined because the agent has a very specific set of instructions from the bank to follow. You're going to price it at this particular price point. And again, but there's only 1% of the time. So don't get excited about this because out of the 50 short sales you might close in the next couple of years, you might receive one of these. The borrower seller does not, that's with the Fannie Mae standardized short sale, you may be putting the property on the market at its fair market value before receiving a price from the servicer. The borrower seller does have the option, however, of waiting until the servicer has responded with a price before putting the property on the market. If the borrower seller chooses to wait, listing agents should ensure that the seller has sufficient time prior to any forced sale. I don't think waiting is a very good choice. Sometimes the standardized short sale they're going to say it's going to take us 45 days to approve the short sale. I'm going to go ahead and do my job. I'm going to put it in the listed for fair market value and be trying to get an offer, have my disclosures from my client authorizing me to list it as a short sale, list it as a potential short sale in the MLS, and be working on trying to get an offer. Those are things that I'm going to be doing. Homepath4shortsales.com is a very cool website that's popped up in the last couple of years. It helps you. How many of you are aware of our NAID number and that we have a NAID account for HUD and buying HUD homes from the HUD home store? Okay. The HUD home store, if you can go to a HUD home store. I've been showing this a lot actually lately to our agents because it kind of surprises me of how many people are not aware of this particular website. But this is where your governmental backed foreclosures will often hit, and they're very specific. We'll go to Texas, and then we're going to look at all of the foreclosures that are in Texas. And here's one that is in Manor. This property is $331,000. Bid opens on 9/9. It's exclusive just to owner occupants, and it has. When you click on it, you will see that they will often have what's called a home path special lending program, and the home path meaning that if you use it's usually on their flyer. If you use their lender through HomePath, oftentimes there's a better interest rate and they will pay all of your closing costs. The HomePath is the same thing they're talking about here. A HomePath short sale is that same kind of arm of the federal government, but this one will give you an idea of what you should list a short sale for. This popped up not too long ago, so it's the federal government's way of telling you, here. Use this, and all it does is try to figure out an RVM, realtor valuation model or some type of valuation model, and then they're going to take about 6% to 8% off that price and tell you to list it for that. If you list the property for the home path short sale price, the lender will appreciate that because lenders don't like it when agents underprice a property, get an offer, especially when it's one of these standardized short sales where they're going to approve and pick the price. And then now you have a buyer who has an offer in, and now you have to counter that offer. It can elongate the process by alienating that buyer, making that buyer terminate because they're mad because they feel like the promise was broken, even though the short seller didn't was on top of it. Seller can't guarantee the price because the seller's not picking the price. Yet the seller and the buyer are choosing to negotiate the deal, but it's the lender who's really going to approve the price. So until you know what the lender is going to approve, these short sell ones, if you use the home path short sell guidance for the list price, that will greatly help you pick the right price so that if you pick that price, oftentimes you'll see that the approved amount is very near this price because the same algorithm on their side is being used. So the next round of foreclosures that we see in short sales coming in the coming years, this website will become very, very helpful to us agents so that we can know that we're pricing it for the same algorithm ultimately that they're going to approve, regardless of BPO, by the way, because we're seeing them put less weight on BPOs, although they're still statutorily required. Broker price opinion, they send an agent out to give them their recommended price. They're putting less weight on those and more weight on the algorithms, the Zestimates, the Google or the RPR realtor valuation models or the lender valuation models. They're putting more weight into those as time goes on. Not to say, as we get to page 52 and we see that we have a lot of BPOs and AVMs that come in incorrectly. And there's an entire chapter on this in the book on page 52 about contesting a value assigned by the servicer or Fannie Mae. If you believe that the recommended list price Fannie Mae has given you is wrong, you'll need to contest the value. Before you submit an inquiry about an active short sale to Fannie Mae, make sure you have all the information you need. And there are several bullet points on this page that talks about the process to get through a bad BPO or a bad appraisal or even a bad AVM valuation model. Name, phone number, address, real estate brokerage name, borrower, seller's property address, loan number, servicer name, sign borrower authorization form, property foreclosure sale date, your point of contact to usually at the point you've already gone through an offer. They come back and they counter you, and the counter is very high. It makes absolutely no sense because resale homes are selling for less than that. They're not distressed. Gross offer amount, list significant value related issues, your recommended value, 3 to 6 comparable properties, any additional documents, and you send in this response package along with Form 710. Again, you're going to hear about that form all over the place. And they are forced to now review that as part of the package before they send it off to foreclosure. And again, they very much want to keep this thing from going to foreclosure. And if you can prove to them that their algorithm is wrong and their numbers wrong, and that this is going to go to foreclosure and the price that they think this property is going to sell for is not what it's actually going to sell for, they're going to take that into consideration. And if you are correct and they actually have a second BPO and that second BPO comes in to where you are, you've probably just saved the transaction. Okay, when we get back from break, we're going to continue on talking about the standardized short sale before we get into the next chapter, which is the buyer agent's role in this whole thing, because they've got quite an interesting role in this. The best way to help a buyer is understand what the listing agent's going through. We're going to give you some really interesting advice on how to deal with the buyer side of the transaction when you are the buyer agent in a short sale. Okay, 3:06, let's go on break, come back at 3:16.
Jack, do you submit pictures with that when you're trying to get the, their price back in line with what you think market is?
Well, Mike, at the point where you're at this point, they already have the professional photos from the listing itself. So no, I typically don't. But if there is something wrong with the property, and if there's something I'm trying to zoom in on and it's about the photo, there's something physically wrong with the property, yes, absolutely. But if it's just a matter that they pulled the wrong comps, it's not about the pictures anymore. It's about the comps, and it's going to be more weight on the comps and explaining why. Welcome back. Where we need you. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back from our quick little 10-minute break. So I saw this morning email that NAR is going to take the case to the Supreme Court. Yeah, that particular one. This goes back to our dear friends, Rex, who sued the National Association of Realtors for antitrust. And that one really is we got two lawsuits right now that are going on that is going to possibly change the whole realtor organization. One of which, of course, has more to do with the triad, what they call the federation, than anything else, which is the requirement that we have a membership with the national, state, and local, and break that up. And because of that, I don't think I signed that in the right place. You may need to do that again because I signed it in the buy, not the sign place. Bring that much to me again. Breaking up the triad, meaning that people can be involved in your local board and not be involved in the National Association of Realtors. So thing is that the National Association of Home Builders, the National Association of Associations is actually a thing, also has a triad. So there's hundreds and hundreds of nonprofit associations out there that have that triad. So they're beating us up. I think the thing that really came out of that article was the Sitzer Burnett guy deciding that he's going to now create a business related to having buyer rep platform selling at the properties, which was the very guy who caused these lawsuits in the first place to turn around and profit off of it. Is so bad taste.
Wonder if that was his strategy all along.
I can guarantee you that the timing of that was so bad for him right now because the settlement has not even been approved yet. It doesn't get approved until November, and we are not supposed to be commenting on this stuff. It is really bad. Okay. And NAR does not want me talking about that in
Today.
here.
Right.
Okay. But no, Diane, it's definitely interesting news coming out of Inman today for sure. I ran into Cindy's office and said, "Did you just?"
It sounds like Star Wars, triad and federation and like what are we coming to? Okay.
So, page 53 back in the book on the standardized short sale, and I don't want you guys to get too caught up in this. There are streamlined processes for short sales. The HAMP program, the HARP program, the Making Home Affordable program, Freddie and Fannie's standardized short sale, all to do with where the borrower, how they obtained their loan, who underwrote it, and what they've gone through. Meaning, have they tried to get were they from a GSE, a Freddie or a Fannie, and got through the process of getting approved for a loan modification, then defaulted because they didn't have the money, and then go directly into a short sale, and a lot of them foreclosed. So now they're trying to come out of it instead of directly going to foreclosure, trying to streamline a short sale and get through that short sale process. And if that short sale process is approved, great. If not, then at least they had the time to try to get it approved without it going directly to the foreclosure table. And really, it all comes down to all of the lawsuits that have happened over the years of people being harmed because the lenders didn't give them adequate time to determine whether or not they would qualify for a short sale. And the lenders weren't just being sued by borrowers, they were also being sued by the investors. We determined that this particular homeowner could have been approved for a short sale, and you didn't give them enough time, which means we lost 23% instead of 18%. You're not looking out of our best interest. So the loan servicers were getting it from both sides, and so governmental overreach had to pop in, and on and on and on had to happen in order for them to get this right. And it often takes lawsuits in order to get it right. Okay. So page 53, the Freddie Mac standardized short sale has their own. Their Fannie Mae standardized short sale, which they have their own. The non-GSE, remember government sponsored entities, that's where the old savings and loan back in the turn of the century, savings and loans popped up. And I don't mean the 2000s turn of the century, I mean the other one. When that came around, we had no such thing as a savings and loan. And then they created those, and those popped up, and now people were able to get mortgages. Then the GSEs, allowing for people to have low down payment mortgages, which wasn't a thing before. And so because the government is underwriting these and insuring them, the government is creating more and more practices to make sure that the citizens are being treated fairly and that there's programs available to them for workout scenarios when they fall in hard times. Different from, and that's part of the government's insuring of the loans. Not only are they insure them, but they're going to make sure that people are treated fairly as part of this. So we have the Freddie Mac standardized short sale, the non-government sponsored entities or conventional loan short sales, which also, by the way, could even fall into scenarios where people have done a seller financing. Also, FHA pre-foreclosure sale, which is the PFS. Again, FHA backed by Fannie Freddie. It's an FHA loan, owner occupied. They're doing a pre-foreclosure sale. Again, we have the distress sales from VA, compromise sale. So lots of different lenders, lots of different loan servicers, lots of different insurers trying to figure out ways to help the borrowers either stay in their home, figure out a way to sell the property through a certified hardship scenario that's fair and that helps protect the lender against losses, and has a repeatable process that we can all understand. And more of them are coming together and sharing information and sharing processes, so that I think by the time we hit probably 2030, you're probably going to be seeing one governmental short sale package that is conformed between the GSEs, Freddie, Fannie, as well as VA, and have one process. Because the problem that we're having right now is the lenders themselves are having a hard time, because a lender, a loan servicer, may have 10 different investors, and they are having 300, 400, 500 different short sales going on at the exact same time, all with different processes. And the lenders are having a struggle keeping up with this. When I say lenders, I actually mean the loan servicers are having a hard time with this. So they are trying to streamline them even more. I am going to spend a moment, though, to go through the VA compromise sale, because I think that's pretty noteworthy on page 54. That one is talked about the Freddie. Freddie Mac does not set the list price. The GSEs, they don't do anything. You just got to figure it out. You're gonna use your own forms, call the loan servicer, ask them what they need, and you're gonna fill out a package. FHA, the borrower submits a request, a pre-foreclosure sale packet. They're going to receive an approval to participate. They're going to go take their 1 hour home session class that they have to take, and follow the instructions. So they all have their own little processes. But VA, we're going to talk about this one, and we're going to go through these bullet points. The property must be sold for fair market value. That's a very important thing. the VA is going to require that. And again, fair market value takes into consideration condition. So it's not that the property has to be sold for the median price of the market. It's whatever condition that property is currently in, what is the fair market value for that property in its condition, and should sell for that. So your VAs take a little bit longer to close than others, so they allow for that. The closing costs must be reasonable and customary. What's interesting is that VA changed these in May of this year. May it was proposed, August it was approved, for allowing commissions to be added and it not be part of the closing costs. But they said as long as the commissions are, get this, reasonably and customary. Although we are not allowed to use those words, it actually says on the actual document itself. I think that's noteworthy. I will bring that document up. I happen to have it.
Are the phrase reasonable and customary getting swapped out for something more concrete after the new?
You know, the thing about that is you're dealing with VA, and nobody knows what VA is going to do it until VA actually meets and does it. So I don't know. Nobody knows. But no one in real estate since the beginning of time, as far as I know, since long I've been in this business, has been allowed to say whether that a commission is reasonable or customary. We're not allowed to use those words. So for VA to turn around and use that word, and I'm actually had it on my desktop because I was sharing this with Joseph Townsend the other day, who was messaging me on this very topic.
But
And
those are antitrust words.
those are apparently antitrust for anyone other than the federal government. Who would have thought, right? But I didn't say that because I would get in trouble if I said something like that. Okay. The VA compromise sale, continuing on. I'm going to find that letter. I think it actually came in. Joseph. I'm sending a text message. Nope. I can't find it fast enough. What we have right now is the August approval letter from the federal government, VA, Department of Veteran Affairs, saying that they're not going to consider the commission as part of the closing costs, allowing for it not to affect a short sale if it does short sell. Remember, this was a really big deal for us in short sales because if the seller didn't pay the commission on a short sale, the buyer couldn't pay a commission. And there were some times where there wasn't enough funds in a short sale for the buyer agent side of a commission to be paid, whether it was a foreclosure or a short sale either. And so sometimes the buyer would then have to pay the commission on a short sale. And the buyer can't pay a commission on a VA. At least that's what the rules were before. So they have temporarily suspended that with some caveats that the commission be what they consider reasonable and customary. I'm not exactly sure how they're going to define that, but that's the rule for now. The compromise sale must be less costly for the government than foreclosure. So they've got to do an analysis to determine whether or not they think that if they were to sell this property, they could actually do better by moving forward with that sell than selling it the way it is. Sometimes the government will take a VA and they will actually improve the condition of the property and sell it for a higher price. So then they'll do an analysis of, well, we need to clean up the home, and after we do all of that, can we sell it for more? And sometimes the answer is yes, and they won't improve it. There must be a financial hardship on the part of the seller. On loans that originated prior to 1989, the lender must be willing to write off any debt above the max guarantee. And there must be no second liens or other other second liens on the property unless it's under $5,000. And in situations where the second lien or other liens, the seller can request that the lien holder consider releasing the lien and converting the loan to a personal loan so that they can continue paying on that debt, not secured to the property anymore. And in all my years, I've not seen a second lien holder willing to do that. They should, because they do that anyway. a non-approved sale, they do a judgment lien. And so really what the buyer's asking, or the seller's asking, is put a judgment lien against me for the difference so I can sell the home. And this $5,000 second lien I'll pay off over time. I don't have it now, but I'll pay it later, kind of thing. And so, but I've never seen that actually come through before. Commission concerns. Offer of compensation. All of this is incorrect now, and I think all of us know why. This was built prior to 2024 settlement stuff, so some of this is prior to the new settlement agreement from NAR. But the good news is that we do have something from VA in writing stating that the buyer can pay the commission. And so the buyer can have their battle buddy out in the field with them, helping them with this transaction. And in some cases, maybe they would not have had their battle buddy in a situation where there was no cooperative compensation and the seller was not offering some type of credit to the buyer. Remember, there's 3 ways to pay a commission in reality. Cooperative compensation, which means that the seller pays the entire commission to the listing broker and the listing broker shares some of theirs with the buyer broker. Or the seller pays a concession to the buyer directly and the buyer pay the commission to their broker, and on the closing disclosure the buyer be reimbursed for that compensation at closing, oftentimes with no money actually exchanging hands between the buyer and the broker. It's just, it looks that way on the closing disclosure. And then the third one, of course, is the buyer paying the commission without any reimbursement. So those are the methods that we see in terms of compensation right now. And for the foreseeable future, it's going to work that way. I don't like cooperative compensation as much as I like seller credits. The MLS is afraid of seller credits because they're afraid that all the seller credits are going to be nothing but commissions. So they're watching very carefully to see if the seller credit is a number that would be eerily or closely similar to what a commission would have been, and telling you to get that out of there because it's not supposed to be. Now, this is the thing. You can put a 3% seller credit, but you had better not have on your listing agreement that you're paying cooperative compensation, because you're going to pay the commission twice, you see. If the seller is offering a seller credit and you are not offering a seller credit and offering compensation, but you make it a seller credit in the MLS, it means you're now offering both. You're offering commission and seller credit. So don't utilize the seller credit for a commission if that's how you structured it in your listing agreement. But if your listing agreement has no cooperative compensation, but it does have a seller credit, that seller credit can be whatever your seller wants to pay the buyer for whatever buyer expenses it could be there. It could be 6%, 6% because they want to offer closing costs and cooperative and the buyer commission, but the buyer can use that for whatever they want. I think we're going to see more of that in the future. And of course, TREC is pushing that as well, because you'll see on the red line version of our 1-to-4 family home contract, 12A1A, 12A1B, and 12A1C, which is a new paragraph that says that commissions are now part of the standard closing costs. So if their commissions is now one of the allowable fees for closing costs. So that means that if closing costs is added to the contract, commission can be one of those fees. And remember, it wasn't before. And if the closing costs was less than what the seller was offering, it would go back to the seller. But now with commission having a line item in there, now that number can be higher and not go back to the seller, because now it can be applied to commissions and to standard closing costs. Because the truth is, a commission is one of the many closing costs, is it not? And so why would it not be part of 12A1B standard closing costs? And all the lenders are agreeing, well, we're going to take the commission and we're not going to make it part of their DTI. So I think we're going to see less and less cooperative compensation and more buyer credits. Sellers offering a blanket credit to the buyer for 6%. Use it for whatever you want. And then that's going to at least put that out there for the buyers. And now when a buyer agent is, and that helps us, because we're getting our buyer rep agreement before we have anything to do with the contract. We tell them, They're going to either pay us through cooperative compensation or offer you a credit or offer you nothing, and we deal with it in the sales price and you write us a check. One of those three ways. So we're past August 17th. I know you've all gotten experts at this already, and you're not terrified or afraid of this, even the slightest tiny bit, right? Because we're good. In fact, we've seen more closings happening now than we have in the last couple of months. So we have obviously done a good job gearing you guys, because you out there closing more transactions than you did before this whole thing happened.
You have, Jack, because in the ABR class yesterday, this girl was almost incensed that somebody called and said, "Are you offering cooperative compensation?" They used those words, and I was like, "Yeah, that's a good question." And she had never heard that phrase, didn't know how to take it.
Yes, I do see, did a town hall for Williamson County, and apparently I'm going to be doing another one soon. And I had 75 people in the room, and lots of them had just rudimentary questions. So more education for sure needs to be out there. Thankfully, I've been involved in NAR, Texas Realtors and Trek long enough to be able to be following the stuff well enough where we've got a very good handle on it here. Module 4, the buyer agent's role. So we're going to preface this whole saying that I have been able to close more short sales as a buyer agent, helping the listing agent do their job. Imagine that. When I represent a buyer and I find out that we are doing a short sale, guess what I ask for as part of the offer? I call the listing agent and say, how many short sales have you closed? And I just ask them. Well, this is my first one. Great. You're lucky to be working with me, because I'm going to help you close this, because this is what you're going to do. I want you to have a letter of third-party account access signed for me as well, because I'm going to be calling the loan servicer, and I'm going to be asking the loan servicer what exactly is needed, and I'm going to do what I normally do for my seller, for you and for the buyer in this instance, to make sure that there's nothing missing. And I'm calling the listing agent continually. They don't like your packet. I told you need these 3 documents. Let me see the packet. And then sometimes I've got to get documents signed from the seller, and I actually assist the listing agent and the seller close the transaction, because I'm not going to take it all to risk. I know why it takes a year to close a short sale, and it has nothing to do with the loan servicer. It has nothing to do with the seller. It has all to do with the agent and how they're submitting the documents to the lender, and the lender, they priced it wrong. They had 3 offers. All 3 fell apart because they got countered 3 times in a row. They're not sending the right documents to the loan servicer, so they continue to either close the file and open a new one. It's just a big hot mess. So the more you understand it from the listing side, the more you can help your client say, Mr. Buyer, this property, I did a CMA for it, and the CMA on this property shows that it's worth $360. You can offer $200, but you're not going to get it approved by the loan servicer for $200. You see, I can be helping the buyer understand what they should be negotiating. You should not be asking for more than 18% under fair market value. So that is where they're going to be looking for in order to get this approved. You're going to get a counter. So if you're not willing to accept a counter for more than what you're offering here, then we should not be moving forward in this property. Because what you're going to do is you're going to land the seller in foreclosure. So very helpful, Mike.
Yeah, in an instance where somebody tries to lowball like that, does the lender have an obligation to even come back with a counter?
No.
Okay.
No, they don't. They are not at all. They are not the seller of the property. They are an investor of the property. And so the seller has a requirement to have proper timelines, 2 days, 2 calendar days to respond and all of this, but the lender has no such requirements. And so they will often come back and say, the lender did not counter, they declined the loan, but they're going to come back with something. but they're going to either come back with an approval or a decline. And if they decline it, they said they declined it. And sometimes when they decline the whole thing. It could be decline short sell based on the offer. Yeah, no, we're going to close the file. And if you want to have another offer, you can open another file. That's a very dangerous place to be. You don't want your file closed because then you have to go through that whole process of opening it up again. Good question. Okay. And how many of curious by a show of hands, how many of you have closed at least one short sale from a listing agent side? Good. All right. So you all know exactly what I'm talking about. From the buyer side, the 59, the three bullet points at the top, after learning the material in module 4, we should be able to analyze the fundamentals of the REO business, including REO lifecycle and the existence opportunities for real estate professionals, discuss how buyer representatives can educate clients on short sale and REO transactions, and understand how to create an offer on a short sale property. And we're going to talk about the ways of helping the buyer understand that lowballing is not going to be helpful. And then also here, defining what actually an REO property is on page 59. REO stands for real estate owned. It's a term that lenders, banks, and governments use to describe properties that they come to own because a borrower can't keep up with a mortgage payment, and they never wanted to own it in the first place. When a lender reclaims a home and wipes out any money due on the mortgage, it offers the property for sale as an REO. The property is usually sold as is, even if it needs repairs. How does a property go from a family home or place of business to a bank-owned asset? As the diagram here shows, basically, you end up with going through a foreclosure process that wipes out all of the liens against the property, giving them the ability to then sell it with clean title. They can't convey clean title until it goes through the mortgage process and discharges all of the liens that are against its title. So we've got judicial foreclosure, non-judicial foreclosure, which we here in Texas follow. So let's say you've got a 45-day notice of default goes out. So judicial foreclosure, notice of default is filed. Then if mediation is not required, which is not, notice of foreclosure is sent out. And then they have to then publicly display the property on the website or the docket, as they call it, for the courthouse and the county. And oftentimes they will also have to put it in the paper and other things. They've got requirements on how they advertise those properties, and then it goes to public auction. Sold at the highest bidder or not sold at auction, it doesn't sell, then a reserve bid is not met, then it goes to REO, and then they now are able to reduce the price and lower it until finally it sells to an investor, a buyer, or a nonprofit. First, it's opened to nonprofits. They've been working on that lately. In certain circumstances and certain municipalities, they will offer it to the nonprofits for affordable housing first. If not purchased, then sold to owner occupants. First, owner occupants have a bidding price, and if it's not sold to a owner occupant, then it's opened to investors. HUD Home Store is the very best example of a source that you can go to look at and buy REO properties. If you have an investor that's looking, once it's gone past the reserve and it's past the community nonprofits and home buyers and it's in the investors, then they can bid on those properties. On page 64, I'm trying to get to this one. In pairs of two, take 10 minutes to compare your knowledge of REOs and distressed REO properties versus traditional properties. What are some similarities between the two, and what are the stark differences? Based on the findings, are REO listings a good fit for you? If you're comfortable, share your findings with the class. We're going to do this one a little bit together. So what are some similarities between if REO properties versus traditional properties? What are some
One's owned by-
similarities?
Whoops, sorry.
Usually the real estate owned properties are empty and or damaged.
Okay. Well, we can certainly talk about the differences. We're not going to use our promulgated contracts. We're going to use a special contract. Oftentimes they don't have utilities. Sometimes they do. Sometimes they've been completely winterized. But on the HUD home store, they're going to be reherbed. When they're sold at the foreclosure auction, when they're over here sold to the highest bidder, then you got problems. But once they're sold to auction and they go to REO and then they're sold, you will see oftentimes they're winterized, they're cleaned up, they're ready to go, they have carpeting, and they're trying to sell them. So it really depends on what happens at this level, at the public auction. Because at the public auction, oftentimes the buyer has no idea what they're buying. How many of you have been to a public auction? Okay, Michelle, talk to me about what that's like. I think we've had this conversation before, actually.
Yeah, I think we have. It's been a while. Well, I went to one public auction, must have been about 3 or 4, right before COVID. And it was interesting. I mean, I showed up and there were a few people out front of the courthouse. And then, right before the bidding started, a group of people rushed in. And so it went from like 4 people to 20. And then the sheriff, I guess it was the sheriff's representative, started to essentially speak like an auctioneer, talking extremely fast, and people had paddles and they were raising the paddle up and bidding, depending on the price that was thrown out there. And I think the most interesting thing that happened that day is that there were 2 ladies that were bidding against each other and they were doing like $50. 250,000, $250,050, so, and I'm thinking, wow, it was going on for a while and the auctioneer had to put a stop to it. And said, there are other people waiting, we need to kind of move it along a little bit more. And then let's see what else. Yeah, it was just interesting because there weren't as many properties as I thought there were going to be, but that was in 2018. And it was just, I thought it was fun being able to talk to people there, talk to the investors and just ask them about their experience in buying auction properties. And I think the biggest complaint I heard was that we don't get to see the properties that we're bidding on. And we can, one of the guys said, essentially, technically we can, but most of the time the people are in pre-foreclosure, the homeowners are in pre-foreclosure, so it's awkward to go up to their house and try and look in the windows and things like that when there are people living in the house. But I think that's overall my experience.
Yeah, thank you for sharing with the class. They are unable to inspect the properties, but they can certainly drive by because everyone knows what's going to be on the foreclosure docket. At least they think they know because they see what's on the foreclosure docket, but the actual day of the foreclosure, a lot of those properties that were there have been pulled for whatever reason. And all of a sudden there was 10, now there's 4 because the lenders are working out scenarios with the occupants and they're trying to figure it out. So you never know that the ones that are on the docket 21 days before are actually going to be on the docket the day of the sale. And so they don't like it when people are looking through the windows and walking up to the property because those are owner occupied properties. Often people still live there. They still own it at that time and people are trespassing if they go onto that property and they have no right to trespass. Pamela, hi.
I'm wondering, I went to an auction last week, but it wasn't at the courthouse. I've been to those before. This one was online.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that's the format that it's going to take in the future?
I Yes,
And
I
it
do.
was for an investor. She had a specific dollar amount that she was gonna pay. And by the time I got registered and everything and got in there, it was already, she didn't want to pay above 250. And by the time I got myself in, it was over 500. So,
Yeah, well, the reserve price was obviously too low in the first place. Do I think we're going to see a lot of auctions? No, I don't. I think that what you're going to see, though, is real estate agents practicing real estate as an auctioneer and get themselves in trouble by trying to do these very low reserve set and trying to auction a property that actually is not in foreclosure at all, and they're just trying to auction them and setting a ridiculously low reserve price, which is a violation of the License Act in Texas. But right now, I don't know of any online auctions that are going on at the courthouses.
no, it wasn't at the courthouse. It was being handled.
Mhm.
It was being handled by a service. I
Mhm.
called the real estate, the broker, the listing agent, and they told me that I had to go through this service.
Yeah. So like I said, I think that you're going to see listing agents doing that. I think that they're going to be using third-party services to try to set a very low reserve price to get a whole bunch of people interested, get a whole bunch of buyer leads from it, set a property very, very low, and then let it auction up to what would be maybe fair market value and just get a lot of hype. That's not supposed to be done. That's not truly a foreclosure. You can auction a property that's not in foreclosure, right?
Okay.
Yeah. But that very well may have been a situation where it's not an REO property. Someone, maybe you've got somebody who was a seller finance or something like this. They took the property back through foreclosure and decided to go through a third-party auction service. Because that will be a third-party private auctioneer's type of a scenario, because it's not going to be a courthouse step type of thing. So interesting. Thank you for sharing, Pamela. So on page 65, there's practitioner's perspective. I kind of like this one. I usually kind of bypass these, but this one talks about the empathy that's needed as a real estate agent to help our sellers and buyers through these transactions, and also to help remind the buyer that the seller is going through some kind of hardship, because I think it's important to bring that to the table as well. And so I'm going to read 65. Persistence, tenacity, follow-up skills. In order to make it in this business, I think the agent needs to have a certain soundness of mind, persistence, tenacity, and a strong constitution. In some properties, just like the sight of the condition could turn you off. If you're not one to take good orders or follow instructions, you want to do it yourself, or you think you've got a better way, working with asset managers might not be a good fit for you. Good communication skills, computer skills, and follow-up skills, these are what you need in order to make the business work and working with asset managers, because they're the boss, you're the eyes, ears, and boots on the ground. They may ask for your advice, but at the end of the day, they're going to be telling you what you need to do, and you need to follow and jump through hoops every time they have a task. Because when a task gets put up on the portal, they expect it to be done immediately, not in a couple days from now, but immediately. And they will pull those from you and send them to somebody else. So they're looking at people who can follow the tasks and do exactly what they want and have results ultimately. Courage and empathy. When you go out to do an occupancy check, what is on the other side of the door is probably fear. But many times people have said to me, we've been waiting for someone to contact us, and you're the first one who talked to us as a person. We've had people come to our door and threaten us. Why are you being so nice? I'll say. There's no reason not to be nice. What's happening to you and your family is a horrible situation. I'm sorry for your hardship. The seller wants them out of the house, but I have to give them the respect and dignity they deserve and let them make a dignified exit. Now, these are scenarios where the property's already foreclosed. They didn't reach out to an agent, or they did, and a property foreclosed, and now the new owner is sending a representative out to the property, knocking on the door and telling them to get out. And sometimes that is going to be the REO person's job as a real estate agent. Now, typically the first person to the door is not the REO agent. It's often the preservation company that's going to open up the door and take a look at what's going on and start putting the property in its condition, taking down their real estate signs, throwing it away, and knocking on the door, and bringing a sheriff with them to remove them from the property. The listing agent's supposed to go out there and post a notice on the door, letting them know that it's now owned by somebody else. And sometimes offer them cash for keys. Give me the keys, we'll give you $500 and you can vacate the property by Tuesday. If you are out by Tuesday, I'll give you the $500 kind of scenario, or whatever the cash for keys offer. I've seen as high as $2,500. But trying to get them out by incentivizing and giving them money is a very smart thing to do, because sometimes these people will do damage on the way out, which is certainly not doing anybody any favors. And if they do damage, it's not their property anymore, it's someone else's, and it's a felony. And so they can actually be arrested and taken to jail. So having that conversation with them as well is very tactful. Conversations have to be happen because they just lost their home and someone else is kicking them out. Very, very difficult scenario. So when it says in here that you have to have a strong constitution for it, you really do, because you're not going, for most people, they're going to have a really difficult time with that particular task. And you'll have to make it happen. You can't just sit and wait for something to happen in this business. You have to make it happen. Years ago, we used to do home buyer seminars. Now we do investor seminars. That's how we actually make it in the business work for us. We present our portfolio and let investors know what's available. We collect names and email addresses so that when we get a listing that meets an investor's criteria, we get in touch. Our investors seminars also attract home buyers who might be able to purchase the property with a 203K loan, which is a owner-occupied rehab loan by FHA. So our investor says, investors 203K, buyers welcome. Working with REO buyers. When agents ask how to get involved, I say it might not be involvement as the listing agent, but as a buyer's agent. Working the buy side usually won't get you the contacts with asset managers, but the agents I know who are strictly buyer's agents for REOs like it that way. There are a lot of investors that these buyer agents are connected with, and then investors are continually reaching out looking for opportunities, and they're not going to sign a buyer rep. And it's going to be, you're going to have to assign a buyer rep for a property. Investors are getting hit with that right now on a very heavy situation. But I think what's going to happen, interestingly enough, is that the investors now are going to be reaching out to the listing agents a lot more, because they know that the listing agent doesn't require a buyer rep to show the property. And a lot of the investors, they didn't want a buyer broker involved anyway. They wanted to represent themselves. So they're going to be contacting the listing broker, have communications with them, and telling them they don't want to be represented. The listing agent will show them the property without the hassle of a buyer broker. And so you're going to see a lot more of that. So building your network is important. If you ever come into my office, you'll see that I have the 5-star REO and 5-star short sale. They have an annual Dallas group that meets. I got those certifications. It's from the 5-star group. Page 66 talks about that. REO conferences, such as those sponsored by the 5-Star Institute, the 5star.com, the National Association of Default Professionals, REO MAC, and some others are a really great place to meet asset managers who will have trade show booths, and you can go meet and create relationships with them. You'll meet companies like Home Telos and other ones as well. So 24 Asset Management Company, Atlas REO, First Preston Management, LRES, and Old Republic Servicing Solutions. Realty Texas has relationships with all of these, and we've done BPOs for all of them. Broker price opinion, when they have an asset that is coming up for, well, either it's under contract or it is going to be approved for short sale, or they're looking at a short sale, they will contact an agent and ask the agent to go do a BPO. And if it does end up as an REO, then sometimes the person who did the BPO, they'll throw first crack at getting the listing. At least that's their promise at the time that they are sending out the BPOs. But in all the years I've done BPOs, I've never gotten a listing from doing a BPO. But I have gotten listings from advertising in Equator and ResNet, which are two online systems where you can register and advertise, and you can be introduced to a REO professional through that, as well as going to trade shows and just being at the right place at the right time. And I've also had blogs and websites regarding my shorts on REO business, and I would be reached out to by the asset management companies. And actually, this is a good little soundbite for Terry, who has recently created a relationship with an asset management company, and he's gotten a couple of REO listings from it. So Terry, I'll give you an opportunity to talk to the group about how you got your REO listings and where you met them.
Okay, well, quite frankly, I've been doing REOs, I guess, starting way back in 2008, 2009, doing the HUD foreclosures. But after, I think we've gone through, I think, 8 downturns, upturns and then downturns. And somehow, a couple of years ago, I started making a concerted effort to contact some of the asset managers. And so and I've done BPOs in the past, and I kind of don't like to do them, but sometimes you have to in order to get the listing. I'm working with American Destiny right now with 3 different properties. That's one of the REO companies that I work with. But it's a process. You gotta, I've done also for Alti-Source. I did have one condo over in Westlake that ended up going on their, what they call a platform. And it turned out to be a bidding process that they auctioned that property off. And it was kind of an interesting property. It was full of mold and just all the bad things you can think of, but it got sold. So if anybody needs any or has any questions, they're welcome to call me. I'll talk them through it.
Thank you, Terry. Most of the REO listings that I've gotten have been through the relationships that I've had from doing the BPOs and going to conferences. I got 3 calls from 3 different asset management companies after I got my 5-star certification. It was a 30-hour course that I took for the REO short sale for the 5-star, and then another 30-hour course that I took for the REO listings. And boy, those were really good classes with lots of really good information. And they have an associated conference in Dallas once a year. And I've been to both of, well, for 3 years, I went to the conference. And I got a lot of great contacts out of going to the conference. But we saw fewer and fewer REOs, and the value in investing in that business wasn't as much from 2015 to 2022. But I'm seeing now evidence that post-COVID that there's going to be a bit of a rush for the REO business. Again, we saw some very large companies purchasing them in groups of 100, so it didn't hit the market. But that's, I think, going to change here in 2024 and 2025 that we start seeing a little bit more REOs hitting the market. So why not go and try to earn that business and have those REO listings? They're excellent lead generation magnets. So thank you for everyone who participated. On page 67, educating the buyer client. Would someone read for me that top right page?
I can do that, I guess.
Thank you, Terry. Yep, the top of page 67, educating the buyer client.
Okay, modules 2 and 3, we concentrated on the listing side of the short sale transaction. Their role and responsibilities of the listing agent and how agents should take a short sale listing. What are their buyer responsibility in a short sale? What if the buyer client is interested in an REO property and not a short sale? Since the purchase of short sale and REOs are both subject to different constraints, not all buyers are good candidates for both types of distressed transactions. Buyer representatives should consult their clients on the differences. There's apparently a figure someplace. Between these types of transactions during their initial needs assessment. A counseling session not only sets parameters, it also gives a potential gap between buyers' perceptions and market realities. In addition to talking about needs, wants, price, and location parameters, buyers need to be realistic and understand what they could be getting into. I always presented the situation with REOs that the asset manager that holds the string to a signed listing, it's their ballpark, it's their ball team, it's their ball, it's their rules. They got the baseballs, they got the bats, and unless you play by their rules, you're not going to have the luck of closing an REO. And that's just the way it is. So you must understand the process and realize that you're not in control. Buyers must get pre-approved. Properties are usually sold as is. Like I mentioned, that mold one was sold as is. Lenders and services won't approve an offer that contains a home sale contingency. It's got to be a straight contract without any contingencies. Normally, they're not going to pay any extra closing costs or give cash back to the buyer. Buyers must be well aware and well informed of the timelines, since they don't have control over the closing process. When you're making an offer, remind buyers that an offer below market value is not going to be accepted. It's just, unless it's supported by comps. The seller must understand that the buyer and buyer's agent have little control or influence over the short sale review approval process. They must decide to trust the seller, listing agent, whoever the primary contact is for the short sale processing.
Thank you, Terry. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So educating the buyer, like Terry said, 100%, that the buyer is not in control on a REO type property. You're talking about a very specific process. You're going to use their contracts. You're going to buy the property in the condition that they're going to sell the property in, and you're going to get the terms that they dictate. You can place an offer, they'll counter you, and they'll simply say no. They have no problems keeping the property on the market for a really long time and do small, gradual updates because they have an advantage over the home sellers, in so much that they don't have to pay property taxes while those properties are sitting on the market. And so they can let it sit there for 5-6 months, and the holding costs of those properties are going to be just a little bit less. Yes, they've got utilities and some other things that are going to be associated with it, but they are working from a spreadsheet. They're a little bit like a home builder in the fact that you're going to be using their contract and you're going to be dictated terms to buy it or don't buy it. But the home builder often will do repairs and do upgrades and things to the home if needed. That's simply not going to be the case on the REO. You see what you get, and that's it. So they are understanding that they're
and what you don't see, you also get that too.
That's right. You also end up with hidden defects. You get what you get, but there's also understood that there is an opportunity for them to make more money because there is going to be equity in the ability to improve that property's condition and often sell it for more. Not always, but you are dealing with that. So investors are very interested in these types of properties. Page 69 is a good buyer counseling worksheet. This particular buyer counseling worksheet, we actually have included in your Realty Texas buyer guide. It's part of that in there. This talks a little bit about foreclosures, auctions, REO banks. And then page 70 is a agent short sale checklist. So you got the REO checklist on one side, on the buyer counseling side, and then the short sales checklist. Page 71 talks about the disclosures. Considering the hundreds of properties that asset managers may be actively marketing, it is impossible to know all of the details about a particular REO property. For that reason, asset manager companies typically do not provide a seller's disclosure and the property sold as is, whereas However, environmental hazards and any material defects found in an earlier inspection that caused the buyer to cancel the deal must be disclosed to the next buyer. So if they find out of certain material defects, then they will disclose those material defects if they don't fix them, but they are not required to learn about material defects. But once they do learn about them, for whatever reason, they have to disclose those to the buyers. When writing a short sale or an RAO offer, two very different things. In a short sale offer, you're going to be using your state promulgated forms, and you're going to follow the short sale. Hopefully you have an approved short sale and you have a guidelines so you know who the seller is. In a short sale, who is the seller?
The owner, current owner.
The current owner is going to be the seller. So you're negotiating directly with them, but we should be trying to follow what the short sale approval letter is so that we can make sure that we have the right disclosures, that we understand whether the bank is willing to pay for the title policy or not as part of the seller net. Sometimes they'll say, we're not going to approve that. Buyer needs to pay the title policy. We're not going to pay for a home warranty. We're not going to pay those closing costs. Those are too much. Reduce that. And so you're going to see that the counter is going to come back on what they're not going to pay, and hopefully that you have an approved short sale and that information already exists in the approval. On an REO, sometimes you're going to go to an online portal and you're going to submit an online offer, and you're going to click a button that says, I promise that I have an earnest money check made out to this amount for you already. In the event that I get the earnest money check, that I will deliver that to you and it's dated already. Or you are looking at a property that's in the MLS and it's a foreclosure or REO, and you're going to submit an offer using the offer instructions that are in the MLS, or like I showed you, the HUD Home Store. And the HUD Home Store is a very, very good resource. What I like about the HUD Home Store for agents, especially ours, is that you can advertise those properties. You have free reins to advertise those properties as if they were your own listings. You can advertise any Realty Texas listing as if it was your own listing. We have that as well, but you can't advertise other brokers' listings. But you can the REO stuff. So why not on a daily basis go see what properties are up there on that site and just start sharing information about them. These properties are typically not in the MLS. They don't have access to them anywhere. And it's amazing how many people don't know about the HUD Home Store. And you have to have a NAID number, which is an account with HUD in order to be able to submit a bid. You have to have a bidder ID in order to submit a bid on an REO property, and the broker has to maintain that on an annual basis. So annually, we have a bidder ID that's renewed, and guess where you can find your NAID bidder ID? That's right, Lisa. You can find it on your dashboard of your .me under the ring at the very top. So go to your .me, you will see your NAID number. You will need that number in order to submit an offer on a HUD Home Store transaction.
That reminds me of driving the bids down to San Antonio years ago.
And on
So sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead, please.
So I can advertise HUD homes anywhere on my website, etc. And somebody calls me and says, hey, I'm interested in seeing this property. Then I start at the beginning, like my buyer consultation packet and all that.
Yes.
Okay. Then
exactly.
I know what to do.
Thank you. Gantner, is that your hand up?
It is. Do you have to have the HUD key?
In order to get into the property, you have to submit an offer on the property, and then once you have an offer submitted, then you get to go and look at it.
How do you get in?
Combo box, and the combo box is in the HUD.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Short sale negotiation considerations for buyers on page 73, price, length of time for approval, earnest money, home inspection. If you have a buyer who needs to move in and they need to move in within 30 days, maybe a short sale is not for them because it could take 60 days, 90 days to get approval. So you just don't know. So we have to be careful when representing buyers. I teach MRP, military relocation professional. We know that they have 10 days when they get a PCS, permanent change of station. They're on a very tight timeline. You've got people moving here from out of state to start a job. And they're on a very tight timeline. maybe they don't have the ability to purchase one of the HUD Home Store properties or a short sale. They could certainly purchase one as an investment if it's open to investors, but if they need to close it in the short term, maybe those aren't best suited for them. Page 75, one of the things I like as risky practices that we want to stay away from is making multiple offers on properties at the same time. Often buyers believe that the best strategy in getting a short sale is to put in offers on several short sale properties at the same time. If those offers are accepted by the seller, the buyer have entered into contracts to purchase more than one property. Buyers should be cautioned that this is a risky practice unless they intend to purchase both properties or multiple properties. If your buyer client insists on pursuing the strategy, seek advice from your managing broker or attorney on the best next steps. They will burn through multiple options if they get their offers accepted, but more importantly, it could be considered fraud if they had no intention to purchase the property, because underneath paragraph 1, it says the buyer agrees to purchase the property and seller agrees to sell the property. And if they had no actual intent, they were going to buy one or the other, then they have actually damaged the seller by making that property unavailable by other people when they had no intention to buy it. So be very careful with that practice, because there have been agents that have been hit hard by TREC by making that practice available to the buyers by the agent's suggestion. If this came from the agent and said, well, yeah, let's make an offer on both of them, that is a very dangerous practice. If the client says, I would like to submit an offer on both of them, then you need to have an approval letter from a lender showing proceeds amount to exceed both properties. That's our rule. And you tell them that, and their light bulb goes on, and they're like, oh, got it. You don't have
and it's one letter, not two separate letters.
And so your pre-approval needs to have a sum in excess of both purchase prices in order for us to be able to move forward and submit offers, and talk with the lender about that. And then if the lender says, yeah, go right ahead, then you're following the lender's instruction. But if you know that they're not interested in buying both properties, that is exposing you, the firm, to a liability from the seller. And it says that we will be fair to all parties. That is one of the canons of our professional conduct. And it's not fair to to enter into two different agreements. Now, the only way that you could, in my book, do this is by telling the listing agent we're putting offers on 2 properties. I'm not sure which one we're moving forward and making that disclosure, because I would look at that as a material disclosure, because TREC does not like that at all. Lowball offers, again, caution against it. Buyers also may be tempted to make a lowball offer on a short sale property. An exceptionally low offer runs at least 2 risks. If the offer is accepted by the home buyer and seller, and the contract is sent to the servicer and investor. The first risk is for some borrower sellers, the foreclosure clock will continue to tick away, which may put the seller in imminent danger of foreclosure while parties wait for the servicer to review the contract and ultimately not approve it, which means we weren't fair to all parties. The agent knew that that was going to happen. And 2, buyers may miss out on other opportunities that would have been suitable and available while waiting for the servicer's response, meaning that, again, we knew that this was going to be a waste of time. Lowballing on a short sale is not something that we've actually ever seen come to pass. Remember, it's the duty of both the buyer agent and the seller agent to protect and promote the interests of their clients. Both agents have a duty to negotiate the best price and terms for their client prior to the contract being submitted to the servicer for approval. Can a buyer client get an REO property with a lowball offer? Chances are slim. Buyers should be informed of the market conditions surrounding REO sales prior to making an offer. Can you get hit by lightning? You certainly can, but it is slim. So they are most likely going to make small incremental price reductions on an REO. And in a short sale, we know that the lender is going to let it foreclose because they can make more money from foreclosing than they can accepting a lowball offer. So the lender is trying to figure out, should we accept a short sale? Because are these numbers going to let us net us more than what we would net if this thing goes to a foreclosure sale? Earnest money. This is a big one, and you see a lot of bullet points on this one. As with any real estate contract, the earnest money on a short sale is due according to the terms of the written agreement. Earnest money should be deposited as required by state license law. Earnest money and option comes with the original short sale. And if their short sale is not approved, the option is not refundable. So you could harm your client. A lot of agents are going to try to come in with a very low option. From my perspective as a listing agent, you should be asking for a larger option to keep that buyer from exercising their right to bail through the short sale addendum. Well, in this particular option, we would like a $500 buyer option or even more. It just depends on what your negotiation point is. If you've got a lot of offers, the only way that that seller is going to keep that money if that buyer bails is through a higher option. So that is a very useful tool to help buy the buyer's loyalty, because you know they're going to get the earnest money back if they bail, because the contract says the earnest money is fully refundable. Either party can bail if they want. The only thing that's going to keep the buyer there is having an absorbent option fee to keep them there, because how horrible is it a buyer to come to the table and then it take 4 weeks, just like you told them, and they bail 3 weeks into it, and then you burn up those 3 weeks and the property ended up foreclosing because the buyer didn't stick around. And they had that right to bail. So maybe if they had a little bit more money and more skin in the game, they're going to like, no, I don't want to lose $900 over this. Maybe that's just enough to keep them around. But if it does, maybe that was enough money that they could have sent that, have a little bit extra money to actually make a mortgage payment and keep them from going another 30 days delinquent. Home inspection on REOs. We see a little different on short sale home inspections. On a short sale is just as they typically are. We typically, when the contract calls for the home inspection to be done in 5 business days after the contract has been executed, the 5 days would start from the time signing the buyer seller, not from the time the lender approval. So typically what'll happen is the buyer will not do an inspection on the while there's a short sale addendum. The buyer will do the inspection often once they get approval from the lender and the contract effective date is amended to match the approval date of the lender's approval letter. Because remember, we talked about this before. When a buyer submits an offer to a listing agent on a short sale, the buyer and seller negotiate that offer. Earnest money option is attached to it. Short sale addendum is attached to it. It's submitted to the bank. Submitted to the listing agent, who submits it to the loan servicer, who then either accepts it or counters. Now they're sitting with this offer, and when they approve it, an approval letter is generated, and the approval letter states, and the short sale addendum also states, that once the approval letter is generated, that the listing agent will provide it to the buyer agent timely. It will amend the effective date of the contract to the date of the approval letter, effectively starting the option over again. And they get 2 options for the price of 1. So when the approval letter comes, now they have a new option, and that's when they do their inspections. Because why is a buyer going to pay an inspector to inspect a property that they don't have an approval letter for? Now, maybe the buyer does want to do it. Maybe the buyer says, well, I want to check out this thing because I may just want to bail anyway and get out of this thing. So the buyer has the option to do 2 inspections if they want, because maybe a month went by and they want to check it out again. But most buyers are going to look around the property and say, let's just wait until this thing gets approved. And if I know I get to buy the property based on these terms, then I'll spend the money to do the inspection. But I'm not going to waste money on inspection when I have no idea if they're going to accept my offer yet. That makes sense? So we have to advise the clients of these things so that they understand what their options are, so they can make the choice that makes most sense for them. And on page 80, the loan estimate. In 2015, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, the CFPB, finalized the Truth in Lending Act, Real Estate Settlements and Procedures Act, Integrated Disclosures, TRID, known as the Know Before You Owe Mortgage Initiative. Because borrowers were struggling to understand the overlapping information and complicated terms of an existing federal mortgage, TRID consolidated them into 2 simplified documents, the loan estimate and the closing disclosure. To best prepare their clients for financing a home, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau recommends the agents take the following steps. Number one, encourage clients to think through their mortgage choices. When you have an REO, one of the things that's important is that most REO banks will offer an incentive, a lender incentive. If you use Home Path of America or one of those choices, there is a huge incentive that comes along with it. No mortgage insurance, a lower interest rate, and the closing costs paid, which is a huge deal. And so know that there are certain mortgages, just like when you go to a new home builder, they have their mortgage, so do REOs. After they found a property, encourage them to apply for a loan estimate from multiple lenders. Make sure your client indicate their intent to proceed, provide clients with accurate and timely information about the property and transaction, and find out who provides the closing disclosures. All right, so that's it. Now we're going to move into page 83, and the last 30 minutes we're going to spend on chapter 5, which is module 5, which is the contract to close, starting on page 83. Already gone through all of these things. I'm behind on my slides because I'm trying to follow through in the book.
Can we get a restroom break real quick?
You can go B. Yes, go right ahead. We are 30 minutes away. We're going to 5:30. Is that correct? We all agreed to that? Okay.
That was 5.
We were no. We
5:30.
Yeah, we all decided that we were going to take a half-hour lunch and get out at 5:30. But yes, it is actually time for break. It is 4:30. So we will break for now, and then we will burn our last hour going through this last chapter, and then we're going to do the exam together. So it's going to take about 30 minutes to get through this last chapter, and then about 20 minutes to do the test. So we should be exactly on time. I'll see you back at 4:40.
Jack, I have a question. Oh, he's off.
No, I'm here, Diane. I've just
you're
got
here.
a couple of tasks I got to do.
Okay, well, this may need to be tabled for later, but I'm just it's starting to hit me with the huge impact this all might have on the big picture. You know, these are huge losses. So who ends up paying for all these losses? Is it us who pay taxes? Is it our deficit? You know,
not at all.
where's it all come from?
It's mortgage insurance. That's what default mortgage insurance is. So when you take the loan and you take out less than 20%, then you have to pay mortgage insurance. And that mortgage insurance premium can be as high as 1.3% a year, a couple $1,000s a year. So that couple $1,000s a year, all people who borrow less than 20%, all people who put down less than 20% rather, they're paying an insurance premium, and that insurance premium goes into a pool of money that's used to pay out default claims.
Ah, thank you. I think I remember that now.
Jack,
Pamela.
so the mortgage insurance, that's to protect the financial institute from loss, not the buyer.
That's correct. That money goes into a pool that's used for Fannie, Freddie, all those third parties to be able to pay out the claims when it goes to default, to pay back the investor, because the investor is saying, look, I don't want to borrow money unless they have more skin in the game. Because if the buyer has more skin in the game, then they're less apt to walk away from a hardship scenario because they got $50,000, $60,000 of their own money in there. So they're going to want that money back somehow. So if they're putting $3,000 or $4,000 down, the lender's like, look, I want you to insure me against this 20%. Because if this thing forecloses, I'm likely to lose 20%. So you insure me on that 20%. So if a borrower puts down less than 20%, they have to pay mortgage insurance. All of that mortgage insurance premium is going into a pot that is going to repay the third parties for the losses that they sustained.
Okay, so it's not getting rolled, when they lose money, it's not getting rolled back to the taxpayers or the school district or anything like that. Okay,
No,
thank you.
And in fact, the last couple of years, that money has actually started to grow, and there's more money in there than they need because fewer people are foreclosing, and that pool of money is getting larger. When the risk score goes up, the mortgage insurance premium goes up. So for a borrower, when they have lower credit, their premium is more. When they have better credit, the premium is less. So they've got this pretty well worked out to make sure that the reserves are there.
Thank
I-
you.
People I've worked with, they complain about PMIO. They hate paying that, but now I have a good answer
Oh,
to give them.
it made a mortgage available for them because otherwise they would not have been able to get a mortgage without putting 20% down.
Yeah.
Jack, is there a 203K availability for investors on these REO properties?
No, because it's FHA. And FHA is owner occupied 203K. So I'm not aware of an investor loan to roll in fees to rehab the property. I'm not aware of that. That's something you would want to talk with a lender about.
Okay, because I know a long time ago, I bought a number of investment properties that were HUD foreclosures that, I'm sorry, VA foreclosures that allowed me to have a VA loan, even though I'm not a veteran.
Yeah, so you were able to assume their loans. That's right. And anybody can assume a VA loan, even a non-VA borrower. So that's part of the whole VA thing.
Oh, that's good info.
The thing is about that though, if a non-VA borrower assumes a VA loan, then the entitlement for that VA borrower is tied up.
Don't get jealous, honey.
Oh,
You're my only.
so that veteran now cannot use his entitlement to buy another property because it's tied up.
That part of the entitlement is, so if they've got a $500,000 entitlement and they've got $200,000 of it tied up in that loan, they're not going to get that $200,000 back. They might have additional entitlement over the top. They might have a total of 500, 200 now is tied up. They still have access to the other 300.
Yeah, yeah.
So you want a VA to VA assumption, and then now the entitlement is moved.
Pros and cons.
Jack, may I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
So I'm a little confused about who can an investor, a non-owner occupant, non-occupant owner, purchase an REO or a HUD foreclosure?
Yes. 100%. But there's an order in which they can buy them. So when a new REO hits the market on HUD Home Store, they're going to open it up to first communities who want to purchase homes for affordable housing, and certain areas have those. So maybe the first 5 days of the listing can only be purchased by housing, community housing entities. And then days 6 through 10, if it's still in the market and hasn't been purchased, opens up to owner occupants. And maybe for the next 10 days, owner occupants can bid on the property. And after the 10 days, if no owner occupants have purchased it, then it's open to investors. So if you go to a HUD Home Store and you look at any of the listings, and it's hudhomestore.com, it'll tell you at any given time which ones are available for which, and you can sort by that or filter by that as well.
Gotcha. Great. Thank you. And is it relatively easy to search for short sales on the MLS? Is that a field that you can
Yep,
filter?
it's under distressed properties, and you can pick sort sell possible, and there's approved, and then there is short sell potential. And oftentimes you're just going to select both, and it's kind of hit or miss on whether the agent who listed it got that field right. So, but yes, 100%. And anyone can, there is no requirements that owner occupants buy a short sell. It could be a investor or an owner occupant. It doesn't matter on the short sells.
Right. Is that down in that add field section, or is it already preloaded?
Which MLS?
In well, either one, but I was thinking actress.
All right, I'll show you how to do it. They've changed their front end again. It is in the field called special listing conditions. It's under general information. Oh, here, let me just share my screen. So when you go to search residential, you look at the general information tab under special listing conditions. You have short sale,
Mm-hmm.
HUD owned, in foreclosure, notice of default, pre-foreclosure. Pre-foreclosure is also short sale. Notice of default is, I mean, we don't know that that's going to be a short sale, but we know that they're going to be highly motivated to get those properties sold. So
Right.
if your client is looking for that type of a deal, you know, those are very helpful fields, because if it's selected like this, notice of default and pre-foreclosure is selected, but not short sale, you may be able to get a really good deal that's much better than a short sale would ever be, because they own it outright and they just need to dump it before they lose it.
Mm-hmm. Right. Terms are not being dictated by the investor.
But in short sale, you have two. You have short sale or short sale potential, like I said, and you should select both of these, because the listing agent may not know which one to select, because it may have started as a short sale potential and then gotten approved, and then they don't remember to go back and change that in the MLS, because it's been in the MLS for 30 or 45 days already.
Right. Okay, great. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And there's 29 of them in the MLS currently that are active. And we've got a couple of them in Gerald.
What was the key on that? I didn't catch which button that was.
And this is usually what we see in our short sales. This is circa short sale 2008 all day long. Here it is.
Well, I mean, that looks cluttered. It doesn't look like it's been trashed or anything.
Well,
For
so what I look
80
at
for 80K.
That's not 80K. It's 209,000.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you clicked on the
No, sir.
super cheap one I saw on the list.
No,
I'm sorry. No, then yeah, you're retract everything I said about that.
Okay, it is 4:41. We are right back to where we started from with our last hour of class together. Module 5, and remember, there's an exam. We're going to do it together, so don't be exam anxiety, because you know that I'm going to stick around. I'm going to make sure that all of you can access the exam in the Learning Center, and that you click all the buttons and that you find it and we get through it. We're going to all get through the exam beautifully without any issues, I promise. So we're not going to have exam anxiety. Module 5, short sale from contract to close. We're leaving the REO conversation behind completely. We're going to focus just on short sales and from contract to close. That's different from listing agreement to communication with the asset manager. I mean, the negotiator at the bank. This is really contract now. We're in the process of submitting a contract and what we need to be mindful of. Reiterate the importance of using the services prescribed method for submitting a short sale contract. The servicer is the loan servicer. They may have a portal. They may want it via email. God forbid they want it faxed, but boy, did we do a lot of that back in the day. Differentiate the cash contributions, incentives, and subordinate liens allowed by various servicers when completing a short sale, and identify the problems associated with short sale failure and learn how to solve them. And one of the best ways to learn that is on the buyer side. Make sure that you get a third-party account access so you can talk to the loan servicer to make sure that things are going along at the correct pace and that nothing is being missed. Follow all servicer requirements. Listing agents must submit short sale contracts exactly as the servicer requires. kind of a mic drop there. It literally needs to be precise. If there is anything wrong with it, they will reject it and they cannot move forward. You may have a 114-page document that you sent them, and there's a problem on page 103 and is not moving forward until that gets solved. They're not going to fix it for you. They're going to tell you what's wrong and ask you to resubmit it. So you really need to be very detail oriented, I dotted, T crossed kind of person to make sure that you get all of this right, and triple and quadruple check. They don't like blanks and spaces. They don't like when they give you an approved short sell and you have closing costs when they said that they won't have closing costs, or you submit an offer and they ask for special provisions language and you didn't include it, or the short sale addendum is not attached to the contract on paragraph 21. I'm kind of a contracts nerd, so I made sure that everything was perfect back when I had time to make sure that everything was perfect. And I enjoyed doing these because I knew that I could get them done. Listing agents must submit short sale contracts exactly as the servicer requests. Many of the servicers use Equator, a short sale processing software, and you will be limited to submitting only those documents that Equator accepts. Equator and ResNet, both of those are very popular platforms for distressed properties, either REO or short sale. Once it's opened, they will ask you to log into to Equator. You have to pay to have access to Equator and ResNet. You can actually even advertise your services on Equator and ResNet where loan servicers can find you. So not only does it have a portal to submit documents to them, but it also has an advertising medium for you to be able to get hired by them. I recommend that if you're interested in the REO business, that your very first steps is to go to ResNet and Equator, sign up, and spend maybe $30 a month on advertising on both of those platforms and filling out your resume and completely, and make sure that you put yourself in the zip codes that you really are looking for opportunities and advertise in those zip codes. Follow the instructions exactly as they're spelled out by the servicer. Each servicer has its own process and requirements may vary. Although you may have submitted an offer through Equator on loan service by Wells Fargo, that does not mean that the next short sale you submit will be handled in the same way. It fits service through a different entity such as Bank of America. You know, what I've learned the most in the REO and short sale world is that the person on the other end of the phone, the loan servicer, those are the people who have the answers to your questions, and they're going to guide you. So just do exactly as they tell you, and it's going to very much help you. And call them as often as you possibly can and ask them, what do I need and what am I lacking? And when they give you a document, read it carefully and fill it out properly, and then send it to them and continue contacting them until you get message from them to confirm they've received it. When I send them a document, I will call them the next day and every day until I get them on the phone, confirm you've received the document. Because I know they're on a 3-week to 1-month cycle. And if I submitted a document tomorrow, I'm going to call them every day and tell them, I want you to go look at that document, because I know that you're probably not going to look at that document for 2 more weeks. And if I can get you to confirm that it's there, it's going to move my transaction forward, saving those 2 weeks. So you're going to really eliminate time every time you call them and force them to put eyes on it and accept that that document has been there, and you can just out of sheer will push that thing forward faster and get it to the closing table. And yes, you can close them in 45 days. I've done it before, but it takes that level of tenacity, which is just picking up the phone and making calls. The information submitted must match exactly as the information on the mortgage documents, names, addresses of the owners. All of these things must be very I dotted, T crossed. Just make sure that all your documents are in order. That's the most important thing you can do in a short sale, is just verifying and triple verifying. They need a copy of the purchase contract, all of the addenda, statements the buyer's not related to the current owner, which is what we call the arm's length statement, closing disclosures from the title company, tax prorations, seller concessions, broker compensation agreements, unpaid municipal expenses like the property tax bills, transfers, which we don't have, and attorney fees, which is a closing disclosure from the title company, and they will require that closing disclosure. If the servicer normally uses fax or general email for submitting documents, and the assigned negotiator requests that use a direct email address, a best practice is to email the documents to your negotiator and also email the documents to the general email address as well. when the negotiator asks you for a document, sometimes there's a general inbox and their inbox as well. What I have found is that they have document processing imaging systems that when you send it to a specific inbox, it looks for a loan number. And I write the loan number on top of every single document because I never will submit a piece of paper to a lender without the loan number on the top. Loan number, colon, and then I underline the loan number. When you email that document to the general inbox, it has OCR technology that will read it and that will scan it in and it will put it along with that loan package so that it gets filed into the right place. If you just email it to the loan servicer, they're working hundreds of files. They don't have the loan number. They actually have to go and find where to upload that into the portal, and it will take a long time. So help yourself by helping them by putting the loan number on every single document that you send them. That one thing. If you got one thing from this class today, it's putting the loan number on every single document, which is their tax returns and their income statements and their Wells Fargo bank statements. Everything should have their loan number on it. Contract and the preliminary closing disclosure, which we call the CD. Page 85, the listing agent should provide the servicer with a copy of the purchase contract, the buyer's pre-approval letter, a statement that the buyer is not related to the current homeowner, and all the tax prorations. Make sure that nothing is labeled bill. We make sure that everything is, let the title company, don't send them a net sheet. Send them a closing disclosure. Your title company will get that right. If you send them a net sheet like some agents do, you're going to put the wrong label on things and you're going to get a, they're going to reject that as an expense because certain things they can't have on their fees. And if you label it incorrectly on a net sheet, then it will become a non-allowable and they can't pay that fee. So make sure you let the title company label things and send the closing disclosure. That way those fees are guaranteed to land in the right place and be approved by the servicer. What to highlight in your CMA on page 86. Average days on market is critical. Number of short sales and REO listings in the area. I always send them a list of everything that's been distressed. Price trends, and I teach in all of my CMA classes a price trend graph. And the reason that I've gotten so nerdy about my price trend graphs is because they required them as part of my REO and short sale files. And so how many of you have taken my CMA class in Mega? Okay. So if you've done that, how many of you remember the price graph? And in fact, I showed you guys today a price graph, and the price graph showed how the market has changed over time. I'm going to bring it up and share my screen again so it will remind you. These things come directly out of the MLS, and you can see very clearly. I'm going to open up another one and share my screen. These are made from the MLS. I have both Katie and Miguel have taken all of my classes and they've uploaded them into the Learning Center so you can actually watch that class. But here you can see this is from 2012 to 2022, residential properties only, single family homes and condos in the city of Gerald between 1,200 and 1,800 square feet. That's a single story. 1,469 listings came into play here, and this was the result. Very easy to create these price trend graphs, and the lenders like them because they use these as part of their market analysis to kind of see what is a trend. This tells a bigger story than any CMA that you can, because people can immediately look at it and see what's going on rather than having to try to study the numbers of a CMA. So they really like the trend graphs. I found great success with the lenders in using them with the short sell asset managers. Recent economic data and market absorption. Market absorption is really the calculation between the months of inventory, how long something has been on the market. So in the last 6 months, there's been 10 sales. And currently there is 20 homes on the market. How long is it going to take for that? That's 2 months of inventory, or that's 120 days of inventory. In the last month, there was 10 properties that sold. There's currently 20 properties on the market. How many months of inventory do you have? Very simple, 2 months of inventory. And so that's really what we're looking for here in the absorption rate is how many months is it going to take to absorb that inventory? So how many sold in the last month, how many is currently active, and that's going to give you the absorption rate. A very simple calculation there. Don't overthink it. They want to know how good of a job you've done listing your marketing your listing. Showing feedback. Did you take professional photos? I took professional photos all my short sales. The advertising, putting it in multiple MLSs is huge for them. If they've seen that you have properly exposed the property to market and you had it on the market for 30 days and you received one offer and you've got good photos and it's in multiple offers and multiple MLSs and you've got feedback from showings and you show a copy of your feedback and all of the lockbox report showing all the entries and how many open houses that you've done and price adjustments that you've done, they're going to take that into consideration. And I see more apt to approve a short sale when they can see that every effort was done to get that property under contract. What they're looking for is an agent who tried to hide it from the market so they can double it in from themselves. And when you bring the buyer on a short sale, those typically on their own don't sell because they are looking at an agent and they're saying, you know what, this agent is trying to defraud us. And I've seen over and over again where the listing agent brought the buyer and it wasn't approved because of that. So my recommendation is on a short sale, you do not represent the buyer. You stay away from that and refer it out because you don't want any hint of impropriety with the lender to put your client at risk of foreclosure because the bank is going to look at that one way or another. Not to say you can't get a referral fee from the buyer agent if you want to refer it out, but I highly recommend against that. Repair estimates for the property, if there are repairs, sometimes distressed properties, you get under contract, you get a inspection report back, there's all kinds of things going on. The buyer bails, the seller doesn't have the ability to fix it. You have to reduce the price accordingly. And then you have repair estimates done from third parties so that you can find out the HVAC is going to cost this much to fix. The water heater is going to cost this much to fix. The shingles are going to cost this much to fix. And you attach all of those along with your CMA to showing what fair market value is, what the repairs are, and all of a sudden the list price starts looking a whole lot better. And the contract looks even better than that. So they really like to see repair estimates too. And any other things that you can show on page 88, things like the acknowledgement of what the short sale looks like, the short sale disclosure. We have a form for that in Texas Realtors, and I showed you what that disclosure looks like in Texas. That's an important one to make sure that you're using the correct disclosure. Things like arm's length transaction, and that all parties are not related in any way. There's a lot of disclosures in a short sale that are required to be made. So one of those requires is the lead-based paint. If it's before 78, they're not going to let you move forward without it, even though you know it's required. That's going to be a stop block. Every one of them has to have the mold disclosure, and I really recommend general information and notice to buyer and seller on the contract with the packet being sent to the bank, because there's a lot of requirement disclosures there, especially with the MUDs, PIDs, school boundaries, and things that they like to see as well, limiting the liability and risk of themselves. Page 89, generally the timeline and key terms in offers will be as follows. Suggested language in quotations. So on page 89, you're going to see home inspection conducted within 5 to 7 days of accepted offer, purchase and sale executed within 10 to 7 days after accepted offer, deposit of $1,000 to accompany offer, deposit of a minimum of 3% of the purchase price to accompany execution of the purchase price. They don't like to see small earnest money. They don't like to see inspections that are out of whack. They want to see they don't want to see a $45 option, even though that's written to the seller. They don't like to see things that are outside the norm, because they want to see something that's very much in the norm, and they know what norms are in different areas, because when you're dealing with a short sale expert, you're going to be assigned to a short sale expert that knows Texas. They're going to know your state. Supporting documents, Page 89, updated pre-approval letter, good faith estimate, copy of the earnest money deposit check, executed short sale acknowledgement form, which is our addendum, lead-based paint disclosure. If there is a LLC buying it, you're going to need to have everything from their operating agreement to their bank statements to prove that they have a bank account, organizational documents, the Secretary of State stamped LLC creation documents. So if you're doing an LLC, if your buyer is an LLC, they really want to know who are the owners of this LLC and the signatories, because they are trying to prove that the transaction is not arm's length. And the beauty of an LLC is you oftentimes will hide who the buyers are or who the owners of the LLC are. And so they're very suspicious of LLCs because it's harder for them to determine that there's no relationship between the buyer and the seller in that transaction. And there's a lot of people who try to equity scam, short sell the property from one entity to another to defraud the bank to save 20%. The links that people will go to defraud the bank is extreme. On page 90, buyer agent commission. Buyer agent commission is guaranteed to be 2.5% regardless of the amount of commission approved by the lender. So we know that it's at least 2.5%. So we know that you're not going to be paid less than that. Most of the time, if 3% is offered, it will be accepted. 3.5% is not going to be accepted unless you have a scenario where the listing agent offered more for the buyer side to try to sell the property and they accepted less. But even though I've had situations where I dropped, in fact, there was 2 scenarios, I think it might even have been more, where I dropped my commission and I offered a bonus to the buyer to sell the property, and that bonus came from my side, and then they didn't accept it and they counted off the bonus. And I said, sorry, neither one of us gets it now because I offered it to you and I can't keep it. So they took that bonus and they applied it to the sale. So don't do creative commission things in these short sales either, because again, they don't like creative stuff. They want you to stick with what would be considered customary, and that wouldn't be considered customary, even though it's a great tool to help sell the home. They don't like it. The arm's length agreement is very important, and hold harmless, which is going to come from their documents, their document set. Closing costs. Acceptable short sale closing costs. Broker fees may up to be 6%. Typical and customary local and state transfer taxes and HOA documents and all of those things. Title and settlement charges, wood destroying insects, which is our WDI report. HOA fees, real estate taxes and assessments, real attorney fees as well. Unacceptable short sale closing costs, fees paid to a third party by the borrower to negotiate their short sale with the servicer. They're not going to pay to have a third party be a short sale negotiator. Sometimes agents would actually get a contract to close person who would charge $500 or $700 to actually do the negotiations and do the short sale for them. And add those to the closing disclosure as a fee. They're not going to allow that. The listing agent can pay that out of their commission, but not charge the bank for it. Real estate sales commissions paid to the borrower, seller, or purchaser. Sales commissions paid to the borrower, seller, or purchaser. Buyer discount points or mortgage loan origination points. So if the seller is paying closing costs to the buyer and they're using those to apply to buy down points, they're not going to allow those to be part of the closing costs. Servicer review of offer and decision. The servicer must acknowledge and execute the contract within 30 days and provide a decision within 60 days. That's typically the process and the timelines. You can certainly speed that up by calling them relentlessly. The borrower seller must be evaluated and determined to be eligible for a short sale. The servicer may choose to counter the buyer's offer. If the offer meets Fannie Mae's minimum net proceeds, the servicer has the authority to approve the offer. If it's less, Fannie Mae must review it. Once all information has been reviewed and approved, you will receive a final written decision on your submitted contract from the mortgage servicer. If approved, Fannie Mae will provide a borrower with a deficiency waiver, waiving them for any deficiency notice. And that deficiency waiver is super important because that's saying we are forgiving this amount of debt and we're giving you a deficiency waiver, waiving you for any liability for this debt moving forward. And you're looking for that as part of the short sale approval process. Then there's a short sale affidavit. The short sale affidavit is a required form that must be signed, and it serves as a protection to Fannie and Freddie to pursue any party policies that create fraud as a result of a short sale transaction, and that'll be signed as part of the closing documents. And that is it. Appraisal at the time of contract. The servicer lender will order a standard FHA appraisal to be completed within 10 business days after the appraisal is received. The file will be reviewed. If it falls in the required parameters, it can be approved by the servicer, but does not. It may need approval by the investor and or FHA, and that approval by the investor can take a long time, 60 days or more sometimes. And so you're hoping that that doesn't actually happen. Required net sales proceeds. Tiered net sales proceeds required during the 120-day marketing period are applicable as follows. The first 30 days of marketing, the sales contract must equal a minimum net proceeds of 88% of the as-is appraised fair market value. So remember when I said that they're looking for a net of 88% of fair market value, FMV? Well, page 95 tells you if the properties have been on the market for 30 days, they're looking for a fair market value of 88%. 60 days, during the second 30-day marketing, 86% of fair market value, and on the 90 days, 84. But if you've priced a property 88% of fair market value and listed it as a short sale in the MLS, it's not going to make it to 60 days. It's going to sell. It's going to close. So the only time that's going to be hitting that second 60 days is if you have overpriced the property. And the very worst thing you want to do is overprice a short sale, because that is not in anyone's best interest. So you need to price it correctly. Page 97. And this is my favorite one. The foreclosure process is likely to continue while the property is on the market and while an offer is being reviewed. This is known as dual tracking, but most lenders will delay or stop foreclosure proceedings once the short sale is approved, even when the servicer informs you that the short sale is approved and foreclosure is stopped. You should continue checking with your county to make sure that the property is not accidentally included in the upcoming foreclosure list, which I told you that actually happened to me. Occasionally, there may be other ways to delay or stop the foreclosure process. It's a good idea to consult with an attorney about their legal options. So this is going to talk to you about the different ways that you can stop a foreclosure proceeding. But I can tell you that oftentimes they will, once you send them a listing agreement, they will pause it for 90 days in order for you to get the property sold. If there is no listing agreement sent to them and they're 45 days delinquent, the clock is never going to stop and they're going to continue moving forward. So your goal is to get the thing under contract as fast as possible and to get a contract to the servicer with a full packet as soon as possible for them to review it and relentlessly continually reaching out to the loan servicer until such time that they can confirm they have a complete packet and that it's in review with the manager. And then once they have approval or a counter, that counter is like an approval, and you go back to the buyer and say, we have a counter. This is what the approval is going to be required, and get them to sign the approval. And before you even negotiate the offer between the buyer and seller, let them know, is your buyer flexible? In the event that the loan servicer doesn't approve this, are you guys going to be flexible if the terms slight change a little bit? And make sure that not only you can't hold them to that, but if you're in a multiple offer situation, which you very well could be, make sure that you're dealing with someone who is going to be reasonable with small things, so that you can at least have some assurances that if you get an approval. But I always like to try to do a backup offer on a short sale. If I can possibly get a backup offer assigned to it, if the first people bail on me, then I've got a backup. But remember, a backup has to be an actual backup with checks delivered to title. And because if your primary offer goes away, you got to put it back in the MLS, and they're going to want to see it sit in the MLS for long enough for it to be, again, saturated and exposed to the market properly before you bring an offer to them, because it might not be considered fully, they've got a term for it, which they call market saturation. They want to make sure that it's been properly exposed to the market so that it's arm's length. If a property's not hit the market, if it's been off the market for 30 days while you're negotiating and trying to get the offer approved, it comes back approved, the market might have gone up at 1%. And they want opportunity to get that extra 1% again. They're going to do a new BPO as part of the new offer. And if the market has changed and gone up a little bit, the number that you have approved might not be the number for the next BPO. So although you think you're in a good position, you might not be. So putting it active again, they're going to want to see it go from pending to active and back to pending. And if you left it pending that whole time, you very well may end up with a situation where the lender calls it not arm's length, and they consider that short sale fraud. So you can get yourself in trouble if you don't actually put it back active when the property goes back active, when the buyer cancels the contract. And on page 99, which I actually love, owner, occupant, borrowers, sellers who have no financial contribution requirements at closing will receive a $3,000 relocation incentive unless there's an employer or state-funded assistance for moving, which we don't have. If the borrower seller is 90+ days delinquent, no financial contribution will be required. Owner occupied, second home or investor, and the borrower seller receive a $3,000 incentive. And then subordinate liens. Second mortgage payouts cannot exceed a $6,000 total. I usually say $5,000 because I've seen it less. If the second mortgage holder accepts a payment, the second must release the borrower seller from liability, also offering the what we call the subordinate list, so that they are no longer, they have a waiver of liability from the second. So the first is going to, part of the approval letter, they're going to say buyer can walk away with a full waiver, so that they're not going to have a judgment lien placed against them after closing, as well as the IRS hopefully forgiving that debt as well. So they walk away from the short sale having no liability. They're also going to be looking to the second note holder to do the same thing. You need to release these people. But usually you'll see a $5,000 offer to the subordinate liens, unless they owe less than $5,000, of course. But it's usually about a $5,000 amount that they will offer them to make them go away. Page 100. This one. VA has no specific guidelines on cash contributions, borrower relocation incentives, or subordinate liens. So it's all negotiable based on, they have no set amounts like they do on the FHA side. So they don't have the $3,000 as set in stone. They don't have cash contributions set in stone, or any subordinate liens guidelines. So it's just, there's an $8,000 second lien, and the second lien is refusing to budge. They may get more than $5,000. So on the VA, they could actually get paid more on the second lien. So just know that there are different requirements based on the loan types. They're like different types of short sales. Page 101, escalation process. If you're working on Fannie Mae short sale and you have one of the following issues: the offer has been submitted more than 30 days and there's not been a response. A problem arises with a contract and you are in negotiations with the servicer. There's a policy issue with the handling of your short sale, or if you need to contest a value, there is an escalation process. That same home path for shortsales.com website, where you can now get a quote of what they recommend your list price be. You can also submit a complaint about the servicer and ask it to be escalated, and a third party will actually intervene. And that third party is Home Path for Short Sales. And it's the federal government will make sure that the servicer is following the rules, and all they're going to look for is procedural error. Not that you don't like because they haven't approved your short sale or they didn't approve it. If there is actually one of these things goes wrong, they've countered you for more than fair market value, and it doesn't make sense. They've been sitting with an offer for more than 30 days and they haven't even responded to it, which I don't think I've ever had that happen. And really the only ones that I've ever really escalated are the ones where they've countered me for higher than fair market value. And now the buyers is trying to bail, and I'm being able to sell resale properties for more than that. You can take the escalation process, and that's very, very helpful because they kick in and they're usually responding within days, talking with the loan servicer in real time, and it really is a breath of fresh air. But if your CMA is wrong, then guess what? They're going to do their own BPO, and hopefully they don't get another BPO that's bad. But there is an escalation process, and it actually does work. Page 104. Would someone read to me on page 104 why short sales fail?
I can do that if you'd like.
Thank you.
Or I'll do it. You need a break.
No, I'm fine. Thank you.
Okay.
I think he needs to do commercials. He's got a great voice.
Commercials? What
Yes.
commercials?
I think
Voiceover.
you should.
Oh, all right.
You got a great voice.
Should I read this one in my evil voice then?
No, I need you to read this
Okay.
seriously.
Thank you.
Historically, short sales were failing primarily because the servicers were not prepared to deal with them. They took too long to respond and did not have enough manpower to process these transactions, nor did they have a desire to do so. Although there is no guarantee that the servicer will approve the short sale, listing agents have a responsibility to create a contract that has a reasonable chance of closing and to monitor the transaction throughout the approval process. In today's market, short sales are failing because agents are not aware of the process and forms needed, and because buyers and sellers lack qualification and do not understand the negotiation considerations. It is imperative that agents take responsibility for the success or failure of short sales to the extent that we have control.
Thank you, B. Short sales fail, not because the loan servicer, not because the system is broken, not because the lenders are wanting these properties to foreclose so that they can somehow rehab them, make more money. There's no conspiracy going on. They want short sales to close. They do not want to go through the foreclosure process. It's costly to go through the foreclosure process. Short sales fail because of one of three things. The seller did not have a certified hardship. 2, they negotiated an offer that was much, much lower than what the servicer would accept. Or 3, they didn't follow the process and give them the documentation that they needed. It's one of those 3 things. So we have to price it right. We have to make sure that they're in a hardship scenario, and we have to dot our I's and cross our T's and make sure that we've given the servicer exactly what they've asked for, and they're going to tell you what they need. And if you're using a ResNet system or an equator system, and that will be mandated by the lender, they'll tell you we use equator, so go to equator, type in the loan number, and then there'll be a whole bunch of little slots there waiting for you to upload a document and label it just like our labeling system that we have in our .me in our document section. It's very similar to that, and then that's the way you're going to share information to the servicer. They're going to want to make sure that everything is properly signed, that's properly signed wet ink, that everything is properly filled out, that there's no blanks, and then if you upload pages, all pages are present. So they're really looking for a very clean file. The cleaner the file, the more apt it is that it's going to close faster. And if it closes faster, it's going to save your seller, especially if they're in a really bad hardship scenario where they're not able to maintain their payment and they're clicking a 30, 60, 90, and that is getting higher and higher as time goes on. The faster you can close this, the more you're going to be able to save that seller from foreclosure or additional credit destruction as time goes on. Chapter 6 on page 109 is really all about one thing: the forms. Seller sample authorization to release information form. Form 710, the link to it. Home Path by Fannie Mae online resources, which is special lending programs. And then websites, statistics, American Housing Survey, Housing Economic Research, all the research stuff, but also DS News I get DS News on a daily basis, and I recommend you follow them. Distressed property, it talks about what's going on in the world of distressed, how many across the nation, what areas are experiencing more of it, and what the forecast looks like, and how many lates the lenders are working with right now, which kind of gives you an idea of what is going on in the world of lending and mortgage servicing. And with that, we have successfully gotten through all of our materials, but